This isn't just merch. It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. We're the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
This is trophi.ai, an AI Rocket League coach, and it's absolutely crazy what you can do with this. If you've ever heard of ballchasing.com, it's a lot like that, but on steroids.
You can press P and a pro demo will come up, and this is what's so cool and so unique about Trophi, is that this is not seen anywhere else, and it's just a great way to kind of show you how to do a training pack without having to side by side watch a YouTube video.
And this is actually really cool. Training paths. So you basically, you know the skill trees from Assassin's Creed, Spider-Man, Sekiro, you know that sort of games where you have to, get skill points, use them, you unlock new skills. This is sort of very similar, but instead of actually getting skill points, you're actually doing the mechs. And also a cool feature as well, guys, watch this. You can slow it down. You can actually slow-mo it like this. So if you're really struggling, what you need to do, you can actually look for yourself and just have a look at them exact sort of movements that you're doing there. Look, it's really cool. I really like it. And
Alongside helping with mechanics, it also has a feature that analyzes any of your saved replays. That way you can see what you're doing well and what you need to improve on. It even has this cool post-game analysis that you can see stats from the game you just played.
Welcome everyone to the RSC mainstream. It's our prospect playoffs. We're starting it off. By the end of the night, we will have our prospect champions crowned. I'm Char, and joining us after a long while sitting back from casting for the RSC, but he's back with a bang. It's Dispatch.
And it is great to be back. And we saw yesterday Serene did take the gold. And the real question is who is going to join them? And right now, we do have Vulpes and Sanctuary in the prospect tier. And one of these could be the team that joins them, Char.
Yeah, 100%. We got the first seed coming out of the Ignis conference, the second seed coming out of the Glaciers conference. If we could pull up our playoffs bracket really quickly, just to take a look at what we've got in store for us throughout the day. We've got in the upper bracket happening right now, Rupelli versus Shrine here, and then over on the B stream, Devotion versus Kiano, and then Umagas versus Fenrir, I believe, is happening over on Master FB's stream, and then Tenma versus Hot Burple over in the RSC server with a match admin. So we got a lot of games here happening right now, and a lot of very exciting ones. The one that we'll be focusing on is, as we mentioned, that Rupelli versus Shrine, which proves to be, or should be, an amazing matchup between two teams that I think both of these teams have kind of exceeded expectations throughout this season. I don't think a lot of people would have had them to be some of the best teams in the tier coming into this season, but they've done very well for themselves, Dispatch.
Absolutely. I think there was definitely some doubts after last season on Potter, who played for DSQ Prospect, I believe finished, I think, 6th in playoffs last season on a pretty weak roster, but coming back in, having Ansu by his side, a very experienced player, having played against him in Rival myself a few years ago. But then you also look at the Vulp side, you have Ninja Sam coming over from Academy, a known demo player CAF dropping back down from Challenger, had a few rough seasons over there. Both rosters with a lot to prove, and on the biggest stage here, the winner automatically going through to that upper final, giving themselves life in the upper bracket. And as we've spoken about yesterday in Academy, it is so hard to get a run going from a lower bracket. So this series right here, if these players have something to prove, they've got to do it right now.
Yeah, 100%. And we can take a look over to our team stats just to see kind of what this matchup has in store for us. An immediate 235
wow.
demos.
235.
I knew it was going to be a lot, but I did not expect 235.
That is
Shrine have got to
double.
watch out.
That is double all of Shrine. If you are Shrine, you are going to be watching your back, your front, your side, everything this series, because there is going to be players coming down the field at you aggressively, and the stats don't really say much else along the board. I mean, we see quite a defensive side, a lot of saves coming out for that Shrine roster, but with similar records, a little bit similar in the plus minus for goals for and against. If this Sanctuary side does play quite defensive, then we might be seeing Vulps feasting on their opponent.
Yeah, 100%. And I am intrigued to see the player stats, to see who has got the majority of those demos. I do think it'll be Ninja Sam because he is known for it, and demos aren't on here, never mind. But I think it'll probably be quite a lot for Ninja Sam.
Minimum.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. But you look at these stats and you've got none of these players really looking like an insane Lyra, though, with 47 goals in 38 games. That is a very, very solid total for him. 30 assists as well, 43 saves. So Lyra really being that standout statistical player here on this Rupelli roster. And looks like we can be expecting a big, big performance from him.
I mean, absolutely. And if you go down the stat sheet even more, it gets crazier, because I think having 38% shooting percentage on 47 goals, that is a lot. You are averaging around 1.2 goals per game at 38% shooting. And that is the space that these demos make for this roster. But I mean, you look at Shrine, as you said, not much does jump out at you, but they are quite team-based players. I mean, we've seen Poor in this league for a while, Ansu as well. We know that they'll be sound rotationally, and it'll be a question of if this Rupelli team can get through with these demos, if they can break them apart, will they be able to survive?
Yeah, we do have all our players in the lobby, but very, very quickly before we head on over to our match, we got to do some predictions, Dispatch. Who do you have?
Oh, I just want a good series. I know very little about this tier. I've seen a few scrims, just in my time with my own roster, who are obviously playing on the other stream at the moment, but I'll go 4-2 to Rupelli over Shrine.
Interesting, interesting. I'm actually going to go the other way. I'm going to go 4-2 as well, but in favor of Shrine. So a little bit of a battle here on the desk. I'm sure we will have a battle on the pitch. We do have all our players in the lobby, and we can get this series underway here. Our opening matchup in the Prospect Playoffs. It should be a great, great day to watch all the storylines unfold. Can either of these teams make it into the upper final, where you would maybe expect to see the likes of that DSQ team being in there, obviously seen as the favorites in a lot of people's eyes. You know a lot about that team, Dispatch, but that is for a later date. They're playing on the B stream right now. It is time for the spotlight for Shrine and Rupelli. We get underway. Game number 1, best of 7. Let's go.
In 5 seconds in trial, we've already seen a demo trade on the pitch. We knew what we were in for, but both teams trying to get aggressive early. Louis trying to get a 50 off in this corner, but Potter keeping the pressure going. Maybe Ansu to the top corner. Bounces off the bar. Both teams try to reset down the field, and Ninja Sam looking for Potter. Manages to get one. Ansu trying to clear another demo for Ninja Sam. Turns onto the ball here. Maybe a chance for a reset. Maybe a chance to get this into the top left. Both players dive. And that's what we've seen all season, Char.
He can't just demo. He can do that as well. flip reset, gets it over one. A little bit awkward there. I think Louis actually ended up turning that in, but it all came from the play from Ninja Sam. Manages to get the flip reset into the back of the net. Now Potter up for it, challenged out by Sam. Lyra can't get the beat on that. Ansu will send it forward, but is taken off the pitch. I think Shrine have already been demoed about 5 times in this game 1, and well, we talked about it before, we expected it, and it is proving to happen. Shrine, they're not even going to be on the pitch for that much of this series.
Might need to ask someone at RSC to get a demo counter on the overlay, because if we're going to be watching Ninja Sam play this playoffs, we might as well keep track. Another one comes through. That's about 5 so far in a minute. That is more than double what most players average an entire game. And for this Shrine roster, it must be suffocating to play defense, try and knock the ball out, maybe get a shot here middle. And of course, Caf is there on the line, but who else other than Ninja Sam to try and get this ball up the field? Shrine trying to get this ball away, but the ball is heavy in their territory. Ninja Sam's up for this. Maybe a double tap, maybe another. Just off the bar, Lyra to follow. It hits the woodwork again. And this Rupelli side just trying to keep this offense up. Shrine starve for boost. They will try to clear this ball away, but so far it's all Rupelli to start this game.
Yeah, Ninja Sam playing this one over to Lyra. Nice first touch. Ninja Sam's on it as well. Rupelli trying to link up. Potter doesn't make contact on that ball, and Caf will be able to take it away. Ansu now manages to clear that one out. Ninja Sam to the backboard. Louis manages to get the touch out though. Now Lyra can't put that one onto the net. Rupelli, they're putting so much pressure onto this Shrine team. Shrine are just struggling to handle it right now. Potter will hit this one off the sidewall, gets demoed again, but that's a shot onto net. Caf has to deal with it. Manages to get the save, and Lyra is there to take it back towards this Shrine net. Lyra with a shot, but Ansu is able to make the save. Rupelli, though, they're trying to put back on that pressure that we've seen so much of, but now they have to do a little bit of defending. Potter gets it past 2, gets it into the middle, but no one is there from Shrine to turn it away. I think they all trusted in the Rupelli defense to get it away, and no one wanted to gamble to get their first goal.
It's the trust from the second man that bites Shrine there. Player misses, Ninja Sam barely. Caf tries to get rid of the ball, and Ansu repenting for the sins of the second man that last play. We do find ourselves in a tie game. Caf just unable to clear that on a panic touch, and Ansu sweeps it in. Easiest open net of his life. And while this Rupelli offense has been suffocating and been smothering the Shrine defense, they do manage to claw one back when it matters.
They'll hit this one across. Ninja Sam doesn't get the ball, but gets the car. Potter will send this one forward. Gets a 50 as well. Louis trying to chase this one. Ansu's there for it. Ninja Sam pops that one over Caf, actually. Now, trying to flick it into the middle, but it just doesn't come off for Rupelli. They've let the goal in, but they're still pushing for another one. Now a counter. Potter, really nice catch, but Caf will be able to cut that one out. Ninja Sam now hits this one to the backboard. Shrine, they're a little bit awkward, a little bit low boost, but Ansu does so well to get it past one. Caf will send it back though. Lyra, no touch. Caf can't get it past Sam. Taking this one forward. Potter can only hit it out to Lyra, and that's a shot, but Ansu is there for the save. But Dispatch, we're just seeing this pattern again and again. It's just all Rupelli right now, and Ninja Sam adds his second.
As you were saying, Char, this was building. We saw this coming for a while. The boost gets low. Louis just gets beaten to the ball. And of course, it's going to be Ninja Sam. But all these touches from Rupelli on the offensive half is just whittling down the Shrine roster on boost, pushing them out of position, force them to go for balls they don't want to go for. And every single time, it just pushes that envelope forward. We can see it even more now. Potter having to race back for boost. Manages to starve his own teammate out here. It's those knock-on effects. They have to bang the ball away. Rupelli get possession every single time. And every time that Shrine try dive, they just end up giving the ball back. Louis turns out. Nearly an unfortunate moment there. Manages to get a weak clear. Maybe a shot for Ninja Sam. And a good spawn from Louis prevents the danger. Lyra misses that ball. Maybe a shot for Caf. One man in net. Up to the top corner. Bounces off the post. with 20 seconds left now, Shrine need anything to try get going.
Potter might do just that to the backboard. Ansu manages to get a 50, keeping it in. No follow-up able to get through though, and now it's going back down the other end. They don't have the time to work with. Calf will put this one into the middle. Ansu trying to get the clear. Sam will just let it drop, and Rupelli take this game number 1. And whilst it was only 2-1 dispatch, the pressure, the demos, the just kind of flow of the game, it felt so heavily in favor of this Rupelli side.
I mean, all you have to do is look at the stats. 9 demos for Ninja Sam. That is 12-4 in demos across game 1 alone. 12 demos is more than what most teams get in a series in some tiers.
Yeah.
And right now, as you said, it is close in goals. 2-1 looks on the surface like a very close game. The Shrine goal they got was off one mistake that was unfortunate, overpushed. And if they can punish that, it will work for them. But we saw for about 4 minutes of that game just Rupelli hammering down on their backboard.
Yeah, it was unreal. Like you say, 9 demos. I don't know if I've ever gotten 9 demos in an entire series in RSC. Never mind in one game. And yeah, I can see now why Ninja Sam is known for the demos. We'll see if that continues throughout this series. I'm sure that it will. And that's so hard to play against this side because some players, they'll go for those demos, but it won't be that effective. They'll be unnecessary. They'll be putting themselves out of position. But the way Ninja Sam does it, every demo is so effective. He never overextends for them. They just are a part of his game, a part of his regular rotation. He doesn't put himself out of position. He doesn't overcommit for them. And they just open up holes in the other team's rotations that make it so difficult to play against. He's so effective with them. And that's one of the big reasons why this Rupelli team has been that second team in the Glacies conference. They got that second place, and that's a big factor as to why, because it's so hard to play against someone who plays like this.
Absolutely agree. As being known as a demo player, my time in Prospect in, I believe it was season 16 against yourself as well, it is a skill to be able to get these in rotations. A lot of players that are labeled as demo players are usually cutting rotations, putting themselves away from the team to get them, but Ninja Sam is just finding them in opportune situations, not forcing it, not trying to just get demos as much as possible. It is catch a man out, get pressure for your team, and get back. As we see there, wasn't even chasing for it, and maybe it creates a goal for Calf. Maybe Lyra can get something else out of this, just up to the backboard. It will be dealt with by Ansu, but of course, Ninja Sam is there to keep pressure, and as the boost gets lower on this Shrine defense, Calf's going to try to get this down. Ansu is just waiting for this ball. Maybe Lyra can get this high. Is there a follow? Ninja Sam is up, manages to 50 past 2. Ansu, maybe a chance on the counter-attack, but as it's wide, the Shrine side is very deep with low boost. They're looking for this goal. They know they have to go ahead, trying to get some demos of their own. Maybe a shot, maybe a demo on Ninja Sam himself. Manages to just dodge that one, but so far, back and forth, and Shrine showing some signs of life.
Yeah, Ninja Sam will clear this one away. Louis on the sidewall. Ninja Sam again has to get it off of the backboard. Gets a second touch as well for his teammate, but that's cut out nicely by Ansu. Now Potter trying to race in. That's a double miss there, and I don't think Potter expected that one at all. Wasn't ready to take the open net. Ninja Sam now, nice air dribble. Potter misses out. Lyra misses as well. 2 wifties coming in from these sides. Ansu now taking this one forward, gets a reset to the backboards, gets a second one as well. Flashing the mechanics a little bit there from Ansu. Nothing coming from it yet though. Calf into the middle, that's a nice touch. Lyra up for it, but Potter will be able to clear this one away. Rupelli, they're trying to instate that pressure once again, but this is looking a lot better than game 1 from Shrine. They've been having a lot more of the play, a lot more of the territory in this game number 2. They haven't been suffocated quite as much, and that's going to go a long way if they are to get back into this series.
And it could always be game 1 nerves after all, as we see Potter playing dangerous on his goal line there. But Shrine, they look like they have a plan going forward. They look like they know what they need to do. They could have a coach in the call giving them some advice. I know Cal, one of the AGMs for Sanctuary, has been very vocal in this roster and helping them become the team that they are. And they absolutely deserve their position in this league. They are a proven team. and I would not count them out. We see them trying to get some offense here. Maybe a pass to the middle. Potter reads that miss, manages to get a 50 through Lyra, and if you're Shrine, you've got to be absolutely buzzing that you get the lead.
Yeah, Ninja Sam just misreads that one. Impulsor diving in for it, getting the 50. The AGM, the captain of this side, leading by example. And I want to touch on something you said about a lot of people. They saw this Sanctuary side in first early in the season, and a lot of people questioned it, but I can say I scrimmed against this team on my first scrim back after coming back from my holiday, and they absolutely destroyed us. Like, they just were clearly the better team in that scrim, and they are such a solid team, so hard to play against. They can play so fast. They can outpace any team in this tier, and if there is any team that is going to take down that DSQ roster, for me, it is going to be this Shrine roster. I think they can play against that. Their strengths are very good against them, but Rufeli, they want to be the ones to take home this matchup and take home this tier. And like you say, Lyra, the vision there to find that pass is unreal.
And that's Ninja Sam pushed up as the third man in the opponent's corner. Lyra has the vision. The comms are obviously present there for that play. And that is one more back for Ninja Sam. And you're able to deal with it. But as threatening as a player Ninja Sam might be on the ground, we've seen a lot coming through in the air so far. Getting some of these flip resets, getting some of these double taps, even off the ceiling a few times. And an absolute threat of a player that is very hard for this Shrine team to deal with. As you can see immediately, just these dives, the pressure Rupelia creating, maybe a chance through. Or just sending that one a little bit wide. Shrine, maybe a chance to breathe here. With low boost, Louis is going to look for a shot. Lyra able to deal with that, gets a bang away. Ansu, maybe a touch to the corner here. Potter will be looking at this, turns away. Bit of a panic touch here, and Shrine very committed for this play. Maybe a pass middle from Calf. Just flips past the ball, and maybe a counter for Ansu here, sending this one high to the backboard. Ninja Sam is able to deal with it, and both these teams playing very safe at the moment. They want to take this to overtime. They don't want to take risks, but with a chance of one last attack here, this ball is going to roll up the wall, pin straight to the middle. No one's ready, and both these teams, overtime now, one of them really wants this.
Yeah, these teams so evenly matched here in this game too. It's gone all the way to overtime. Let's see who can have that standout moment, who can make that standout play and take this game for their team. Such a crucial game in the events of this series, because if Shrine let this go to a 2-0 deficit here, it just starts getting tougher and tougher for them. But they could tie it up here. Ninja Sam off the backboard, needs to get the touch, gets a 50 high. Lyra onto it now, sends it back. Ansu has to backpedal for that one. Calf gets the 50, that's a bit awkward. That goes into the car of Ninja Sam. Nice challenge from Ansu. Potter's up, but that's a double commit. They've overcommitted here, Shrine, and Lyra will be able to just walk that one into the empty net, but that is such a poor one to concede if you are this Shrine team.
Oh, that is absolutely heartbreaking. Looks so solid throughout the game, but when the comms fail when it matters, that is what happens. You get double commits, a man too deep, and Lyra with the easiest open net dribble of his life. But, I mean, you look at the demos here, only 3 for Ninja Sam. Only 3. Just more than what everyone else in RSC averages, only. But the demos did get dialed back. Shrine were able to maneuver around it, but when you lose the game, even if you are learning slowly, they're going to have to do a lot, because 2-0, this deficit is a lot to come back from.
Yeah, Shrine. It's a tough situation at the moment. No timeout called from them, I don't think, but I don't hate it this much, because it's been 2 close games, right? They could have taken either of these games, and it's just been those moments, that double commit, that's just a moment, that's just one mistake, and they played so solid for the rest of that game. So I think they definitely can get back into this, but also, if you put yourselves in a position where you need a reverse sweep against this Rupelli roster, it's going to be so tough. So this next game it almost feels like a must win here for Shrine.
It absolutely does. And as you said, you can't really blame them for not taking the time out after 2 games. But I mean, I was going to say as well, but you led straight with it. And I agree. If you do have to go for that reverse sweep and take your time out after going 3-0 down, there's not many reverse sweeps that we've seen. I believe we saw one last playoffs in Academy.
Yeah.
We have not seen many. It is a very hard feat to accomplish. And even with that timeout, all the momentum is still in your opponent's favor. So for Shrine now, this game is do or die. We're seeing Kaf go out for an air dribble here. I didn't know he had that in his locker. I thought we'd be seeing Ninja Sam on the ball. But Shrine really going to want to get an attack here. Louis with little boost tries to get this ball high. Potter is up, but Kaf just able to clear. And Rupelli just look like they have the answers to everything Shrine can throw at them.
Ansu manages to get the 50 out there. Now a shot on net, but that one's just wide. Maybe could have snuck that one into the bottom corner. It was a tough one, though, with the defenders there. Now Potter, soft touch, can't get the follow, though, and Lyra will take this away. Pass 1, pass 2, trying to get the second touch, but not a lot of boost to do that with. Ninja Sam will keep the pressure on, though. That's an awkward 50. Ansu just forced to send this one out straight into the hands of Lyra. We're seeing this Rupelli pressure come through once again here in this game number 3. 2 demos for the side of Shrine, though, might open up things a little bit, but the shot from Ansu once again is just wide. Louis now with the shot wide again here for Shrine. The slimmest margins keeping them out.
Absolutely. An absolute hair keeping this Shrine team from taking the lead. Louis, maybe the chance to do something about it. Opts for the pass instead of following it himself. And Ninja Sam ready to read that. Maybe a touch over Potter, but the Shrine team is adapting. They're dodging these demos. They're able to read the ball. They're able to get round this Rupelli side. Maybe a chance for a counter-attack here. 50 low from Potter. Ninja Sam does read it. Maybe a pass middle here. Over Lyra, over Ansu. Nobody home to tap that one in a hard read contested between 2 men. But Shrine are not letting up, and neither is Louis. Maybe a chance for a pass middle here. Is Potter on it? Blocked away by Kaf. Ninja Sam up for the block. Maybe a chance for a counter-attack here. Player left on the boost. Potter does well to cut that ball out. But so back and forth so far. Potter wants to start an offensive play here. Wants to try to take this into a corner. 50 out. Maybe Louis can collect. Maybe a read off the sidewall into the middle here. Ansu is up. Is there a man middle? Is someone able to dive? Potter is able to, but this Rupelli team is not falling for it on defense. They're stacking behind the ball. They're playing correctly, and they are absolutely impenetrable on the goal line.
Sam now trying to take this one forward, plays it slow. That's a pop high. Louis will be there to collect, but straight into the hands of Lyra, and that's something you never want to do if you are facing him down. That's a shot opportunity for Ansu, though. It's just wide again, and the save from Ninja Sam. 2 minutes left in this game. Shrine, they keep getting thwarted. They could have had 3 or 4, it feels, in this game. Here's another chance, but Ansu once again cannot get it past this defense. 4 saves for the side of Rupelli. Only 1 on the side of Shrine. Shrine having so many chances, 6 shots going in, but none of them able to find the back of the net. More pressure, though. That's to the backboard. Louis doesn't make contact. Ansu coming in. It's wide again, Dispatch.
And all these shots off the post, now that you mention it, I do look at leaderboard, and we see 1 shot so far for Rupelli. I don't think we've been able to say that at all this series, and they are staying in this, but Shrine have looked like the dominant team for once. Kaf maybe wants to go forward here, try get a play of his own, try get one of those shots on net. And this time does look for the demos, but nothing is there. Maybe Lyra with a chance, maybe to get over 1, maybe a pass middle down. Ninja Sam meets Louis at the ball. And both teams looking so stellar on defense. No one can break through. We saw in overtime last game with a minute left now. These teams looking equally matched on both sides of the ball. You never know what could happen. Ansu misses that ball. Gives Kaf a bit of time for control. Decides to pop it away. Loses it. Gets demoed. Lyra just missing that ball there. The ball goes over. A bump comes out from Potter. Maybe a chance for Shrine to capitalize. A demo too. Players awkward on the backboard. No one's ready for this ball. Ansu maybe with a double tap. Finds the mark with that one. And the demos, the bumps, the pressure, everything we've seen Rupelli do, Shrine can do it better.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. And that is a mantra that Shrine have taken to heart here in this game number 3. They've had so much pressure, so many opportunities, and it finally pays off. But this could just go down the other way. That one almost fell into the goal off of the 50. Potter gets the shot. That's a double commit. He has an open net, and that will surely seal it here for Shrine.
And desperation at the worst moment, a miscommunication, and as much as you can blame them for that, when you are a goal down with 15 seconds left, you are hunting. You do have to get aggressive. You do have to put the game on the line. And when you are 2-0 up in the series, you can play those risky balls, but this time does count down. Maybe a chance for a shot. That one goes wide. A hard angle for Ninja Sam. And so you will just waste some time here. We will see the series go to 2-1 to Repelli, and I think if you're in favor of Shrine this series, like yourself, you will be very happy with the performance they put on that game.
So much better from Shrine in that game, and they really kind of stifled this this Repelli roster. And Louis with 6 demos. I think he got 4 in the last one as well. So he saw what Ninja Sam did in that game 1 and was like, oh, that's a good idea. I'm gonna do that now.
Yeah, 10 demos coming out from the entire team. I do have word that the series in this stream is currently 2-1, mirrored scoreline for the Kiana roster, which I'm obviously incredibly happy about. Hard to shake my bias on that one. We're very lucky I'm not casting that, but I'm not casting that series, so we won't worry about it. But if I was, I would be jumping all over the place. But we are looking at this Shrine and Repelli matchup, and 3 shots coming out from Repelli that game. Just not the same roster we've seen. Not at 2 saves coming through for Shrine. Gap of 3 from the 5 that Repelli were able to put up. And it is so difficult for Repelli when a team figures you out because they've found the identity of this roster. Shrine have seen what they do and said, okay, we can do that too. And they beat them at their own game. And a 2-0 scoreline might not be the most goals we've seen this playoffs in this postseason, at least in this season, but they looked so much more dominant.
Yeah, they just had everything that game. Even those few shots that Repelli had, it never really felt like Repelli were going to score, right? Like, Shrine just had so much pressure. And if they can play like that again in this game, then that would be amazing. And I think if this game does follow suit to the last one, Repelli have to call a timeout after, just to figure out what is going on, what has changed that this Shrine team has suddenly just been able to figure them out so easily, because they had nothing. Even the start of this game, Shrine already maybe could have got a goal, had that chance though. And yeah, they've got a little bit more territory here, Repelli. Calf will be able to keep that one in. Ansu getting the touch onto the side while Lyra gets that win to the backboard. Someone there for it. It is Ninja Sam. That is much better.
And the speed strikes when you need it. And of course, who else would it be but Ninja Sam? We were talking about the goals that Lyra's had during this season. The shooting percentage as well at the start of this series. But it's been Ninja Sam coming up with the goals and Lyra supplying them this time round. Beautiful shot into the top left. And Repelli, every game that they've taken the lead in, they have won. Last game they could not get there. Potter misses. Demo does come out, relieves some of that pressure. Bit of space for Shrine to have a counter-attack maybe. Lyra snuffs that one out. Maybe a chance to take the ball up the wall. Try 50 this middle. And Sue once again able to cut it out. Potter manages to miss. Maybe a bump, maybe a demo. Calf will send this ball to the backboard. Maybe a 50 through. Louis is awkward. Maybe a tap above. Take it off each other. Potter manages to reach it, and Repelli looking shades of what we saw in game 1 and 2. The pressure is so much, but Ansu stays cool. Calf, maybe another chance. All 3 players with a 100 boost. Chance to get rid of the ball, and Louis, the right decision here to get rid of that. Maybe even going all the way into the net. Bit of a chance here for Shrine to maybe get a counter, but we're seeing the reverse of what we saw for those last minute. Potter trying to get a ball. Ninja Sam just beats him out. Now, both these teams just trading possession. Both these teams playing defense, playing offense. It's so back and forth.
We'll pop that one up, like you say. Both teams having their spells, both teams having their chances, but it is Rupelli who sit on top now, and I'd probably say that that's fair based on the flow of this game so far. But now Louis has a chance. Calf forced into a save. Potter now, this is awkward. This is going to bounce down. Ninja Sam, though, reads it all the way. Lyra hitting this one to the sidewall. Not sure if that was the right play, as Calf was coming at it at a much better angle. Ninja Sam gets dunked out by Ansu really nicely. Now Calf trying to take this one forward, blocked out by Lyra though. 2 up for the side of Shrine. This is awkward, but Calf just caught underneath it with no boost, cannot find the shot on target there. Louis now to the backboard. Lyra doesn't make contact. Calf no boost. Ansu, can he get the double tap? No, he can't. Ninja Sam is there to cut it out, but time ticking away here for Shrine.
As you said, Ninja Sam, speak of the devil, and he'll get a demo. Calf maybe has a chance to the backboard here, but all 3 players trying to get involved for Rupelli here. It has been the Ninja Sam show for some of these games, but Lyra is going to remind us why. Just misses the ball. Potter able to get clear. Maybe a fast counter attack. Ninja Sam is ready for it. Maybe he can get another ball middle. Decides to go for the demo instead, but Ansu ready for it. Pops it over one. Louis, pass out to Ansu, maybe into the top right corner. Ninja Sam there to deal with it. The ball does bounce middle. A pass across from Potter. Nobody there. Shrine trying to get a goal of their own here. The time is ticking down, as you said. 1:23 left on the clock. Ansu wants to make this a tie game, but Lyra is ready. Louis up to the backboard. Maybe a chance for a pass middle. Maybe a beat of one. It goes off the backboard. Is there anyone there? Calf is ready. Ansu is ready too. Once again, these shots, they are close for Shrine, but they're just not close enough.
Yeah, and I think if Shrine do end up falling here, then there's a lot of opportunities that they can look back on and say, we really should have scored that. They need more clinicality on the offense, because right now they're just letting chances fly by with no end products in this series. That's a 50 coming through. Ninja Sam a little bit awkward, has the 100 boost. Just trying to play time off the clock, leaves it off to Lyra. Can send this one right back down to the Shrine half of the pitch and try and start a little bit of pressure, but Louis will win that race. Lyra, he might be missing this one. That's a double down, but no one there from Shrine gambling on that play, and with such little time left, you feel like they have to start gambling. They have to start throwing everything at this ball, at this Rupelli net. Louis with the touch forward. Calf sending it out. Potter now into the middle. Ansu's up for it. Can't get the touch though. It won't end just yet. Louis trying to keep this one up. Gets a side flip on it though. And that one will hit the ground. Rupelli, they go on match point here in the upper semis.
Shrine here after a bounce back game where you're on the verge of losing 3-1 now.
Yeah.
You've got to look for the timeout, and it is called by Shrine, and they will be taking their 2 minutes to discuss, because we saw demos come back out. Ninja Sam back on the 6 demos, and Shrine 1 demo. We were talking about it. They managed to get a lot more demos. I think it was Louis the game before you mentioned, who just kept going, and he saw the idea. He saw they could beat them in their own playstyle. They let off the gas, and while they did end up having more shots, I believe 2 more overall than the Rupelli side, it's the one that goes in that matters the most.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't know how Rupelli have managed to completely flip what was happening, because we saw in game 1 and 2, whilst Rupelli were definitely on top, it wasn't like a massive domination or anything. But then that game 3, Shrine just had everything. They just absolutely dominated against Rupelli. But that game, they just neutralized that, and I'm not quite sure how they did it, but they managed to do it in the end, and fair play to them. They've put themselves in the position here to be on match point, to be 1 game away from moving on into that upper final, guaranteeing themselves top 3. And again, we are mirroring that other upper bracket series here. Keanu 3-1 up against Devotion over on the B stream. As well, some updates from the lower bracket coming through. Fenrir 2-1 up against Umagis, and Tenma have taken down Hot Burple. So Alpha Surge are out here of the Prospect playoffs. Tenma will be moving on, facing the loser of that other matchup in Devotion versus Kiana, and the loser of this one will be heading to face the winner of Fenrir versus Umagis, which hasn't been decided yet, but Fenrir currently have the advantage over there.
Those are updates that we're very happy to see. I won't comment on which one I'm happy to hear, but either way, I'm quite happy with those results.
I think we know.
Something just clicked for me. Something's put a smile on my face. But the players are getting back in for this game. I believe we're having some lobby issues. I think a small technical issue coming through with the lobby remake. I believe we will be remaking again, so we have a bit more time to discuss, but as you said, it is a lot to come back after losing one of those games, to have your momentum halted by Shrine, have them figure you out. But now the task, 3 games needed for Shrine. That is a lot to come back from. That is a really hard task. I think I've only come back from 3-1 down in playoffs once, and I've been in playoffs like 8, 9 seasons now. It is really, really difficult. It takes a lot of mental fortitude. It takes a lot of planning and preparation as well, because we saw that Shrine were able to figure it out. They were able to get through and beat out this Repelli side at their own game. But when they weren't able to get the shots and they were playing too quick and they were forcing it, they could not get it done under pressure. And maybe Shrine, with a bit of discussion with coach, having that 2 minutes, getting an extended timeout because of the technical issues as well, maybe they will be able to figure something out.
Yeah, and I think we do have everyone back in the lobby, and the timeout is up. We do have everyone here. We will be getting back underway here into game number 5. Repelli, 1 game away from heading into that upper final. Shrine, they have no more chances here in the upper bracket. They cannot afford to slip up, but CAF makes that so difficult.
Little 1v3 play to start the game, and 10 seconds in, if you come off a timeout, the last thing you want to do is get beaten out by one man. CAF making it look so easy for him. And as I said at the start of this stream, CAF was one of those players with a label of expectations, coming down from Challenger after a while. Hasn't been able to really prove himself, but Louis on the other end finds the top left with a solo play of his own. Right off the kickoff, manages to read it off the ceiling, flips that one into the top corner over CAF himself. And he answers back as quick as that, Char.
Yeah, 2 really nice plays to start off this game number 5. Both of these teams meaning business here on Beckwith Park. This might be another one. Double tap attempts. That's a shot on the follow. Well, it didn't go in for CAF this time, but Lyra is there to follow it up. Another really nice play from Rupelli. Lyra, nice finish. Potter just can't get there. 2-1.
Now the script's just getting predictable. If Louis gets an assist down the other end of the field, we might have to start asking some questions about what RSC is doing, because Potter managed to get one. Louis not involved this time, but these teams are just trading off of kickoff. This game is all over the place.
Yeah, not even 30 seconds in, 4 goals here. We have not seen this level of scoring. It's been a fairly quiet series in terms of the actual number of goals that have gone in so far, but this game 5 does not seem to be following that pattern. Lyra flip resets, but he can't find it, and the shot as well. That would have been an unreal play, Dispatch.
And both teams just deciding, let's just go for clip of the playoffs. Let's just throw it all away. 3-1. Let's just go at it. And they took the gloves off going into this game. Louis going for a shot here. Maybe bar down. Bounces out. Ansu with a chance. 2 on both sides. Just bouncing off the bar. Denying the chances for these teams. This one bounces to the middle slowly. Is Louis ready? Gets beaten out by CAF. And Potter is going to have to buy time for his teammates here. Manages to get a good touch away. Can he follow it is the question. Gets a very good ball out. Putting pressure on Ninja Sam. Forces him to the ceiling. But Ninja Sam looks all so comfortable. The ball bouncing down. Maybe a chance for a pass middle. Ansu ready for this 50, but Lyra is composed. Able to maybe get this ball out. Gets one. Unable to get a second. A pass middle from Potter to Louis. both these teams just diving for every ball they can. They both want this so much, and they're all saying, what's the point of waiting? We know we both want this, so let's go for it.
Yeah, this is a double commit coming through from Shrine, but it doesn't matter. Potter is able to sink it away. Shrine, they needed this next goal, and they've got it courtesy of the captain himself. Potter gets himself his second goal on the score sheet in this game number 5 and gets Shrine their third, bringing this lead. Now a chance, Ansu, that's the Potter, can't get contact, but Louis coming in, cut out by Calf. This game 5 has been just back and forth, goals upon goals, entertainment galore here, Dispatch.
And I would love more if Repelli want to give me one, because as I said, I predicted 4-2 for this, so I'm happy to try and take a game, but I just want to see them go at it. And the game does slow down to a lull a little bit here. Both teams playing possession, Shrine happy to stay ahead, but they know more than anyone that they cannot let their foot off the gas. This ball does go low. Potter a little bit awkward, floating with no boost there. Ninja Sam is going to try keep this in. The Shrine roster is low on boost. Ansu and Potter work together to get rid of that one. Lyra is on. Louis getting demo chased, has to force this ball out. Calf taking his time, but gets a very poor 50. Ninja Sam awkward on this ball, has a bit of time to collect. Decides to flip it away. Potter is ready. Is there a follow from either side? It's Lyra first to the ball. Both teams look really antsy. The ball is just getting banged from side to side. Watching a game of tennis here as Ninja Sam once again sending that ball away. Lyra trying to keep this in. Maybe a chance for a follow, but Ansu is ready. Potter's ready too. Calf able to cut that one out. Louis left awkward as last man. This ball bouncing down. Maybe an own goal. They are ready for it, but this ball is dangerously close to the Shrine net. Repelli finding their way forwards. Is Lyra going to have a chance here? A soft bounce down. Calf, maybe a pass into his teammate. Ball finds its way over to the Repelli net. It's so back and forth. Ansu with a bump, but Ninja Sam, maybe a chance for a 1v1. Decides to pass it off to Lyra. Nothing comes yet. Maybe has a bit more of a chance to keep this ball in. Ansu and Louis working together to snuff this ball out, but so far, this game has kind of quietened down, but a double commit comes out. Maybe a chance for Shrine here. They can maybe keep this ball in, Char, but not much happening this last minute and a half.
Yeah, Ansu now is trying to make something happen, but that one will just 50 across, and Repelli, they're trying to get this ball out, but at the moment, they cannot get it past this Shrine line in the midfield. Now it's gone all the way back with a 50. Potter forced to recollect. Lyra doesn't make contact though, and the third man is very, very deep from Repelli, but Calf does really well to avoid the bump and get the touch. Ninja Sam now looking to take this one forward. 40 seconds here for Repelli. They don't have the time to play with. They need to get this ball up the pitch and into the back of the net sooner rather than later. Lyra trying to get this one forward. Potter will pop it up. Ninja Sam gets a touch on it though. That's a beat from Ansu. That one will just find its way in. And barring a miracle here, Dispatch, Shrine, they keep themselves alive in the upper bracket.
And we're seeing a similar situation to what got them in that Game 3. That overextension with little time left does force you to play a little bit more aggressive, to question your own judgment, to go when you don't want to go. And Shrine is ready to take advantage. Maybe a dunk through from Louis over one man. Wants another for the road. Able to just read that out. Knew the man in defense. Want to take some time. Calf tries to get a soft touch, but Louis boosting all the way through that play says, take us to the next game.
Yeah, and since this game is basically done and dusted, I'll give you some news that you'll be very happy to hear, Dispatch. Keanu have taken down Devotion in a 4-1 series, scored a lock-in top 3, get to that upper final against the winner of this series, as Ansu will add another one. Shrine, they want it to be them that take on Keanu. They want it to be them that take down Keanu, and they're proving a statement here in this game that why they can do that if they make it that far. 3-2, sorry, now in the series. Shrine, they keep themselves alive. They show why they are not just going to be rolled over here by this Repelli team. They send us to Neo Tokyo.
As we pull up the stats here, we will see a very uniform win coming in from Shrine. That Ansu goal put everyone on 2. 3 assists, 2 assists, 1 assist, going in order on the scoreboard, just down the list. 3 shots coming through as well. Everybody involved in offense, everyone involved in every single goal. Assists across the board for all 6 goals. This was a team effort. You see the points, 529, 500, 495. All together, they took this game, and with a statement of a win, you've got a question now at 3-2. Repelli do have their timeout. I believe they'll opt not to take it here, but if they do go into that game 7, they might need it to calm their nerves.
Yeah, 100%. Heading into that game 7 with a timeout still in your back pocket is very, very good to have. And another update as well. Umagis were able to take down Fenrir in the lower bracket. So Fenrir, a team that going into this season, a lot of people had as their favorites. Obviously, they made that roster change. They are now out of the playoffs in top 8. So Umagis will be moving on to face the loser of this series here. But that is for later. Right now, this is our last series left to play in the round 1 of the Prospect playoffs. This series, it could go all the distance. Right now we're in game 6. Shrine, they want to send us over to Champions Field. Rupelli, they don't want to let that happen. Let's see who can take it.
If you're Umagis, you would be terrified. There's no winning here. Whatever team drops down is going to be a very, very hard game. We've seen enough from that. Ansu, maybe a chance for a redirect. Very close on that attempt, but Shrine still need 2 more games to take this away. Repelli just need 1. They have that safety, be able to drop 1 more, but as we've both seen in Season 16, Neo Tokyo usually can decide everything. If you are the team coming back, it gives you so much momentum. What a shot from Ninja Sam! A pass down the field from Lyra. Takes a quick glance at this one, just sends it across the net. No one home. Contorti into that top corner. What a shot to open game 6.
Ninja Sam showing why he deserves to be in that upper final against DSQ. What a shot from him to open up the scoring. He might go for another one here. Flip reset, goes low but can't get the second touch. Potter now, not a lot of boost. Calf sending it into the middle, looking for the Doomsday, but the defender able to take that one away. More Rupelli pressure, getting in each other's way a little bit there. This might provide an out here for Shrine. Louis taking it forward, that's into the middle. Lyra manages to get the pop up over 1. Ansu now forced to backpedal on this ball, doesn't get contact. Louis tries to find Ansu but doesn't get the touch he would have wanted, and now this is right back into the Rupelli hands. Who's first to it? Potter will be able to take this one away. Get the 50, gets taken off the pitch though. Louis now trying to take this one forward. That's an awkward touch, that's into the middle. Potter forced into a touch that he maybe wouldn't have wanted to make, but manages to recover really, really well. But right now, Shrine, they get a few seconds in the orange half, but it's right back at them every time.
Absolutely, and we haven't seen a single shot come through from Shrine yet. Repelli just coming out swinging to start this game, and that early goal, beautiful goal, might I add, from Ninja Sam, just helping them so much. The pressure this generates, Ansu just diving backwards to get that save. Maybe this one trickles through. A great shot from Lyra, proving why we were talking about his goal stats at the start of this series, because when it matters, he extends this lead, and 2:49 left right under Ansu. Louis unable to get it. This Shrine team is going to have to change something to get some goals.
Yeah, they need to climb back here in this game number 6. 1 game away from being knocked down into the lower bracket, where their chances at the trophy are by no means gone, but severely diminished. Ansu now can't get the contact on that one. Calf with the shot, the crossbar coming to the rescue of Shrine here. Half the game to go. That could prove crucial, because 2-0 looks a lot more doable than 3-0. Ninja Sam though, flip reset forward. Louis controls this one, gets it over Lyra. Calf is there, trying to take this one back, but Louis will make it difficult. Into the middle, Potter trying to get the shot on net, but the defender takes it away. Just over 2 minutes. Shrine, they need to make a play.
As you said, with 2 minutes left, it's going to be a time where they have to get desperate, and they're going to have to make those mistakes that we saw that punished Repelli in the games that Shrine were up, but we haven't seen a full desperate Shrine yet. They haven't really put things on line when they need to. They're getting aggressive here, but out with 0 boost. Ansu just left on the island with 12 here. Lyra and Kaf trying to combine to extend this lead. Ninja Sam, chance for a touch. Potter going to try, just pop it round, and Ninja Sam, of course, gets a bump away to relieve some pressure for his team.
Now trying to take this one forward. That's a nice touch from Louis, but won't be able to find the net. Demos coming through from both sides now. Shrine, they must be getting a little bit antsy at this point, a little bit panicked. They need these goals. Rupelli, they just need to hold on, but if they could add a third, it certainly would help. Ansu gets a 50 there. No second touch on it, though. Ninja Sam now has a shot. Potter able to clear it away. A minute to go here for Shrine.
To go indeed, and 2 goals and maybe a force to overtime is a huge ask, but we see one here. Just pops through to Ansu. Didn't even see what happened off that 50, but 50 seconds left. It's going to be a task, but a beat over. What a pass from Louis. I didn't even see that one coming. Ansu's just ready to walk that one in. You'll say thank you very much, but Shrine, they're going to need a little bit more of that to keep this going, because with just under a minute left, they still need 1 more goal. Is it going to be Louis to be the catalyst once again? Maybe Kaf will go for a clear. Ninja Sam backwards with no boost here. Maybe a little bit awkward. Potter can look for the 50. Ansu take control. Maybe a pop over 1. Maybe a pop over 2. But with 30 seconds left now, a demo coming through. Getting rid of that second man. All Ansu can do is get a touch. Potter is too deep. Maybe a chance for Louis. Takes control. Maybe a 50 over Kaf. But Charles, we get into these 20 seconds. It is crucial now. They need to get desperate.
These are the moments where you prove your worth on the team. 10 seconds left. Ansu will send this one back to his teammate. Takes it again. That's a shot onto the backboard. No one there. Ninja Sam takes it away from his teammate. It won't matter though. All they need to do, get this ball onto the ground. Louis gets a pop up. It's still up. Sanctuary trying to take this one forward, but it'll drop. Rupelli, they take the series. They move on to face DSQ, and Sanctuary drop down to face Umagis in that lower bracket.
And of course, you know me, I'm humble, but I swear someone said this would be a 4-2 series to Rupelli. One of us could have said it, you never know. I mean, we both got the score right, but this could have gone either way. We both know that. We saw in these games, but as we can see, it's been the demos every game. Every time Rupelli are leading in demos, they've won. They brought it back. It was Lyra leading the team with 4 there. And as soon as Sank get off the ball and they let this Rupelli team get these demos, it makes it so much harder, but we will be seeing Repello versus Keanu in that upper final. And what a matchup that'll be.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching that one. Also really looking forward to watching these next set of matchups we have in our lower quarter finals. We have Umagis versus Shrine over on the B stream, but next it is Tenma versus Devotion over here. But we'll still talk about this series for a little bit longer, and your series MVP, Ninja Sam. And those stats, fairly standard, you know, the points, it's a good series MVP performance. Then you look at the demos, and it's 25 demos in 6 games.
I was looking, I was like, 5 goals, 1 assist. Yeah, points look good, shots good. 25 demos. That is insane. In 6 games. 6 games, Char. That's what we're getting. 25. That is an absurd amount of demos for one series, and we saw the impact it had on the games. That is completely... We've spoken about that so much this series, especially those pivotal games 1 and 2 that kind of set the pace for this series. Shrine were able to get back into it between that game 2 and between that game 4 and 5, but Repelli looked in control. They had the few blunders, but in a best of 7, you can slip up sometimes. You can still take that series, and it was close at points, but Repelli, when they come out looking that good 2-0, you kind of got to back them through it.
Yeah, 100%. And that is it for our upper semi-final. We're gonna head to a quick break, but make sure you don't go anywhere because we'll be right back on this stream with Tenma versus Devotion in a do or die matchup for both of those teams, because the loser will be out, their season will be over. We'll see who can take that out in just about 10 minutes. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
This isn't just merch. It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
This is trophi.ai, an AI Rocket League coach, and it's absolutely crazy what you can do with this. If you've ever heard of ballchasing.com, it's a lot like that, but on steroids.
You can press P and a pro demo will come up, and this is what's so cool and so unique about Trophy is that this is not seen anywhere else, and it's just a great way to kind of show you how to do a training pack without having to side by side watch a YouTube video.
And this is actually really cool. Training paths. So you basically, you know the skill trees from Assassin's Creed, Spider-Man, Sekiro, you know that sort of games where you have to, you get skill points, use them, you unlock new skills. This is sort of very similar, but instead of actually getting skill points, you're actually doing the mechs. And also a cool feature as well, guys, watch this. You can slow it down. You can actually slow-mo it like this. So if you're really struggling, what you need to do, you can actually look for yourself and just have a look at the exact movements that you're doing there. Look, it's really cool. I really like it. And
alongside helping with mechanics, it also has a feature that analyzes any of your saved replays. That way you can see what you're doing well and what you need to improve on. It even has this cool post-game analysis that you can see stats from the game you just played.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Prospect Playoffs. We're here for our second match on this stream of the evening. Once again, I'm Char, but this time joined alongside me, the man, the myth, the legend, it's Beeping Sheep.
Hello, everybody, and we're in for a very long one. Of course, we did just have a whole hour, 4 separate games. We'll run through them quickly before we get onto this next one. Of course, in the lower bracket, first off, it's Tenma versus Hot Purple, 3-1 to Tenma. Umagi's beat Fenrir 3-2 as well, so that puts Chrome and Alpha Surge both completely out of Prospect now, whereas in the upper bracket, of course, you saw on the last A-Stream game, we had Rupali 4-2 against Shrine, puts them through at the top 3 now, with Shrine in that lower quarters against Umagi's now, and Devotion falling 4-1 to Keanu, which now brings us to our current match, Tenma versus Devotion, a lower bracket run versus the latest victim of the Keanu Express, who I believe you're back to win the tier, Char.
Yes, I did. Keanu are just a bit good, I won't lie, but both of these teams are also very slow. We do have all of our players in the lobby, so if it's all right with you, Beeping Sheep, I think we can just skip over the stats and stuff and just run straight to predictions, potentially.
Yeah, I completely rate it. Let's just do it in the game. Let's get straight into the hype chamber. We'll prediction it anyway. Blue versus blue. Dash of red there from Mistaken. The lower bracket is underway. Best of 5 still. Onwards to the top 6.
Yeah, we're getting started. 5 potential games of Rocket League here. Tenma versus Devotion. And just before this game starts off, we've got predictions. I'm going 3-2 Devotion.
I like that. I'm gonna go 3-1 Tenma. I think we're going to see a little bit of a run here going. But of course, you've got on that side of Devotion, you've got last season's Academy champ JPEG now captaining a prospect team as well in playoffs as well. So he's definitely made the step up, I suppose you could say, from that Academy. And can you blame him as well? You, of course, standout runaway best player in Academy last season. It seems, well, as we've just said, he definitely fits the criteria for a prospect player right now. But you are going against a, well, all in all pretty good team like Tenma.
Yeah, Shin able to open up the scoring there. Talbro gets the beat, bang off the corner, and Shin finds the bottom corner. A little bit of unnecessary placement there, but it never goes amiss. And yeah, Tenma able to get our first goal of the series here on Neo Tokyo, which is definitely the order that we're supposed to do them, trust. But yeah, nice start there for this Tenma team.
Yeah, Game 6 has come early, it looks like. It's actually game number 1. Game 1 is the new Game 6, as nobody has ever said before. But Talbro in that Esper, trying to find goal number 2. Goosey Boy has to stop that one on the line. Killer Goose, if you don't know him already. Untitled Goose Game, as he was called in chat as well. But Vap is down the other side now. Looks to drop that one downwards to a teammate. Deadly Dom, not quite going to be there, but as is no one. So, thankfully for the side of Tenma, they sort of get away with one there. JPEG follow-up shot, won't manage to find it. Goosey just chasing his way through the box, trying to take out defenders left, right, and centre. Talbro away. Shin trying to follow this one now. There's no immediate pressure from the side of Ocean now. As I say that, Goosey straight up towards the backboard now. JPEG up. And I will say we have got player cams. And I'm not sure if it's JPEG or Goosey, but someone's there twice. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, they're just there. If it is JPEG, he's just there twice because he's so good. Getting the first opening goal here for Devotion. And talking a little bit about these teams, just because we didn't get to do so at the start of the series, we got the 2nd seed coming out of the Ignis conference in terms of Devotion, but the 6th seed coming through from the Glacies conference if you're talking about Tenma. And they've done really, really well to get here. They're top 6 in the whole tier. They barely scraped top 6 in their own conference. They started the season really slow. I think they went either 0-3 or 0-4 at the start of the season. I can't remember which it was, but they started the season really below expectations, because I, before the season, rated this team very, very highly.
Yeah,
these 3
same.
players, Talbro doing very well on Chrome last season, Deadly Dom always in and around in the prospect tier, doing well for himself, and Shin dropping down from the challenger tier, a very solid player as well. So they underperformed massively at the start of the season in a lot of people's eyes, but they managed to bring it back, had a final day scrap for the top 6, managed to make it, and then ever since then they have been absolutely flying here in this playoff bracket.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, first round of play-ins, of course, in the RSC, we're yet to see... Well, we have seen one play-ins champion. That was last season with Brave Flame in Rival, but we're yet to see a first round all the way to the end run. So I'm sure Tenma would absolutely love to be the first team to try and attempt something like that. Of course, they're doing a pretty good job so far. Talbro towards the net. Vapids stops it. Puts it away to JPEG, who smacks that all the way down to the blue side of the field now. Shin taking a bit of control. Vapids insta jumps on him, though. And Goosey into the middle. Won't have an instant follow. As I say that, JPEG up. Talbro beats him. Bit of a battle of the midfield now as well, as it does go towards the net somewhat, but not so much in a threatening way, since we've had that 1-1. Unless Goosey can find a shot here, and what? Yes, he can!
Lovely double tap off the sidewall there from Goose, getting that shot right into that top corner. Perfect placement. And as well, we talked a little bit about this Tenma side, but looking on the other side of the field, these 3 players for this Devotion side are so good, right? JPEG, like you said, won the Academy tier last season, the standout player on that team, the player of the season, MVP. The things he was doing in that grand finals was just unbelievable, and he's done it again here in the prospect tier. I'll talk a little bit more about the other 2 players a little bit later on, but for right now, Shin is making his mark here in this lower quarterfinal.
Yeah, the spotlight is fully on him right now, and why wouldn't it be? I mean, 2-2 now. Shin, both goals as well. So, certainly the answer to any question coming Tenma's way, it seems. And I know all the way back from when I was in Challenger myself, he was always just a challenging, well, if you want, a tricky player to come up against. He always had that, I suppose, X factor. You knew that there was always a fighting chance for them to, you know, take a game, take a series, something like that. But that was a while ago. It's nice to see he hasn't lost that. Of course, the CMV staying similar as that shot finds the bar there from Devotion. But it's nice to see he's basically the same old player as he always has been, just in what is essentially Chally as prospect now because of the, well, CMV inflation and Talbro last-ditch save their final 30 seconds. We stay at 2-2.
Talbo trying to take this one forward. Shin now popping it up, getting it under Goose. Shin getting the double tap off the ground, but can't do much with that one. Goose sending it to the backboard. That'll drop down JPEGs there, but cannot make connection. Vapids now into the middle. Goose will get on that one, but Shin able to get the 50. Vapids with the shot, but that is just wide. Shin taking away. Devotion pushing for this goal before the overtime. Goose to the backboard. Dom will get the touch though. That one will fall. Game number 1, Beeping Sheep. We have an overtime.
We have overtime on the Tokyo, and your eyes do not deceive you. It is 0-0 in the series. Shin challenged by Vapids. Vapids wins the battle there. Dom off the corner though as well, wants to get it out of his blue half, but Goose insta-chow straight away. Once again, we're seeing a lot of these in Prospect so far. It's a lot fast-paced compared to Academy on yesterday, who I will say had, well, quite a dominant team in Unito winning that overall, so go check that out if you haven't already. But Vapids now towards the middle. Dom wants to chase it away now and does so. Beats Goosey on the follow-up 50. Tries to find the pinch as well. Goes all the way downfield. This could be there for Shin if he finds the read. And he does! Game number 1 goes the way of Tenma. And what a play it was.
Yeah, what a pinch from Dom. And then the read as well from Shin. Manages to get that goal and manages to get this first game for Tenma as they continue their lower bracket run here. They've already had many teams fall to them. Embark were the first, Obscurity next, Hot Purple next. Will Devotion be on that list as well come the end of this series? They need 2 more games to do it, Beeping Sheep.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it in this lower bracket, because it's a lot of best of 5s. The upper bracket, entirely best of 7, start to finish. But this one, you know, short series, sweet series, and the way Tenma are playing, that's exactly what they want to be doing, because so far in the B stream, Shrine are 1-0 up against Umagis. So it would, as it stands, set up a date between Shrine and Tenma in that top 4, in that lower semi-final, which is also going to be a best of 5, also on the B stream in an hour's time. But it's a good start from what what for quite a bit of it was Devotion pressure. I think because we saw them take the lead as well at one stage. They did have the lead until Shin had answered back and then become a hat-trick hero. But Tenma are really taking it to the second place, and it just shows you that even if you do scrape playoffs, you can absolutely put a shift in.
Yeah, 100%, and they're doing so well here in this lower bracket. But I said I would come back onto the players on this Devotion side, and I will. Talked a little bit about JPEG, but Goose and Vapids as well. Goose, a player that I tried out before this season, and as soon as I did, I knew that I wanted him on my roster. Coming down from Chally as well. Such a good player. The caps meant that I wasn't able to have him, but he's found a home here on this Mistaken roster with JPEG and with Vapids, who is always a name near the top of the conversation in this tier. Such a solid player, and this team right from the start, I think a lot of people knew that they would be a force to be reckoned with, and they have proved that, getting the 2nd seed in Ignis, making it to the top 6 here in the playoffs. Unfortunately falling to that Keanu super team in the upper bracket, but they're still in it and they're still vying for that trophy.
Yeah, the fact of the matter as well is they didn't get swept by Keanu. Even if it was a super team, they still managed to take a game, which is important, especially going against teams like that. If you can even take a single game, you're doing somewhat well for yourself. And they do need to be a little bit better though here, because a miss from JPEG could have led to a goal there for Tenma, but won't happen, thankfully for him, as Goose just puts that one down into the blue side of the field. Now Shin misses the touch. JPEG back down, but low on boost. Talbro and Dom just pairing up right now, trying to start an attack for this blue side now. Talbro looking to do so as well. Goosey double out. Shin looking for goal number 4. The absolute marksman for his team so far, scoring all 3 of their goals in game number 1. But now Talbro off the wall, looks for nobody. He just tries to do it himself, and Dom's going to be just waiting for that challenge, just letting it come to him because he knows JPEG is low on boost. Vapids is not, however. And you're looking at one player. There's also another chart that they really have to be mindful of.
Yeah, Vapids manages to get that shot, bounce it under one over the second. Really nice finish from him. Gets Devotion 1-0 up here in this game number 2. Might be 2 here. Vapids opts to put that one to the sidewall instead. Talbro now leaves it out for Dom. Gets another pinch. We saw that work wonders over in game number 1. Now Vapids off the corner into the middle. JPEG, though, doesn't make contact on the shot. And now Talbro with the counter, with the shot. But Vapids will be able to keep it away.
Vapids just everywhere at the moment. Offense, defense. He's just everywhere that his team need him to be. And that one's kept away as well. Vapids, important demo furthermore. So also the executioner for his side so far. But JPEG now towards the other side of the field. Talbro meets him for the 50, but ends up losing it, even if just a little bit. And Vapids off the corner now. Can't get the second touch because the boost is just a little short. Shin, though, trying to upper pass in play. Won't happen. JPEG, maybe a double tap. Only settles for the 1, though. And Goose just wants to boom this one downfield. Just wants to keep it in orange. Put some more pressure on the goalies. Well, all 2 of them. All 3 of them for that matter. And a fake comes in. Vapids, Mr. Composure over here, looking for a pass now. But it's not going to find the net. But I do like the ideas that he's bringing to the table.
JPEG gets dunked out by Shin, and now Dom will take this one forward, but Vapids is there. Talbro now off the sidewall. JPEG will pop it up. We've seen him do so many mechanical things in Academy last season, and he went for it again here in Prospect. Almost managed to get it through, but Shin turns it away nicely. Now Vapids off the sidewall. Nice pop from Talbro. Talbro still on it. No reset. Connects there. That could have been dangerous if he got it. Goose will pop that one high. JPEG getting a little bit of a touch. Goose will chase it, take it over 1 as well. Dom blocks it out, but only as far as Vapids. No double tap. Talbro takes it to the side. Devotion still hold that 1-0 lead.
Doing a good job of it, though, as well, because we've not seen any panic stations from them, which is uncommon for a team in these bottom couple of tiers. You feel when an attack comes against them and they have to hold a 1-goal lead, like England in the World Cup, unfortunately, they just settle for something they're not quite used to, and it all goes horribly wrong. But so far, they're doing a brilliant job of it. We've seen a few chances there from Tenma as well, but suspect miss. Is it a caster curse? No, it's not, unless Shin's there for the follow, which he isn't. We could have avoided something pretty juicy there of an equalizer.
Yeah, not a lot of time left now for Tenma. That one maybe could have been their final chance here, but Shin trying to make another one, but just not anywhere near the net, really. Now JPEG off the ceiling, doesn't get contact onto it, though. Dom will flick over 1, pops up again with the shot, and he finds it. The deadly Dom is deadly.
Yes, he is. Touch pass 1. Boom pass 2, and it's just as easy as that. That's the answer you need, and someone beside Shin is on the score sheet now with a late equalizer for his team, putting Tenma right back into this game number 2, which is on the right map. He's on for bin tempo. Maybe Dom can find another, but he can't. That could have been 2-1 for a moment ago, but everybody's staying very far back now for Tenma. After that Dom attack ended, no one was there to follow. So unless Shin can get a touch here, which he cannot, Vapids doing a brilliant job to keep that one out as Goosey just booms it down. I think Devotion are just playing for overtime unless a miss comes in. I feel like they're not going for too much right now. They just played it a little bit safely there. And I think both teams now just settling for an overtime. We'd like to see it. And it is still up unless it's going to get killed by Talbro, which it will. We have overtime, Char.
Yeah, second overtime in a row. Both of these teams match for match right now. JPEG trying to end it, but Shin able to clear it away. Goose now hits it forward, but can't get it past Talbro with the high pop. That one might just find its way in, but the crossbar comes to the rescue of Devotion, and they keep it out for now. But Dom trying to get onto it again. No touch coming through. Vapids will clear it away and finally get this ball up the other end of the pitch.
Well, the possession plays from Tenma were there, but they just weren't quite enough, though. Maybe another shot can come in, but Shin dipping back a little bit, straight back towards the orange side of the field. Now Dom taking on Goosey Boy. 50 goes nobody's way, but Vapid's all the way down the other side of the field now. Who's going to be there first? It will be Shin. Booms it away as well. Goes only as far as Dom now, who tries to eye up the net, but JPEG's going to be ready at the front post. Gets one touch, gets two touch. Shin back towards Dom, back towards the goal. He can't find it, but Talbro can, and it's 2-0 Tenma.
Tenma, one game away here from continuing their lower bracket run in the Prospects playoffs. And now, Devotion, they need a reverse sweep over this Tenma roster to stay in the competition. Tenma, they want to pull off history. They want to pull off one of the greatest, potentially the greatest lower bracket run in RSC history, and they're one game away from being even closer to doing that, Beeping Sheep.
Wouldn't you love to see if they could do that? I remember a couple of seasons ago, I think it was season 16 in Rival. It was always Rival for some reason. We saw that Tizok run from the very first playoffs all the way, I believe it was to the lower finals. And then, of course, RSC 17 Rival, we saw Flame, second round of play-ins, all the way to winning the tier. And Tenma, they're looking good. They've almost secured top 4 in their 4th straight win. But they've got to have one more game, and sometimes the hardest game to win in a series like this is that final one. No timeout called as well from Devotion. They do have it, don't forget. So Tenma, I've just got to not get too ahead of themselves here, because if they play like they did in the second half of that game, not the first half wasn't the strongest showing by them, but if they play like they did in the second half, they have a very high chance of taking us out in a sweep. It's just a matter of if they can do it.
Yeah. 2 overtimes, though, show that Devotion definitely can get a shot on this game and get back into this series. The reverse sweep is by no means out of the question, but it's going to be so tough for them. They need to be on their A game if they want to stay in these playoffs. Dom going up for this one, hits it to the sidewall. Has the control on it as well. That's a double tap. That would have been dangerous, but Vapids make sure it's not. Gets the demo on the midfield player, and it's a good strategy, Sheep, because if you can't block the pass, then just take out its target.
It's definitely a way of doing it, because if there's no one to score, then there's no way a goal can go in. So you'd think, but there is a goal finding the net there. It's a placement from Dom. Vapids nods his head on the player count, just accepting it's not ideal for his team there. And it is 1-0 to Tenma early on in game number 3, and they're right where they left off.
He is deadly by name, and he is deadly by nature. Slotting that one into the bottom corner and puts Tenma in the driver's seat in this game. In the driver's seat to make top 4. Talbro trying to add another one, but Goose able to save it away. JPEG now pops this one high, following it up to the backboard. That's bouncing down, but Talbro will be first to it, sending it away. That's a nice mid-pass. Vapids just can't find the net, but JPEG with the follow, and the post comes to the rescue of Tenma.
The 4th man. Try as you might. You can beat 3, but there's always that one extra. The post stopping JPEG that time. It wasn't quite picture perfect from the JPEG file, but maybe another goal chance can come in soon. Goosey towards the middle, Vapids towards the net. Shin blocks that one out, and I will say the scoreline doesn't reflect how much I think Vapids has been having a good game, because he's been having a very good performance as well. He's been up both ends. He's been doing what he can for his team, but of course Tenma have just been deadlier, and there is, well, one man with that in his name that shows exactly why so far. That's the sole difference in this game number 3, but a bit of a tangle up on the defense there. Could have left the net open for Devotion, but they couldn't quite take the chance. Now Talbro over 2, goes down the other end, back as far as Shin. Is Goosey going to beat him to the 50? He will somewhat, but Dom will be there just in time. Tenma working together to try and find another goal here. Dom won't get it, but maybe Talbro will, and he will. Lead is doubled, and Devotion are backs against the wall.
We're going to call that a calculated fake there from Deadly Dom and move on. Tenma 2-0 up here, 3 minutes to go. It is do or die for this Devotion squad. Throughout these playoffs, it seemingly looks like Glacies has been on top of Ignis all the time, and this is about to be proved even more here with the 6th seed looking poised to sweep the 2nd seed. Talbro can't get that one. JPEG will be able to get it, but Shin, a few nice touches to try and take it out. Talbro there again, good first touch, looking for the second. That'll drop down mid, but Dom just can't get the follow. Now a counter chance, but that one's just sent forward aimlessly from Devotion. The panic seemingly starting to set in for this side because they know they do not have time. The clock on their season is running down.
They're really working against it now. 2-0 down in the game, 2-0 down in the series. Make that 3-0 in the game. Dom with another one. And it's just unraveling. It's getting worse and worse for Devotion. Now, you can see on the player cams despair coming through from all of these players so far. They know what's hit them. They know what's going on. And if there's any hope for them at all, they need a rapid answer.
Yeah, it's a monumental task here for Devotion to come back from. That could make it even harder. I think the save actually came through from Talbro in the end. Gives them a scrap of hope in this game, but it might just not be enough. Vapids getting the double tap. Dom is there, clearing it out. Goose has the control on it. Getting a few nice touches, trying to air dribble it over the top. JPEG will pop that one up. Deadly Dom over to the side. Shin off the sidewall. Goose pops it forward, but time just ticking down. They cannot get this ball into the back of the net. They're running out of everything here, Sheep.
Yeah, the seconds are just flooding out from below them. And Tenma know it as well. They're just killing the clock as best they can. Off the back wall goes Talbro. This stays in the orange half as well. All the work possible to do for Devotion. Maybe it's Dom. One more off the backboard. Looks for the triple tap. Can't find it. Tried the flare, tried the style. But 3-0 is more than enough so far.
Goose sends this one forward to the backboard. One last hope here for Devotion. They've done so well in this season, and Vapids, the man who in this series has been that player for this Devotion team, he gives them a chance here in this game number 3, but will it be just a bit too little, just a bit too late?
You'd like to hope it's not a consolation. You'd like to think there's maybe one more goal, at least, in this game number 3. Oh, it could well have been for Tenma as well, but Devotion have got to get this all the way down to the other side of the field. Now JPEG can't get the touch. Maybe Vapids can, maybe not, but final 15 seconds. This clock is completely ticking down. Dom with the flip resets, just keeping it away from this Devotion side. JPEG gets a bit of a missed touch, and they've sent the house, but they haven't managed to find it. At the end of the day, it's Tenma advancing 3-0 in the series, and that is a statement win in the Prospect playoffs.
Yeah, Tenma all the way from round 1 of play-ins to top 4 here. An amazing run forming for them, and it is not over just yet. They're doing so well. They've made it into those lower semis, and they will look to keep on going. Devotion, they played so well over the season, got the 2nd seed coming out of the Ignis conference, but their season is over. They're going home, and a lot of that is down to the amazing performance by these Tenma players, by Talbro, by Dom, and by Shin. A fully deserved win from them, a statement sweeping, building that momentum, and keeping on rolling through this lower bracket.
Yeah, the Tenma Express now. Rivaling maybe only Kiano, if anybody. I mean, of course, Rupali still look good. Shrine 1-0 up in game number 4 over Umagi's right now. Looking to seal it as well. Hang on. This game's going to conclude any moment now, if anything. So I'd like to see... They should be playing Shrine, unless there's a miracle of a 0-second goal, which there won't be. No, surely not.
Still up.
It is still up. It is still up. It's not up. It's not up. So it will be Shrine versus Tenma. And, well, here's your series MVP. Almost forgot there was another game going. But, yeah, Deadly Dom, 1,300 points, 3 goals, 5 saves, 4 demos, 2 assists, 8 shots. All in all, good stats across the board, as is the case for everybody on his team. Everyone had their own standout games. Shin in game 1, Dom in game 2, Talbro in game 3. So you really could have given that one, I think, to anybody, Shah. They all deserved it.
Yeah, 100%. And we do now have our top 4 in the prospect here locked in here. Upper final, Kiano versus Rupelli, and lower semis, Shrine versus Tenma. And it'll be very, very interesting to see how the rest of this day unfolds. Can anyone take down the team that a lot of people are calling the Avengers of the prospects here in Kiano? Can anyone upset them? Will it be the favorites? Will Tenma do the impossible? Will Shrine manage to make a little bit of a lower bracket run of their own? Or will Rupelli take them down in the upper final or the grand final? That's for the rest of today. It's been an amazing day so far, and I'm sure it will continue to be. We will be going to a short break here, but make sure you don't go anywhere, because in about 25 minutes or so, we will be back here with our upper final of Kiano versus Rupelli. We'll see you soon.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
This is trophi.ai, an AI Rocket League coach, and it's absolutely crazy what you can do with this. If you've ever heard of ballchasing.com, it's a lot like that, but on steroids.
You can press P and a pro demo will come up, and this is what's so cool and so unique about Trophy is that this is not seen anywhere else, and it's just a great way to kind of show you how to do a training pack without having to side by side watch a YouTube video.
And this is actually really cool. Training paths. So you basically, you know the skill trees from Assassin's Creed, Spider-Man, Sekiro, you know that sort of games where you have to, you know, get skill points, use them, you unlock new skills. This is sort of very similar, but instead of actually getting skill points, you're actually doing the mechs. And also a cool feature as well, guys, watch this. You can slow it down. You can actually slow-mo it like this. So if you're really struggling, what you need to do, you can actually look for yourself and just have a look at the exact sort of movements that you're doing there. Look, it's really cool. I really like it. And
alongside helping with mechanics, it also has a feature that analyzes any of your saved replays. That way you can see what you're doing well and what you need to improve on. It even has this cool post-game analysis that you can see stats from the game you just played.
The Prospect Playoffs continue here on the rsc-eu stream, and it's now time to put a team into your grand finals. Welcome everybody to your upper finals. My name is Hodge. Joining alongside me is Beeping Sheep. And, well, Sheep, I mean, we've got a great series ahead of us here. The two top dogs have proven to be the two top dogs to this upper bracket, now clash for a spot in the grand final. And I think we've got, you know, we don't want to waste much time, so let's just dive into predictions, right?
Yeah. Let's just get straight into it. We'll recap everything once the series is underway. Well, you know what? I'm going to go second for this one, so I'll let you start.
I think I'm going to go with what makes sense. Actually, can we get the bracket up on the screen just for 1 second, and then I'll show why it makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, I'm going to go with what makes sense, and that is a Kayano that looks like they are in form. Rupelli, they look really good, but I don't think they can take down what I referred to before as the Avengers of Prospect. So DSQ Kayano 4-2 for me. I'm gonna give it that way. But yeah, you said you wanted to go second. What about you?
Well, I'm going to go for a slight shock. I think everybody has, well, we've seen the Avengers, as everybody seems to have predicted, well, most people, Keanu winning the whole tier. I'm going to go, right now, 4-2 Rupelli. So far, they've had two upper bracket matches. Both of them have finished 4-2. So it's going to keep going. The train's going to keep going, and Rupelli are going to take this one 4-2 as well, and have that upper spot in that grand finals. But I believe that's everything, Hodge, because we don't want to keep them waiting any longer.
We absolutely don't. I think we've got a match to get started, don't we, Sheep?
Absolutely do. And off we pop then. Purple and orange. It looks like a Splatoon lobby, if I'm being honest, with these team colours. But off we go. It's Fox versus assortment of letters for a spot in the grand finals.
It's Fox versus the Scrabble set here on Manfield Night. And it's go, go, go here in game number 1 of your upper finals. Time to put a team into that grand final. A best of 7. Top 3 guaranteed for both, but one has to endure the grueling lower bracket, and one gets an hour break.
Especially with them Sharks in that lower bracket as well. We just saw Tenma absolutely wipe out Devotion, and likewise with Shrine beating Umagi's there. That match is going on the B stream right now, Shrine versus Tenma. So we've got a, well, high intensity clash, if you will, with Rupelli versus Keanu here. Arguably 2 of the favourites for the tier. I mean, of course, there's only 4 teams left now, but first chance coming in from Keanu. This goes all the way down the other end now. Ninja Sam straight towards a teammate, hopefully, but Omar, or maybe Omar if you will, can't tell if it's definite or not, clears that one away. Kaf into the blue corner now. Omar once again with the touch. Now Kaf bumps one. We saw a lot of that in the play-ins earlier this week as well, with all the bumping coming in from the likes of Ninja Sam especially. I'd like to see how Volpers can use that. But so far, it's 0-0, and the Avengers have been kept at bay from, you know what, my Thanos.
Well, the pressure already starting to dial up, and well, I actually spoke to Omar in prospect discussion when he was asking me why I didn't talk about him as much when I covered the DSQ roster change over on the Lower Bracket podcast, and my response was, sorry, I didn't know if it was you. You know, your name is maybe Omar. When are we going to get definitely Omar? He said, that's what I aspire to do every single playoffs, and so far, that's what DSQ have been doing. That's what he's been doing. He's ascending to definitely Omar, and maybe by the end of the night he will definitely in fact be Omar, but that's the question for a little bit later. For the time being here, Sheep, we continue through game number 1, and yeah, no goals on the board just yet. Wonder if this is going to be, you know, like what we saw on the Rupelli Shrine game, where we saw quite a lot of goals and, you know, quite a lot of action, or whether it's going to be what we saw in the DSQ Mistaken game in their upper semi-final, where it was, you know, quite a defensive bout between those two squads, and, you know, we only saw maybe 1 or 2 goals a game.
Well, it's quite a cagey match so far. Of course, only 2 minutes in, but the big admin himself, Archeon, the head of everything, wants to add another title to his name, and he's got quite the team with him to do just that. But of course, going against a side like Rupelli, you have to be careful with whatever you do, as Lyra's going to take that one across over into that blue box. But Omar away. I'd like to see a team of maybe Omar and apparently Jack, because everyone's just a little bit unsure of what's going on. But Ninja Sam in, Ninja Sam off the post. That could have easily found the net, but Lyra trying to pepper that net further. Mason out, but Lyra straight back in. Maybe Ninja Sam one more to keep this attack coming for the side of Rupelli, but so far it's a good defensive hold from the side of Keanu.
Well, Lyra now challenging this ball down the line, picked up there by Mason, but will be dispossessed by Ninja Sam. Back over to Archeon, as it is DSQ who still hold the cards here in the defense, but only for a second, because Kaf's lurking, and DSQ I want to try and turn things around. It's a bit of a switch of possession fast here from each side. And Ninja Sam looking for the sideboard double infield pass over to Lyra, who plays that 50, but Mason just a little bit stronger.
Yup, but maybe this attack's going to keep going from Kaf now, as Archeon just takes that one across. And let me just highlight, by the way, even from a Challenger days, seasons and seasons ago, Archeon always, I seem to have known him as, anyway, a good defender. Never have beaten him on the field, but Kaf may well have just now. I speak about good defenders, and I'm sorry in advance for the caster curse, because instantly it's a goal for Rupelli.
Yeah, just finds himself a little bit too far forward and out of position there. And Rupelli capitalise, find the first goal. And Volps, as a franchise, returning to the league after a 4-season hiatus, I believe, 3-season hiatus. And, well, they're going to be looking to try and find some success. The success that they didn't really, if my memory serves me correctly, find last time when they were here in RSC 14. And what a roster that they have, trying to sort of make that happen here today in the prospect here.
Yeah, what a roster. Just bring yourself back in, because you see returning franchises all the time, but this one from the Ashes, which reminds me I'd love to see Green Phoenix back again, but I don't know how.
Oh, yes.
Good chance that would have been, because they had some stack rosters back in the day especially. But Volpers, of course, looking to do just the same thing. Omar into the box, final minute here now, and shot not found. Clear has been found. That drops down, maybe one more from Lyra. Some plays coming in, but 1-0 remains the scoreline so far, Hodge.
I'll say, I'm trying to think of some franchises that, used to be iconic and aren't with us. Yeah,
Legend Mania, if you know, you know.
Legend Mania. Oh my goodness. These are the these are the days. These are the days. I'm still quite new gen in the RSC world, so maybe they're not. There's some uncle just be in chat, be like, yeah, actually, you went around in RSC4 when there was this franchise and that franchise. But yeah, it's Vulpes dominating here in game number 1. I say dominating. It feels like they've had a lot of the possession and a lot of the pressure, but the scoreline doesn't really reflect that, right? It feels like they've had the ball in the attacking side for a good portion of this game, and maybe DSQ are going to say something on the final second.
Wait,
Archeon
no!
has a chance to do it, but just can't quite place the shot.
Oh, yeah, it could have happened, but he put it out for a throw-in. So the less said, the better. The less said, the better about that one.
Oh my word. Well, yeah. Vulpes Repelli take game number 1 here in this best of 7. It's not going to be an easy task for either of these sides. And what a story it is for both of these teams, right? You look at Kayano, for the likes of Archeon, it's about, returning to the glory days of a good roster. Same for sort of Omar. He's obviously won trophies before, but it's been a few seasons. If I remember, I know last season, went out in that lower bracket in Prospect quite early, and then Mason as well here looking to do it. Started the season in Chally, and now finds himself here on a top Prospect team as well. You look at this Repelli side, Ninja Sam rising up through the ranks of Academy a couple of seasons ago, making himself known, and since then has just continued to get better and better and better. And look at the players around him here. Kaf, a high priority player in the Prospect tier last season, ended up being a Chally sub on that MPB Snow team, and it didn't do so well in the end, but now coming back down into the Prospect tier this season has certainly found a good bunch to team alongside in Ninja Sam and Lyra, and they look incredible.
They do. They look well oiled and they look raring to go. And oh my word! And on Forbidden Temple, they want to get themselves a 2-0 lead in the series, really cement themselves as a side to beat in the Prospect here so far. Granted, that we've got nothing as dominant as I suppose Snap offered this time last season. That may have well been the most dominant team I've ever seen in RSC, but it's a little bit more fair ground this time. I think every team left has the potential to win it all. A Tenma surprise story, either of these two winning. Lyra missing a shot like that, though, certainly won't help. And the Shrine as well. 2 ex-rivals in Potter and Ansu, who have previously teamed before, albeit that was Season 13, but Ninja Sam opens the scoring, and Vulpes on the board once again.
Yeah, it's a disconnection on the goal line here from DSQ, and it's Ninja Sam, the player who's finding the gap in that defense, who's slotting the first goal for Repelli, who's giving this Vulpes team the passion and maybe the privilege of a grand final at the end of this best of 7. But that's still a long way away. We know what DSQ can do. We know they can push back, and they're not going to go down this easily.
No, we've seen, especially from Keanu, from the Avengers, as what Char calls them, as we've said a few times before as well. They don't know when to give up, but they also haven't scored yet in the 6 minutes of gameplay. So I feel like when the floodgates open, they will absolutely open. It's just a case of finding that first one across the line and cracking this really staunch defense that Vulpes Repelli have managed to offer so far, because they did spend a lot in the orange half last game, but it just seemed to be that Vulpes had the better chances of the two teams in terms of danger and severity anyway. But Kaf towards the net, that gets completely missed, and it's Vulpes with a 2-0 lead, and even still, they still yet to score in the series, Akiano.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Vulpes Repelli are running rampant here in this upper final. Kaf just fastest, just first, and adds the second there. But Lyra, you talk about fast. This guy's been incredible. Made himself known in that off-season very well as being one of the more prominent players in rank C6 mans and in the RSC 6 mans queue. And I heard a lot of good things about him, I have to say. He's proved all that and more this season. But as we continue through this upper final here, Sheep, 3 minutes still left to go. DSQ at this point, they need something. They need a goal on the board, right? Because it's all well and good, but you need to start putting those goals on the board. You need to start giving yourself that confidence. You can't afford to just essentially just get run over.
Yeah, no, they are just getting dog walked so far by Volpers Rupelli. And unless Mason's got an answer here, he does beat one. It just doesn't go the way he planned it to. A bit away from the goal, if you will, but Caf one touch back to Lyra as well. You see these passing plays coming through from Volpers Rupelli as well. They're doing such a good job of it, of keeping possession, of keeping control, even though there was a bit of a miscom between Caf and Ninja Sam there. Nobody did go, but Caf tries to get over the last defender. Very nearly made it 3-0 there. Now Ninja Sam into the middle. Is there one more answer from Lyra? Not quite, but the idea was there. And you can see they just look scarier. They are the scarier of the two sides. The more threatening, the more likely to score. Even at 2-0 up, you can see, Hodge, that they just haven't given up with their offense yet.
Yeah, they absolutely haven't, right? And they're going to continue. It's perseverance here that's working out for Rupelli. And it's Omar who's going to look to do the same down the other side. DSQ, talk about perseverance. They've got a long road back to try and make that happen in this series already. But they can still shorten it. There's still 2 minutes left of this game, and they're able to salvage game number 2. It doesn't look quite as bad. You've essentially tied the series, but you don't want to be going down 2-0. I wonder if that is the case. Do we see a timeout call coming through from them? But Ninja Sam pre-flipping into that ball, looking to try and do what he can there, but Cal's going to drop that one down. Omar just getting that save away, getting that touch out. It's going to drop there for Mason. And you can see DSQ Cayano, they want this. They want to try and bring this back into a bit more of a winnable situation. And Omar, with the passing field from Mason, is going to be the players to do it.
Well, DSQ on the board at long last. Quite the touch off the post as well to really bamboozle two of the defenders there. But a goal is a goal. And Omar puts that away. Mason with the assist. That is exactly what DSQ are looking for now. And you'd like to hope that is their ticket back into the series, because they have looked, for the most part, dead and buried, but all of a sudden they have sprung to life there. Mason with an instant shot, wants to keep it in the middle as well. This could go to anybody here, but Lyra finds it first. Now back to Ninja Sam. Good soft touch as well, doesn't have the boost to follow, but they are still trying to keep possession. They are still trying to keep composure, and that's what you need in a tier like Prospect. In a tier where there is very much panic stations whenever something goes slightly wrong, you need that composure. You need something to tell you that the defense is secure, even in a tough situation. But of course, well, we saw that one test, but no more so far. A bit of a mistouch from Archeon there. Could have been dangerous, but thankfully no attackers too close, I should say, to, well, the blue half so far, as I think they're sort of just hunkering down, Hodge.
Well, DSQ can't afford to do that. They're going to have to try and sort of break out of this. And Archeon going to try and find that bump, as much as Rupelli will try and hunker down, like you mentioned there. It's DSQ who need to force their opponent's hand. Archeon with a bit of a dive in, a bit of a misplay there. Caf lurking downfield. There's a big whiff. Omar misses it as well. Lyra has to react quickly. DSQ, maybe there's some life in this attack still, as Omar's going to try and get this over the top of Ninja Sam. 5 seconds left on the clock, but that should be yours to be wrote, as Caf bangs it downfield. Ninja Sam looks for the goal. It won't matter, because Rupelli take game number 2 all the same. And it is absolutely wonderful to see a team like this rising from, not really having the expectations to now doing this kind of performance here before our very eyes. And no timeout call coming through from DSQ.
Interesting. Honestly, you know what? I'll respect it, but they did find a way in towards the end of that game there. But I want to highlight as well one specific play right at the end. I don't know anyone who caught it or anyone who didn't, but Lyra with a stellar defensive play there. A double demo to stop that final attack from Keanu. It's very rare you see a defensive demo, let alone 2 in the same play, to completely derail the attack. But I think that's what got them over the line this game number 2, because it was starting to look a little bit dangerous for the side of Keanu there. But Lyra just put all those claims to sleep and is given Rupelli technically a 2-0 lead.
It has. Rupelli 2-0 up in the series. DSQ, some bounce backs need to be had here for them, or it will be this Volps Rupelli roster running through the upper finals, looking for a spot in that grand final. Game number 3, DFH Stadium. A crucial one at that for DSQ Cayano. You win this, start to stabilize that series. You lose this, and you're already looking at that lower finals. A bit of an update as to what's happening over on the B stream for anyone who might be interested. Sanctuary Shrine currently leading the series 1-0 over ODL Tenma, and also leading in game number 2 as well. So that's looking like the fairy tale could come to an end. And for this one, it's looking like DSQ want to punch back.
Better late than never, I suppose. It only took 2 games, but DSQ is up and rolling. Archeon to maybe Omar, the goal scorer once again. That's an early lead. That's an important lead, and that's exactly what they need on this map, on DFH Stadium, because, of course, lose this and you're against a quadruple match point. So you want to be flying out the gates here. You want to be making that statement to say, there isn't only one team playing in this series. We're still here as well, and we're still ready to fight. And that's exactly what they've done so far. Now Mason with a dribble. Tries to beat Lyra on the 50, but Lyra gets the better of him here. Now Ninja Sam back towards the blue half. Omar forced into a defensive stance here. Wins on the 50 as well, but the follow-up comes in from Caf straight away. Mason away, though. Low boost for the side of DSQ Keanu now, as Lyra puts that one into the middle, but Caf can't chase it. Now he's the one with low boost. This could be a little bit dangerous if Omar finds the middle, which he does not, and Lyra puts this one away. Only got himself to work with, so tries a solo play, but it's a good 50 in the midfield, and they're already, DSQ, looking a lot better than they have been.
Yeah, they certainly are, but that's got to continue here. We'll be bumped out of the way there as Vulps Rupelli look to just continue the chaos as they attack. But now onto the defense as Omar diving in. Mason trying to get this one in field. Ninja Sam touch off to the sidewall. And what a player story that is there for Ninja Sam as well here, Sheep. I remember playing against this guy in Academy 2 seasons ago, back in rsc-16, and he was always sort of, everyone just knew him as the guy who demos a lot. Managed to get top 3 in that season alongside that Berserkers roster at the time. And since then, has become so much more of a player under the wing of Mimical here, coaching him, and Lyra as well, with the drop down from Ninja Sam, and the follow-up there from Lyra. Vulps Rupelli answer the call.
They did. That fox is starting to scream as well, which, fun fact, by the way, it sounds very much like a human scream for all you fox nerds out there. But anyway, back to the game as well. It's a good goal, it's a good pass, it's a good play overall. And as you said, Ninja Sam been on the improvement arc for a while. And I'm going to point out Lyra as well. He may have gone down a tier from last season. He was on that Bro Charlie roster, which, unfortunately, we didn't do the best. But it was still okay. But anyway, he's found himself a better place now. He's found himself, at minimum, a guaranteed top 3 with still 2 live left in it. And with a 2-0 series lead against arguably the tier favourites. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, hang on. Oh, Fox? Sorry.
That'll do.
Well, the SQ Kayano finding the lead. And it's now on Vulps Rupelli to try and bounce back from that. But what a sort of moment there for the SQ, right? Is that the sort of the moment we look at in this series? It's a bit of that momentum shift where DSQ can start to believe in themselves a little bit. Start to come back. But it'll be Ninja Sam off over to that side. His Vulps team just looks to break out of this defense. And he talked about it there. DSQ look a little bit better. They look like they've turned up the heat a little bit here, Sheep. Right, is that going to continue?
Hopefully. I mean, granted, there was a bit of a misplay there from the defense of Vulpes Rupelli, but there's another one. There's Archeon once again. The man in all the operations. Don't think he can't do scoring as one of them, because he's certainly trying his hardest to do so already. Found 2 in this game to really assist his team in this game number 3. And putting them, I think, right where they want themselves to be. Back in the series, in control, and just throwing stuff at the opposition net and it working all the time.
Well, 2 minutes left. Archeon looks to put another shot towards target. But taken out there by Lyra. Ran down the field as well. Mason throw it up to that side ball. Ninja Sam will be waiting. That's going to drop there for Caf. Ninja Sam with that collection in the corner. Beat out there, over. And back to Lyra. Tries to advance down the field, for this Rupelli side. Ninja Sam forced that one through. DSQ, 2-goal lead to work with, but maybe not for long, because the shot firing itself towards net, and the great demos to open things up there by Ninja Sam in the back lines, but wasn't quite enough there, Sheep.
No, that respawn location really coming in handy there for the side of Keanu. They would absolutely thank themselves that luck isn't a part of it, but luck cannot stop that one either. Ninji-san with the shot, lead reduced to 1, and Volper's Rupelli still do find a way through, Hodge.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Rupelli looking to reel things in. There's still some time left for them to do so, and some time left for this team of DSQ to hold on to their lead. Look to extend it as well. And that's exactly what Omar's going to do here, excuse me. Right down the line. Lyra's going to pick it up, and Archeon is there to follow up that touch. DSQ want to circle the attack some more. And Omar, the shark in the water here for DSQ.
Bar down, picture perfect pass. Is Omar the answer? And Keanu, 2-goal lead restored with just over a minute to go.
Well, a minute left. Not over yet here. That's a great ball there for Calf. He's going to try and find the beat to the back wall. Follow up by Ninji Sam and Lyra combined. My word, it's synchronization. It's trust in your teammates. It's outspeeding your opponents, and it's confidence to do the right thing. Rupelli now back within 1 and 49 seconds to level the score.
Pick that one out. 144. That's got to be the fastest goal all playoffs so far. Ninji Sam and Lyra, perfect link up from the two there. This game is far from over as well. Still another 35 seconds to play. That one stopped by Kath Mason towards the net. There's another goal. They're coming flying in now. It's exactly what you said would happen at the very start of this series. We're going to see goals, and we absolutely are. There's number 8 in game number 3.
It's been a high-scoring affair here on DFH, and one that DSQ Kayano will want to remember. Or will they? Ninja Sam to the skies. Gotta find some sort of last-ditch effort here for Volps, because there's still 30 seconds left, couple of kickoff goals, and that could all change, but you've got to get one here. You've got to, give yourselves that opportunity, because right now, it looks like DSQ could be taking a game for themselves here. Archeon downfield, and that will do it. The response from Kayano at a time where they needed it the most here, Sheep. And it's absolutely lovely to see that they're not going to bow out just that easily.
I respect the call from them at the end of that last game to keep the timeout in the pocket for if they need it again, because they've certainly showed that 1 goal last game was enough to propel 5 across the line for them this time. Of course, Archie involved in every single one of them. 2 goals and 3 assists for him there. So the man is absolutely everywhere on the field for them. But they all did their part at the end of the day. And hopefully this is a sign of more things to come, because it really feels like we've got 2 titans here going to war in the prospect here.
Yeah, it really does. And speaking of 2 titans, I guess one that's proved to be a Titan and one that has proved throughout the entire season to be a Titan. I'm looking at the B stream here. It's ODL Tenma versus Sanctuary Shrine. ODL Tenma are now faced with the prospect of having to reverse sweep Shrine to make the top 3. And, well, I just say that, and they've scored first in game 3. So anything can happen. And that's something to maybe just keep an eye on out the corner of your eye there. If you've got 2 monitors, it's a good day to have 2 monitors. If not, there's a website called Teams. I forgot what it's called, Multiview, that exists. Get both streams up on the screen at once and follow along with the action. But game number 4 are going to be getting underway momentarily here, Sheep. And yeah, we're going to be able to see what the next chapter is in our upper finals here. Will Kayano level the series? Will Rupelli be able to extend their lead and put themselves on match and grand final point? We're going to find out very, very shortly.
Oh, it feels weird, the fact that we've already almost halfway through this series. We do have a quick server crash, by the way, just to let everybody know. We're not quite going in just yet, but, that's Rocket League for you, just making you wait a moment. They need to get the Coliseum ready so every single player can perform at their peak performance. But from what we've seen so far, I think even if Rupelli did lose this, unless it was by a heavy fashion, I don't see a timeout being called regardless, because I think this series, even last game as well, it's just so... Well, games 2 and 3, rather, are so close between these two. Anybody can take it. And I say the first goal is going to be important because you'd always think the first goal would be important. But from what we saw last game, I don't think it will be. I think it will just be a matter of, well, obviously, being the better team over the entire 5 minutes.
Well, on the B stream, second goal in there for ADL Tenma. They are about to, it looks like, win game number 3 if they don't drop a 2-goal lead in the next minute. So that's certainly one to keep an eye on, but so is this series because game number 4 is getting underway. DSQ Kayano, Volps Rupelli. And how will this tale continue to be told? Match point potentially looking to be gained at the end of this match by Rupelli. And DSQ just looking to tie up the series. Anything can happen. And Mason already looking to go in with an aggressive stance, beating that one away. The beat on Scaf as well. Not able to get back into time for that. Lyra having to make that early stop. But 30 seconds in, and DSQ making their intentions known.
Yeah, DSQ are really not letting off any steam from last game, are they? Already trying to get the better of Rupelli, and they did a good job of it so far, but now it's going towards the other way. Good 50 from Omar, though, to keep that one away. And now the attack. Down the other end, Caf stops it before it can become all too dangerous, but now Ninja Sam on the ball puts it past one. He has been very mechy as well in this game, especially I've seen so far. A lot better than most I see from prospects at this level. So having a player like that is, well, very important, but also someone who can do the basics like your Lyras, like your Cafs, if you want. No, Caf can do a bit of everything, but like your Lyras, if anything. But they've got someone in every possible task, have Volpers, and I'd like to see them make it all click before Keanu can really spiral them out of control, if you will. And they're doing a decent job. Maybe they'll find a goal here. Maybe they will indeed. It's Lyra.
It is indeed Lyra. Bangs it downfield. Ninja Sam just lets that one be faked. Thought he was jumping up for the redirect, but kept everyone guessing. And it just drops into the net to give this Rupelli side the lead. A minute and a half into game 4. A lot of time left here for DSQ, but you want to start picking up goals sooner rather than later to take the pressure off you as the game develops.
Yeah, you really do, and that's what they need, Rupelli. And I just want to highlight, Tenma have in fact taken a game, so that's one of the 3 match points. So that could be game on the B stream. So yeah, get that multi-view website up because this series already, I think, is going to be an absolute cracker. I don't see it ending anytime soon. And as for that one, hopefully Tenma can offer the same because we have a potential lower bracket run for the ages going on there. But for now, it's Lyra and Archeon doing battle in the midfield. Archeon winning that exchange, trying to get that one into the middle. Ninja Sam all the way across. The booms are working in favour of Volpers Rupelli, and another one finds the net.
Yeah, it's the same play again. Bang it long. Fake the 50 or fake the challenge, fake the redirect, fake everything. And
One
fake
football.
all the defenders as well. As it's Volps Rupelli team 2-0 up, looking to claim match point here in the Europa finals. Put themselves one best of 5, 1 5-minute game, excuse me, away from a grand finals position. Wouldn't that just be lovely? But they've got to survive 2.5 minutes of the finest of DSQ pressure because we've seen when they get going, they are very difficult to take down.
Yeah, but the problem with this conveyor belt that DSQ can offer is the fact that it seems like Rupelli have taken the cogs off and taken the wheels off and taken everything off because right now DSQ have got pretty much nothing. Ninja Sam up into the middle again. Maybe there'll be another one from Caf. Tips it middle. Archeon clears it away. Sort of penned into their own half unless Mason can find something off of this. But can he? Decent touch, but Ninja Sam is more than ready for it. Now Omar, or maybe Omar if you will, tries to launch something else. Goes into the middle. Caf, full boost, full composure, completely ready. Beats 2 as well. Tries to beat the third. Archeon there. Ninja Sam away. And more being played in the orange half, but with that 2-goal cushion, I feel like Volpers Rupelli will gladly take anything Keanu can throw at them, Hodge.
Yeah, they most certainly will. It's going to drop down there, but nobody pouncing for DSQ. Maybe Mason can make something of this, but out on over to the side there by Ninja Sam. Omar back involved in the action. Lyra also grabbing a save. Brilliant defense from Rupelli, excuse me, as DSQ They're just trying to get an attack going, and every time they just get sort of beats out on these 50s at the midfield.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving it a go. They are really trying. Omar with a shot now, but still no luck for Keanu. In game number 4, Utopia is proving much more of an uphill battle, much harder to score on, rather than DFH, obviously, when they put 5 past this exact same defense. But 1 minute to go, 1 minute to find an answer, or 2 answers, if you will. But you've got to get one on the board first. A good bump comes in, though, from Arch, but unfortunately there was no follow there. Now Omar just takes it into the halfway. Omar, though, can't get the follow-up touch he's looking for. Arch, halfway, over 1. Mason with another heavy shot. Can Lyra stop it? Yes, he can. Defense staying strong. And into the final 30 seconds. It is all work to do now for Keanu to avoid that triple match point. I don't see it happening.
I don't either. It looks like Voltrupelli will do it. They'll grab themselves a match point here in this series. They'll go up 3-1 against DSQ Kayano. And they will have the chance to put themselves into the grand final on Beckwith Park, game number 5. The timer will hit 0. The ball will hit the ground. Rupelli surge forward in the series once more. And my word, Sheep, isn't this just an impressive performance? Lyra with almost a 700-point game.
It's a bit of a difference between Lyra, Ninja Sam, and Calf, right? You've got 2 team members with that, and then poor old Calf, 19 touches.
What's the thing? He doesn't need to do anything though, because like this team is so complete. You can have a bit of an off game, and they will just sort of pop off around each other, you know.
They do. I mean, we've seen pop-off games from Calf as well, and early on in the series. I saw in chat as well. This is just Calf and 2 other players. It just happens to be the roles swap now, where those 2 other players have had their own breakout game. Calf's taken a backseat, and nonetheless, Rupelli are on the front foot.
Well, I'm looking at game number 4 of that series on the other stream, Sanctuary Shrine versus ODL Tenma. And Sanctuary Shrine currently find themselves winning game number 4, 2-1. Timeout called here by this DSQ side. So we will see if they are going to be... That was a very late timeout call, or did I just see that really late?
I think they did call it about 30 seconds ago or something like that.
30 seconds ago. I'm just not looking. I'm too engrossed in the reverse sweep and the Cinderella story here from Tenma, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all want to see this one happen, but it's a respectful decision from Keanu because they're just giving us 2 minutes to have a little look at the B stream. And granted, from what I'm seeing in chat, apparently it is easy for Shrine so far, but there is definitely another goal in that one. I think Tenma can minimum take it to 5. They almost managed to score there, but you know, onto this A stream game as well as this timeout is going on. I will ask you, what do you think Keanu need to change? Because something definitely needs to change.
I don't really feel like it's what needs to change. I feel like, you know, it's always difficult in these sort of situations because you never know what's actually happening in the VC. You don't know if it's a mental thing. You don't know, you know, what the case may be. But I feel like it's just, you know, remembering from a mental standpoint that, you know, it's one goal at a time. It's one game at a time. There's still a way that they can come back in this, right? We know what this DSQ team can do. They've showed everybody the entire season, even with, you know, a bit of a roster swap here and there. So it's remembering that, you know, you still do have a chance. You can take things one game at a time, take it one step, and yeah, just do your best. But this Voltrupelli team just look insane, and they look like they will just be firing themselves into a grand finals position. And as I say that, Tenma almost score another goal, blocked out though. So I thought they'd scored it. It was close, but it's certainly interesting having a look at that on the other side of things. 20 seconds left here on the timeout. And as I say that, yeah, there we go. The goal from Tenma, 48 seconds, they tie it up. So the reverse sweep is potentially happening over on the B stream. So keep tuned in with that one. But yeah, this timeout almost done and dusted. Timeout over. It's go, go, go here in your upper finals. And is it the time for Voltrupelli to launch themselves into the grand finals through that upper bracket? Or is it time for DSQ to remind us why this is a best of 7 and not a best of 5?
Well, the Foxes will try their best to hunt. They will try their best to do their own Leicester story, but it is Keanu on the other side, and they need one more game to really, well, to make the grand finals. But against a team like Keanu, sometimes that is just a step too far. So we're yet to see it. It's a triple match point. They have 3 lives to work with now, but timeout has been called. We maybe see what happens from them. And so far, they're doing an all right job, Pelly. They're doing exactly what they did before. It's just a matter of what Keanu can bring to the table.
It certainly is. It's what Keanu can bring to the table. And we've seen them plenty of times bring some incredible things to the table, but they've got to do it here. They've got to do it now. They've got to put a stop to this Rupelli rampage that we've seen throughout this upper final. And Omar going to be the player to try and do that on the ball. Lira dispossesses him. Calf just cuts straight down the middle. That's going to drop. Is Lira there for the follow-up? Rupelli continue to ramp up even when you think they reach their peaks.
They just don't know when to stop, do they? There's always another gear, it feels like. Lira, goal scorer, said it so much on Friday. Feel like it was said a lot earlier as well, but now especially the time they need it the most. The potential final game in the series, but as I say that, there's your equaliser, and it's an almost instant response from DSQ Keanu.
It is. It's Archeon who finds salvation for DSQ. We talked about it, you know, them and his team sort of being the Avengers, being the sort of, I guess, the sharks in the lobby, hunting their prey. But you take a shark out of water versus a fox, and you see what happens. I mean, a minute and a half play to this so far. Who knows if we get an overtime? Who knows if this is done in regulation? I think a lot of this, momentum-wise, rests on this next goal.
Yeah, it really is going to, because it's a matter of, are Rupelli letting it slip, or are Keanu just the better side as that one comes off the post? Keanu are definitely keeping with it. They're on it now. The post timeout Keanu is in full effect, unless Rupelli have another answer for it. Maybe it's Lira once again. Goal found. Beckwith could be the one, and Lira the 2-time goal scorer.
The 2-time goal scorer. Or will it be the grand finalist, Lira, as well, to add to that? The lead held, and on the other stream,
I'm going to stay.
missed an open net, and then down the other side, we're punished by Tenma, who take it to game 5 on the reverse sweep attempt. So it's all kicking off in the Prospect universe, and it's certainly one to watch, no matter which stream you find yourself on. But Omar will drop that one down. DSQ are looking to continue their fight, as both series now find themselves in game number 5. The difference is, this one is a best of 7, and this one is one where DSQ have a long road back. It's got to start here. It's got to start now. It's got to start from chances like this from Omar, where you can't just fire the ball away into your opponent's side. You've got to sort of control the touches as best you can, because this Volps team will just suffocate you if you give them the space to work with.
We've saw it already. I mean, it just happens to be that the other two, just in Kaf and Ninja Sam, doing all that work, and then Lira always there to be that poacher for his team. I mean, even last game as well, rocking up, what was it, almost 700 points, but you got to be careful, because Keanu aren't going anywhere. Archeon on the board once again. It is a boxing match here in Beckwith Park. Lira and Archeon, punch, counter punch, punch, counter punch. Mason hasn't even gotten into the game yet, but either way, we find ourselves at 2-2.
Just trying to imagine that scene in my head, and for some reason, just at the RSC land, just like scrapping at the back of an Aldi or something. But yeah, that's a good thing to mention. Actually, get yourself down to RSC Landemonium later
Please
on
do.
in the year. It'd be great
September
to see everyone
19th.
there. September 19th. Yeah, you gonna be there?
Yep,
You gonna be
absolutely.
captain?
Yeah, why not as well? Wouldn't want to miss
go.
that one. You got to be there as well, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, gonna be there.
Yes.
Hopefully. It's DSQ who've leveled the scoreline They're going to be looking to continue their fight. It's going to drop down from above. Lyra intervening to the back wall. Calf, follow-up, looking to try and find the lead here. It's going to drop for Ninja Sam, who all he's got to do is place this shot. Instead gets it front and central as the demos come and ring around Beckwith Park on either and every side of this pitch. It's demo for demo. It's blow for blow. You could say it's punch for punch. The boxing match couldn't have been a better sort of reference of putting it. But the shot threatened there by Archeon taken away. It really is both of these teams giving it their all.
It is a thriller, this one as well. It's echoes of DFH once again, where both teams just giving it everything. Demos, bumps, goals, shots, saves. Well, I'm naming just about every possible stat here, but either way, this is exactly what's happening, what people are offering, what everybody is offering. Who's going to be the one with that most important goal of all, though? The one who, as we get closer to golden goal territory, is going to propel them towards the next game, or in Rupelli's sake, the grand finals. Ninja Sam puts that one away, but Mason's going to be there straight away. Wants to get a second touch on it as well. Lyra there with low boost. Mason all the way over him. Can he find the double? No, but Archeon there for the follow. Maybe Omar. One more. That next wide open though. Calf, can he get the touch he wants? Puts it into the middle. Final 18 seconds. Mason clears it away. End-to-end stuff. Even still, unless Lyra can find one more, it still remains at 2-2.
And it does. 10 seconds left here. Calf taking to the sky, trying to find something before the end of regulation. Lyra infield taken away by Mason, and it will hit the ground. And as Tenma take the lead in Game 5 of the B stream, we also go into overtime here to see how this one is settled. Will we go to Neo Tokyo? Will DSQ push us there? Or will this side of Rupelli close out the series in 5?
I just don't know what way it's going to go, because even at the end of regulation there, everybody either end just offering absolutely everything. Now it's Mason just booming that one away. Lyra gets the touch he wants though this time, even though he's on low boost, but that's towards the net as well. Cass got to be careful. Cav does get the save off. Omar very nearly found the net there. Now it's Archeon's turn to put this one into the middle. Look for a teammate as well, but only goes as far as the duo of Lyra and Cav. That could still be on net though. Composure there from Cav and Omar. One more shot. Another demo comes in. It's getting cagey if you're a Rupelli player right now, but Calf booms it away. Hang on a moment, that could be the net open. Lyra doesn't take the chance, goes for the sidewall instead. No one goes for the shot though. That may well have been a missed opportunity, Hodge.
May well have been, and what a way that would have been to end it for sure. Oh my goodness. Here we go, a minute into the overtime. The next opponent potentially awaiting the loser if DSQ drop this game. And it will be tried to be cleared away there. Calf downfield, getting the beat out on that DSQ player. Archeon with so much to do here on this last line of defense, and Ninja Sam just looking to bowl it down the middle. Trying to find that strike that Rupelli need to launch themselves into a grand final. I believe the first in this organization's history. Sure, I'll be corrected if that's not the case. But Lyra will carry that one long. Calf from the sidewall, looking to find the sidewall double. And my goodness, you can tell, Sheep, that these guys are giving it their all.
They really are. If Calf got that as well, ready to go absolutely ham, I'm sure you're the exact same as well, because it's rare you see a sidewall in any tier, let alone Prospect. But 2 minutes into overtime, still, it's not a dull one at all. It's anybody's game. Ninja Sam one touch. Slight miscom there as a double commit comes in. Lyra, last line of defense, gets the touch. He wants another double commit on the other side now. Touch away from Lyra. Omar towards the middle, though. This could go towards Mason, and it does. Low boost. Archeon with the follow-up. Can he find the finishing touch? No, he cannot. Save comes in, though. Mason gets demoed. Omar tries to keep that attack going. Hopefully for the side of Rupelli, it's going to get cleared away, and it does. But Mason instantly back in on it. Ninja Sam maybe one touch away. Lyra looking for the follow, but Mason just staying there, being a nuisance towards the side of Rupelli now as Omar keeps it going again. Can he find the double? Yes, he can. And Beckwith goes away of DSQ Keanu.
Yeah, Beckwith Park goes to DSQ. Neo Tokyo on the horizon. And well, DSQ Kayano, hold on. They're not done just yet. And I think we've unlocked a level in the series now, Sheep, where this one feels like anyone's game. Speaking of that, I'm looking at the B stream. ODL Tenma winning 2-1 with a minute left of Game 5. Could they be about to reverse sweep the 6th seed? Sorry, the 6th seed in Tenma from the Glaciers Conference? Could they be about to reverse sweep the #1 seed from the Ignis Conference to make top 3 and continue their Cinderella run? Tune on to that one on the B stream, but once again, it's just something we're going to keep our eye on as this series continues here and now, because Game 6 has been unlocked by Kayano, and will it continue to tell an interesting tale? Is Champions Field potentially destined?
I think it is. I like what Repelli are bringing to the table, but I think as well, Keanu just know when. Well, I said earlier, Repelli always have another gear, but you know what? Both teams do. It really is. It's just it. I don't know. I can't explain it, but it just screams Game 7. I don't know what you're feeling.
Yeah, I'm sort of feeling a similar way here. This one feels like it deserves, if nothing else, to go the distance, to go all the way to game number 7. And we now take to the concrete floors of Neo Tokyo, where both teams are going to look to reach new heights here. Loser, we can now officially say it, faces ODL Tenma, the 6th seed of the Glaciers Conference in the lower final. And we'll get started with Game 6 in a second, because we just had a player disconnect, so they've ruined my cool little intro, but that's fine. We get back involved, and the players will take the pitch. But what a story that is from ODL, and I can't wait to cast that lower final straight after this to see which of these teams is going to have to go up against them and try and end that run. It's an impressive one nonetheless. It reminds me of that Berserkers team from last season who went back to that point as well and were ruined by that MPB Snap God team. But here we go, the upper finals continues, and it's Lyra from the back wall looking to try and recover from that one. It's Ninja Sam just going to try and sort of thrive and survive down that line. And the same can be said here, Sheep for Vulps. They don't want to essentially throw this series away. They don't want to throw the opportunity to make a grand finals from the upper bracket away like this.
Woo! They definitely don't. Not from a triple match point. Nobody wants to do that. Obviously, the only thing worse than quadruple, but they may have thrown away a goal here. Omar with the answer again. Double tap man last game. Opening goal this game. And that net was wide open.
It absolutely was. The gap slotted. And the lead in the hands of Kayano, who now, for the first time in a long time, feel like they might have some sort of grip on the series, a grip on the game. If you win this one, to be honest, I'd be favouring Kayano going into Game 7, right? Because you come off a couple of wins, you've essentially shattered your opponent's momentum. But we'll see what Repelli can do to answer the call as well. The two top teams, performance-wise, across the whole season for sure. And it really feels like it couldn't be a better situation here in the prospect here, right? You've got your two top dogs, and you've got an underdog that continues to take name after name as they go through that lower bracket run.
Yeah, you've got the heavyweights in the uppers, and then it's just the incinerator of Tenma taking away everybody else in that lower bracket. So neither of these sides wanting to fall, of course, but either way, it is one of those things where even if whoever loses this series, I would back minimum a bracket reset. Whoever win, all three of the teams left in Prospect have the potential to win it all. Even if they're from upper, they're from lower, whatever happens, because we know how close these two teams can go. We know how good Tenma can be as well. As Cav puts this one away now towards Archeon. Going to stay 1-0 to Keanu for now, but Ninja Sound with low boost tries to get some control going. Mason won't let that happen though. A lot higher boost on his, and that is exactly what you need if you're an attacking team. And that's exactly what I've been doing this game. They're really forcing nothing for Volpers Repelli here on the boost side of things. As Caf, low once again, finally gets a corner, but that attack is stopped straight away. Now Ninja Sam up towards Archeon, team bump as well. Has to watch out for it. Doesn't want to pull a Fireburner Season 5, but doesn't really seem to be too much trouble for him.
DSQ looking to get back into the attack here. Mason to pop up where Lyra leap over to the side wall. Archeon just trying to hold on to this lead and clear the lines here for this side of DSQ Kayano, because here comes the pressure down the other side. That's a massive mistouch from Mason, and somebody's got to cover it. Archeon there, Omar as well, Mason back into it, and the reaction's imminent there from DSQ Kayano. But here comes Rupelli. Lyra over the top of one. Archeon, that savior medal. But will it stop Calf? Mason will. And DSQ hold on as they continue to be tested time and time again by this Rupelli team.
Slight opposite of game number 4 as well, when it was a tight one for Rupelli. And it just happened to be that Keanu just could not find a way through. Now it's the other side of things, because just over 90 seconds to go, that goal may be wide open again. Archeon with the final touch, but Lyra there to stop it. It's just the difference is momentum towards the end of the series, as you said earlier, could really be all it takes. And mustard, a little bit of mustard there from Ninja Sam now, as Lyra trying to keep this one going as well. Mason one touch, Mason away, Mason full boost, tries to get the dribble across to Archeon, who tries to eye up the shot as well. Calf will be there though. Final minute incoming towards the net once again. Lyra has to be ready. Lyra is ready. Wants to go all the way up the other side. Now Calf, risky one from towards his own net, and it does stay 1-0, but that could have been worse.
A minute left here for Rupelli to try and turn this one around before Champions Field is imminent. Mason to the back wall. Archeon looking for that follow. Ninja Sam, the defensive play might still give them a chance to level the score in regulation, but you've got to stop getting a little bit mixed up there. You've got to keep the communications clear. You've got to stay locked in, because you've still got a chance to do this if you're Rupelli. But you can't give up. You can't back down. You can't let it go now. You've been so good this whole series. And players like Ninja Sam, players like Calf, are going to be who you're looking towards to make the difference with 20 seconds left. And it's Calf who slots the shot.
Beautiful touch from Calf. Bar down, Omar. Pick that one out. That goal explosion is going to be right up in your face. When they needed him most, he came back to what he was at the beginning of this series. Calf, Mr. Clutch. 19 seconds to play. It's 1-1 as well. All of a sudden, there's a lifeline for Volpers Rupelli. They want to let this ideally to overtime, though, because all of a sudden, Keanu are offering more and more. Maybe Lyra one more for the road. He just wants to kill it straight away. And Hodge, this could be the one. It's Neo Tokyo, and it's overtime.
Is this the moment for Rupelli? Or is DSQ going to continue to stretch this series to every single margin? Mason a pop-up, looking for the back wall. Omar going to dive in as well. And Calf just to clear that one away, bumped off of that ball. This is going to give DSQ an opening to sort of reinstigate into the fight. But Ninja Sam's looking for that reset. Lyra, a free ball over the top of one, fakes that touch high and plays it low instead. And back to Calf. Rupelli do their best work in these sort of attacks. And it's Calf who's going to look to try and get past multiple players at once. Omar, though, down the other side, infield over to Archeon, who can't quite find it either. And 40 seconds into the OT, it's back and forth between these two sides.
It's exactly what we saw back with. Exact same thing. Just back and forth. That one lasted a couple of minutes. This one already nearly a minute in. Lyra into the middle. Mason lets that one go away towards Archeon. Tries to beat the man as well. And does. And Omar maybe once again. Couldn't find the winner this time. Calf, bit of composure. Just beats one, beats two as well. Can this be Calf's moment? Is this going to be the dagger in the series? Gets one touch. Can't find the final one. Can't find the bump either, though. And Volpers almost. That was nearly the moment there. Maybe Ninja Sam with one more. But Omar just swats it away from him. Lyra with a 50. Ninja Sam up, over, but straight back down again. Mason just off target. Cagey one. Difficult one. For either of these teams, nobody wants to be the one to make the mistake. Now maybe Lyra, one other attack. Archeon puts that one out of its misery, and Ninja Sam there. Ninja Sam towards the blue half, but it just isn't happening at the moment, Hodge.
It isn't. And somebody it's got to happen for, though. DSQ is going to have to be game 7 that they look to try and force this series to, but Ninja Sam going to play that low. Calf also dropping to the ground. One team looking to rise to new heights. One team looking to stay grounded. Ninja Sam, big whiff.
Whoa! Whoa!
Team whiff it though. It's down the other side. It's a gift from the gods. And
Oh my!
Ninja Sam is securing it there for Rupelli. The grand finals unlocked for Volpes. And wow, what a way for that to unfold.
That what?
I don't know. Speechless.
Exactly. I can't think of words. That series of events, right? Shot from Rupelli, completely misses, goes away back down to the other end for Keanu with potentially a gift for them, completely misses, and Rupelli just score from the rebound, if you will, to take themselves to the grand finals. It's pure prospect ball. That's what you want to call it.
Yeah, who even knows at this point? Who even knows? Pure prospect ball through and through. But it will be Vulpers making it to your grand finals. And let's have a look at your series stats to see how the series unfold overall. And well, Sheep, you might be a messiah with that prediction 4-2. I know. I was like, okay, fair enough. But yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Lyra series MVP. And what a way to sort of show that performance as well. Lyra has been such an amazing player throughout this season as a whole. And it's, the player that Vulps needed to step up in moments like that.
See, it's funny actually, because I was labelling him as a goal scorer all game, but despite that, he only had 4 throughout the series, arguably 4 of the more important ones, if anything. But 13 saves and 9 demos, the highlight of that stat there, really showing, well, Keanu especially, not to take them lightly, if anybody, and the Avengers have fallen to the lowers, and they will meet Tenma. And you're on that next. That's going to be an absolute cracker.
I don't know if there's a certain word I can say for this, but I'll say hydrogen insert word here versus coughing baby. There's the analogy for this lower final here. And the coughing baby is starting to grow up very, very quickly here. Sheep, I mean, look at that run to the lower bracket. 3-1 over Hot Purple, 3-0 over Devotion, reverse sweeping Shrine, the #1 seed from the Glacies Conference. And then now they're going to have to take on the Avengers to unlock a grand final. It feels like there wouldn't be any better way that Tenma would have to do this, but they just keep on surprising. They just keep on upsetting. And, well, I actually just got a DM from Shin saying, I know you're casting the next series. Can you vote against us because it's working for us? He's asked me to predict him to lose. So we'll see. We'll see. But call it match fixing, call it whatever you want. We'll see. We'll see if I'm feeling nice to Shin. But yeah, that next series coming up very, very shortly. It is your lower finals. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, it will be your penultimate series of the Prospect Playoffs. You don't want to go anywhere.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
This is trophi.ai, an AI Rocket League coach, and it's absolutely crazy what you can do with this. If you've ever heard of ballchasing.com, it's a lot like that, but on steroids.
You can press P and a pro demo will come up, and this is what's so cool and so unique about Trophy is that this is not seen anywhere else, and it's just a great way to kind of show you how to do a training pack without having to side by side watch a YouTube video.
And this is actually really cool. Training paths. So you basically, you know the skill trees from Assassin's Creed, Spider-Man, Sekiro, you know that sort of games where you have to, get skill points, use them, you unlock new skills. This is sort of very similar, but instead of actually getting skill points, you're actually doing the mechs. And also a cool feature as well, guys, watch this. You can slow it down. You can actually slow-mo it like this. So if you're really struggling, what you need to do, you can actually look for yourself and just have a look at the exact movements that you're doing there. Look, it's really cool. I really like it. And
alongside helping with mechanics, it also has a feature that analyzes any of your saved replays. That way you can see what you're doing well and what you need to improve on. It even has this cool post-game analysis that you can see stats from the game you just played.
Oh, okay. Well, I was expecting to be going into an intro, but it's fine. We're here. We're live. Welcome everybody to your Prospect Lower Finals. We've been caught off guard. Everyone's been caught off guard, and I think the entire tier has been caught off guard by where ODL is currently finding themselves. And where they sort of the performance that they've produced across the whole day here, GM. Let's take a look at the bracket quickly. I don't want to waste any time here in telling these guys a story, because what a run it has been for them today, right?
Yeah, it has, and bear in mind, like, their run started in the playoffs, and not only that, they, fortunately for them, Occultus lost. Had Occultus won their final series of the season, they would not even be in play-ins. They needed Occultus to lose in Game 5 just to even get into the play-ins. And from there, they were able to take down Embark, who were on a good run themselves, doing really well towards the end of league play after a rebuild. And then they took down Obscurity, who were fourth, who finished fourth in their conference. 7 wins, 3 losses, nearly twice as many series wins as Tenma. And then the rest of the results, as you can see in the playoff bracket, Hot Purple 3-1 and Devotion 3-0. So that's a team that finished second in the Ignis Conference. And just now we saw them take down Shrine, who finished first in the Ignis Conference. So they've slain just about the entire Ignis Conference by themselves. It's truly extraordinary what they've done. And now we need to see, can they go one better and take down the team that finished first in their own conference?
Well, I think it's time we get straight into predictions here, GM, because, the teams are ready to go pretty much. So before we get into the game, we obviously got to talk about where we think this one's going to go. I don't know, who do you have winning this one?
I didn't actually do my predictions of the whole bracket, but I did have a feeling that Kayano were going to win the whole thing, and I still think that is the case. And I know I'm sorry that I'm predicting this, but that's just my gut instinct, and I do believe Kayano will win this 4-2.
So I'm going to go with Kayano here. I'm going to go 4-3. And my reasoning behind that, because I did really want to predict the underdog, but Shin DM'd me and said, he took the time out of his day to DM me and say, predict against us. It's been working for us so far. We will win. So there we go. There you go, Shin. Now it's on you. Go and do it. You've got the casters predicting against you. It's over to you. So I'm completely against ODL. They're rubbish. Want them out of the tournament. DSQ all the way. Let's go, go, go. But I think it's time we kick off this series because all the players are ready to go. The players are in the lobby. Time to find out what happens when the so-called Avengers of the Prospect tier face off against Cinderella as she looks to enter the ball of the grand finals against the Foxes. But it's time to find out who moves forward in your lower finals here. And it's a best of 7 to decide who faces Rupelli in that grand finals of the Prospect tier. It's Manfield night. It's game 1. It's go, go, go. It's time to get the Foxes their opponent.
Yes, to speak of the Foxes, it was Kayano who they defeated in the upper final. So should Kayano go on to win this, they will have a rematch, a possible chance for revenge, but they will need to beat them twice. Of course, with it coming from the lower bracket, there's the bracket reset to contend with, and Shin tries to get the second touch. Mason cuts it out, and a decent amount happening despite the lack of shots. It's a double commit, which is very risky, and of course that is the way in which they lost the series against Rupelli, so they're definitely going to want to cut that out. I thought they'd have had time to calm down, but clearly not. Is there a fault there isn't? Archon just a bit too slow to that. Maybe with him getting a bit old, he might have slowed down a bit, but he'll be hoping that his teammates and himself can pick up the pace again, but he's completely missed that one. The shot is on target, saved by Shin. We have to say, Kayano, they have looked the more likely to score so far.
They have, but you look at this whole run from Tenma, they have not looked like the most likely team to win or any series that they played today in terms of predictions, but they've done it anyway, and they find themselves in the lower final. So who says they can't continue to rack up more goals, rack up more games, rack up more series? And it's a fake there from Deadly Dom. Call it what it will be. It is a miss, but it works nonetheless. Shin back out into midfield. Deadly Dom with a shot. Mason a goal line save, and a crucial one at that to keep the lead out of Tenma's hands.
Not only that, he made that on 0 boost as well. Sometimes you see players on 0 boost, they panic, they're not quite sure what to do, but Mason, he kept his composure, did what he needed to do to keep it out, to keep it at 0-0, to keep his team at level game, and no more! Off the post, and Archon's there, the back post, and I did call him into question early in the game, but he has delivered. Even if it is a simple goal, it's one that needed to be scored, and it's going to be such an important goal to bring their morale back up after the manner in which the last series ended for them.
Ball downfield into the hands of Ark. Deadly Dom picking it up, slamming it towards the back wall. And Omar will sort of collect Shin back in field. Talbro there. Deadly Dom looking to re-aggress into the play and get a pop-up there. Talbro, Deadly Dom, both of them sticking around here, and Shin has to be careful. Can't be too awkward as third man. It will be Tenma who look to try again. Mason touch to that side wall. And this is where DSQ do some of their best work in these counter-attacks. Seen it all throughout their day so far. But Deadly Dom, stop on the goal line there. To keep this Kayano side away from doubling up on their lead. Shin, though, down the other side, looking for the back wall, and Omar will tap it away.
Yeah, and I think 1-0 isn't really the sort of lead you can sit on. And I think Tenma will be aware of that. They will be aware of Kayano looking to push on, trying to get another goal. But it is important that they don't force it, because as we saw last series, like them overcommitting is how they went on to lose a series, so they do need to be mindful of that. But here is Omar. Is there anyone in the middle? Archon's waiting for it, but Deadly Dom took initiative and cut out the pass and gets a beat to Mason onto Talbro, and Omar was awkward, but Tenma, they find the equaliser.
They do. It's Talbro who rises from above and finds the goal there for Tenma. Eclipsed is what Kayano find themselves. And well, the scoreline leveled in this lower final. Talbro with a catch, looking to follow up is on his own touch. The back wall taken away there by Archeon. But both of these teams, it will be a scrap. One thing I'm going to be looking towards here is how long until, you know, that element of fatigue starts to set in for Tenma. Because, you know, you can say whatever, but it just is a thing. It does happen, and it happens to everyone. And will that be the case here in the lower final? Will that be a factor if they make it to the grand final? In the grand final or not? But that's a question for a little bit later. For now, they're going to look to see what they can do here and now. And it's Ark who's going to try and roll that one underneath Talbro. Minute left on this clock here, and DSQ looking for their second.
Yeah, and you mentioned fatigue. I mean, we're seeing throughout the seasons, throughout the years, so many promising lower bracket runs come to an end because a team runs out of steam. But of course, we saw Brave's rival team book the trend just last season, but I think that started to look like the exception rather than the norm. Although maybe Tenma are lucky to prove that that phenomenon is not a fluke, as Archon off a backboard. Mason's a little bit too late, but still gets a shot of A1, but it's gone wide. And Omar off a wall. Archon has to turn, which he does. Back onto a backboard. Shin does get there, but he's awkward and can't get the second touch. Back into Mel, but it's over Mason. And Omar's committed. Talbro, can he get the touch into the middle? It's not the right one, but Shin's with a 50. Mason had to play it very carefully, and he does enough to get his team to overtime.
Certainly does. And here comes the pressure from Tenma. He saw it towards the end of that game, but it will be DSQ pick that one up. Deadly Dom, and to capitalize on a little bit of a mistake there by DSQ. Can't quite get on the end of the touch again. Two players here from Tenma just waiting and sort of watching there. A double commit, but it doesn't look like it'll cost them. Hang on a second. Talbro's got an open net to shoot with. It can be quick, but no, not quite. Archeon, Mason, both players challenging, but Talbro, has he robbed them blind? Is it going to go down and off the crossbar? Excuse me. Not quite. And it will be cleared out here by DSQ Kayano, but not before Deadly Dom re-engages, because Tenma, they want to go again.
Yeah, they do, but well, they have got a ball out, but kind of feels like kind of when they go forward, so they try and get the passes into, or they try and create the chances. It feels like they're banking on the pass being perfect, going exactly where they want it to go, and a lot of times it doesn't, and then they get caught up too high up the pitch, and then behind to scramble back. And I think they kind of need to position themselves in a better way. They need to not bank on it being perfect. They need to allow the chance for a touch to be like slightly behind or slightly ahead of where they think it's going to be, because I saw it cost them before. I mean, I've already mentioned it like 3 or 4 times, but I do think it needs mentioning, because I do think they will have that in the back of their minds. Oh, here is Mason. The touch is too heavy. Gets away from him, and now Deadly Dom trying to follow up, but Omar was always going to be first to bat. Sarchon lacking boost there. Talbro into his own corner. Shin not looking convincing there as Deadly Dom completely misses. But they do get away with it. Kind of don't punish him. Goes onto a backboard, and Deadly Dom is there, but Archon just that little bit earlier than him.
Off the back wall, Omar will tap it away. Like to get this one in the skies. Over the top of Dom. Shin and Talbro, last line of defense here as Archeon's diving in. And Shin just going to try and guide it past Mason, who's the brick wall that ODL Tenma are going to have to get through. Talbro booming it downfield, shifting the possession over. 2.5 minutes into this overtime, and Shin just diving that one down. Talbro's back into the skies as he's looking for that back wall, looking to try and send those players on the back wall like pins at the bowling alley. But it's Deadly Dom from this corner. 3 minutes of the OT here, GM. This game 1 feels so crucial in terms of setting the pace for this series, because you're going to feel so deflated if you lose this one after, you know, essentially right now 8 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Kayano, considering that their last game was lost in overtime, and not the most substantial amount of it, of course. Like we're past the point at which they lost it already. But even so, the point still remains as Deadly Dumb trying for a fake, but early challenge comes in. And I think that's the one thing Kano have done well. It's that, like, when a 10-man attack is starting to brew out, there is a player there to cut it out earlier. I think that's why no team has been able to break the deadlock yet, because the challenges have been there. Mason gets beat to that though, as Deadly Dumb is on target. Boom, Omar on the backboard gets a clearance, and two 10-man players looking rather awkward there. Archon trying to get there ahead of him, and he does!
The beat there by Ark. The goal by DSQ Kayano. The series lead in the hands of that team that dropped from the lower bracket. And a heartbreaker there for Tenma. After so long in that overtime, losing that one is going to feel awful. And it's about now bouncing back for the rest of the series here. It is a marathon and not a sprint. It's a best of 7 now. And Kayano have already set the pace and told the story about how they want to approach this one. I'm looking at this scoreboard. Omar didn't have any goals, but had 5 saves to work with there. Was such a crucial player in the defensive side for Kayano. And, you know, a massive piece as to what kept them in it for so long.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially when Tenma had that bit of pressure towards the end. He was a player who had to deal with that ball off his own backboard and had to drop it down just to force overtime, because Tenma were really looking dangerous by that point. But also, Archon, I mean, it was both his goals and also Mason. I now know we didn't really highlight him in terms of a score, but I feel like while he only had 2 saves, one of those saves was especially impressive. I mean, keeping it out was on the line and on 0 boost as well. I mean, I feel like so many players there would have struggled to save that. But as for Tenma, I mean, could it be? It is only 1 game, but could it be the point where it's to save that? They've had a good run, but there's a chance that it might end here.
There's certainly a chance. But let's see if ODL Tenma can bring things back. Talbot already looking deadly off the kickoff. And speaking of deadly, it's Deadly Dom on the ball as well. Shin from that side wall looking to go for goal. Tapped out, tapped away. Talbot going to have to look to get another touch on this, because Shin, it might not get back in time, but he does. And then look to regress onto that ball. Mason over to Omar. He's already floating for that one with a pre-jump from across the map. DSQ playing confident, and why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that that game 1 win has given them the confidence back. And one thing I forgot to say, one thing I should have said but didn't, was that it felt like for a lot of the time it felt like they were trying to put stuff together, but it's just lacking that touch. It's like they had the right ideas, but like sometimes they just won't connect. But there's no one there for the shot, and Shin able to put it in as Archon loses a 50. Omar not back too far up, and Omar just got beat to that by Shin. So Tenma able to get the first goal in the second game.
Well, the chant in the chat might say that Shin ends every fight, but he's certainly starting one here in game number 2. Can DSQ respond? It's a great pop to the back wall there from Omar. Can he finish off his own touch? Not quite. Taken away. And Mason as well, looking to toy with a potential reset. Talbro not going to let him have it. Omar back involved. As DSQ Kayano look to try and find that response, and it's going to go back over to Shin. Had to react quickly. Great positioning there from the high CMB player of this ODL Tenma side. It's been such a standout man for them today. All 3 of them have. But when it needs must, it's always Shin in the right place at the right time. Talbro, though, for the double tap, looking to try and get this one in field. Not really too threatening.
But here is Omar. It's a decent position, but Dom able to get the touch and the next one. So Kayano are forced back, but Mason, that one goes off target. Dom trying to bring it under control, but Arshan won't let him. But now it's a strong pinch downfield by Talbro, but Mason deals with it, gets a touch, and doesn't really go anywhere. Talbro just able to get there, but Omar completely misses it. It could be danger as Daily Dom kept out by Arshan, but put back in. But Talbro's touch doesn't really find anyone. Kano very nearly conceded a second, and now they have to find an equaliser, otherwise it will be 1-1 in the series.
That's a wonderful pop there from Talbro, but Mason should have it covered and does. But now this ball just goes straight over to Dom, who's going to try and sort of wiggle round those last defenders. Won't quite be able to. ODL, though, quite happy to recycle the attack. Minute and a half left here of this game number 2. And it'll be popped up there by Omar. Over to Archeon. Shin just holding the lines down at the back. It will be the ball that drops down there for Dom. Shin rising back up to the occasion, and will be Dom with the follow-up, but is it fast enough? Not quite. Mason there to hold that one down. DSQ looking to come back into the action, but it's the missed touch that won't help them out.
It's very strange. I think they were fully expecting a touch to come through, but it just didn't. I think maybe sometimes playing for the miss could actually work in that scenario, but Omar's 0 boost gets beaten by Tal, who also has 0 boost. Dom flip reset, trying to bring it under control, gets a 50. There's no one there in the middle. Shin just a little bit too late to that, but Omar 0 boost. Had to make sure he made the right decision, and he did. But they still need a goal. Omar trying to find it. Shin makes a save, and Talbro gets beaten to it. But it is Shin, drop it down. That could be dangerous. Arshan doesn't get there though. And now Omar on the turn. No one's back for Kayano. And Archeon stealing the goal. It's very much going in anyway. But it still needed to be put away.
It's Kayano that respond. 30 seconds still with regulation to play with before we look towards overtime, and Omar's going to try and slam one through, but kept out. Mason to the skies, beat there by Talbro, going to drop for Deadly Dom. And we saw an incredibly long overtime in game 1. It's game 2. Going to see the same sort of destiny. Shin, I look to drop it down. Ball intercepted by Mason. This could be threatening in the final few seconds. But Omar, can he get there in time to keep this attack alive? Yes, but doesn't have the touch. Dom going to drop it down. Overtime inbound for the second time this series.
Well, in game 1, we saw Kayano having to deal with that ball and grounding it to force overtime. And they went on to win it. This time around, we see Tenma having to force a ball into the ground to get to overtime. Will it go their way? Deadly Dom actually gets a touch, but it's not quite on target. It's quite unlucky on his part. Shin makes a save to his corner. Talbro helps it on, trying to find Shin, but not really enough on it. And now Mason, bit of time to work with, takes it to the air, trying to find a touch into the middle, but Dom able to make the clearance, and now Archer, the last player back, completely misses, and Talbro can't believe his luck. He has an open net to win it for Tenma and to level the series.
Tenma triumph on the temple here in your lower final. They do find that response, and they are stretched to every length by DSQ to do so. But they have life in this series, and I'm sure they're not done just yet. I'm sure they're going to continue to put more and more goals in, take more and more games, and give this DSQ Kayano team the test that they deserve at this level.
Yeah, and I mean, for Kayano, just when they thought they'd turned a corner, just when they thought they were getting back on track, it's that same mistake that haunts them. It's the worst possible time to miss the ball, to get the control completely wrong. But that is what happened. And as a last man, when you are the last line of defense, that kind of mistake will leave your opponents with a chance that they will take about 99.9% of the time. And we just see it there. It's going to be so horrible for Kayano to look back on if they do end up losing the series.
Game number 3 here, getting underway. And a massive one to decide who takes the lead of this series and who takes one step closer to this grand final here in the prospect here. Mason, how to just keep a hold of this one off the kickoff. So just treat this ball like a prize almost. And well, that goal certainly is. Mason, my word. What's just happened there? The 50 into the pop, over the top of Dom. The magic man of DSQ Kayano rising to new levels here in the lower final.
In fact, I actually thought when he first took it out of defense, I thought like he made a mistake. I thought like that was meant to be Archon's ball. Like he just took it away from him. But then he goes and does that, and it's like all is forgiven. But it might not be if Tenma go down the other end. But Talbro can't get a shot on target, and in all truth, it wasn't very well hit. And now Dom into the corner as Mason just waiting for the right time to go. Instead, Omar gets a touch off the backboard, and the second one, but Shin is there. And now Deadly Dom, it's another 50 by Omar. He's just not letting them get out as that one off the wall. Talbro gets the initial clearance, but it's straight to Omar. The shot is on, but saved by Shin. But this time there's no follow-up from Kayano. And now Tenma take it down the other end as Dom gets his shot on off the bar. It comes straight down, tries to follow up, gets the flip reset, and it's behind Talbro. So that attack breaks down. But Shin picking up the pieces into the middle. Talbro's there and in off the bar.
Talbro for the response. ODL never giving up. It's perseverance that looks to prevail. And DSQ Kayano has certainly got a match made for them if they want that rematch with Volbs. But Archeon off the kickoff, going to look to try and slot it just a little bit wide. DSQ, prime time opportunity that they might not get again that easily. But 50 there, popped up for Ark. Going to look to try and put it on target. Has done that, but Shin's there with a block.
Yeah, and now goes back to 50 by Mason. Archon looking very uncomfortable. So goes into middle. Omar gets a touch and trying to get it over Shin. But Shin just about does enough to keep it out as Mason back into middle, but Talbro with a clear, could be all the way in, but Archon was back. And now Dom trying to find a way into the middle. He's got Talbro with him, trying to go alone, but in all truth, there wasn't really much of a way through on target at least. And now it's Kayano on the attack. Omar trying to get there, but Talbro wins the 50. But it's a touch too far as Archon back into the middle. Is there anyone there? Mason, it's off the bar, and there's no follow-up. It's a bit of a let-off for Tenma. Although, here is Mason. Gets it beyond Talbro. Tries to take it beyond Shin. Gets a bump, but still, Shin makes a save. Still, Tenma are level in the game. Still, they have not gone behind. And somehow, it stays at 1-1.
Certainly does. As Talbro is going to look for that bump onto Omar. Dom to pop it up to the back wall. Essentially just going to wait to see the reaction that comes from DSQ. And the reaction is to clear this one down the other side. Try and take this lead. Once again, we find ourselves with a 1-1 stalemate here in your lower final for the third game in a row. But will this one also be destined for OT? Or is somebody going to break that deadlock? You can see ODL going to dive on in, and Tenma trying to break this one down. But Omar is going to break out. Talbro back involved. Over to Dom. He's pre-jumping for the pass down. But now the counter-attack is in session, and it's DSQ who are going to look to try and school this team of Tenma.
I think for Tenma, the thing that they've got going for them is that they are ruthless. Every overcommit, every missed touch, they will punish you. They will take advantage. We saw that in game 2. At less than a minute, is there a mistake from Kayano for them to take advantage of? That's Shin getting bullied by Archon, but able to break free and get the save. And Omar not quite able to get that one. As Mason sends it into his own corner, trying to get the follow-up, but Talbro's already there. As Omar looking rather awkward, but gets it a long way downfield. So Archon puts in the challenge. Deadly Dom doesn't let him get the second touch. Gets it over Omar, onto Talbro. And he's trying to chase this one. It's Mason to his own backboard. He gets bumped. It cuts it up nicely for Deadly Dom, but the challenge comes in at the most crucial time. And now here is Shin off the ceiling, off the backboard. Talbro is there, and it sneaks into the bottom right corner. 12 seconds left. Tenma, despite being second best for the majority of this game, might have just stolen it in the dying embers.
Tenma, they've already toppled many Titans here today. What's one more? What's two more? What's 3 trophies next to your name? That's still a long way away, but Dom's going to look to end game number 3 in the way that they want to carry on. ODL Tenma, fear them because they're coming for those trophies. And they take the lead in your lower finals here.
Yeah, they do, and I think if you are Kayano, I would call the timeout now, because for all their chances to only score 1 goal out of 10 shots, that is not good for them. To create that many chances and to get so little from them, it's deeply, deeply concerning. Like, if I was Kayano, I would call the timeout now. I mean, it doesn't look like they are, but I mean, maybe they're kind of expecting to lose the next game as well, so then it gives them an excuse to call the timeout then. But I think 3-1 down might be too late. If I was them, I will call a timeout now.
Well, they've not done that. And I mean, this is RSC history that you're seeing before your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. For anybody who isn't quite aware, no team ever in RSC has come from play-ins round 1, ran the entire lower bracket, and claimed the trophy at the end of the day. And Tenma, they might still be a way away from thinking about a trophy. But what they are thinking about doing in potentially 10 minutes' time is being grand finalists and having the chance to crown themselves champions after that. But let's see how this series continues, because DSQ Kayano, you can never count them out. And they go to the Coliseum with a mission at hand.
They certainly do. And here is Archon, one of the seasoned veterans, possibly the longest serving RSC player in this entire league, of course, the owner of the league. And he's looking to play the pass to Mason, but Shin cuts it out. So it goes into a corner. Omar does get the touch. Not quite on target, but there for Archon to finish.
It's brilliant there from DSQ Kayano. And the response that they needed after that. What a pass infield from Omar. And then the finish from Archeon. Just where they needed him, at the perfect position, at the perfect time. Kayano find themselves that 1-goal lead. We're going to look to try and make it 2 with the bump there from Mason. It's magical.
I mean, last game I mentioned 10 shots, 1 goal. This time, 33 seconds in, 2 shots, 2 goals. Are things looking up for Kayano, finally? Or is this just a flash in the pan? Sometimes there's a lot of goals very early, and then it just dies down, and then they just take the foot off the gas. Kayano, they need to stay full throttle from now until 0 seconds, until until the last second of overtime if we have it again. But here has Archon a lot of time and space to work with. Plays a pass to Mason. Back to Archon. He fakes it instead. And the credit goes to Mason. And Kayano. Is this the team that toppled league play? That everyone was fearing, that a lot of people predicted to win the whole thing? Or we finally started to see the best version of them coming out?
Well, Kayano have decided to kick it up a notch here in your lower final as they look to level the series and have things 2-2 apiece. Mason going to try and grab this one in field over to a teammate, but everyone's playing a little bit reserved now, and you can afford to do that when you sat on a 3-goal lead here. It's on ODL to try and turn this game around, right? Give themselves that momentum, not fall victim to the fatigue that everybody knows and hates in these sort of situations with how long a playoff stay can go on for. And it will be Archeon who jumps up for that one. Followed up there by Omar. DSQ Kayano trying to add to their tally. But they don't even have to do that. At this point, it's just about playing the waiting game and doing what we've seen them do so well. Defend, defend, defend. So many times we've seen this team have, like, you know, 6 saves each in a game or something like that. And you know what? Add another goal to it, why don't you, as well? Omar gets his. 3 minutes left of this game, and Kayano already looking to call a game.
There's a demo on Deadly Dom, and then the shot which was off target. Shin thought he was on target and dived to try and make the save, but I think that just threw them off. And 10 minutes, safe to say they haven't really got going. And I wanted to go back about 30 seconds because I'm not sure if that was a triple commit from them defensively. I do kind of fear that they're falling apart, that they're not sure how to respond to Kayano, who, and you must say, like, they really have stepped it up. And now Deadly Dom, he's on his own, gets a shot on me. Archon makes a save, but he's not there for the follow-up. Talbro is. Tenma, it's a long, long way back. I'm not sure if we've seen a 4-goal lead overturned in an RSC playoff series, but Tenma, they have completed their first step towards that.
Wouldn't even be surprised at this point, given this roster. They're essentially, you know, they've got a bingo card of things to tick off, I'm convinced. But 2 minutes left of this. And it will be the 3-goal lead to the hands of Kayano. It's going to drop here. Shin jumping for it. Picked up. Talbro looks for that redirect, and Dom continues to push this downfield, infield as well, looking to get that one over to Talbro, but he's been out of position. Shin going to take a shot as well, but just blocked out there. And this DSQ Kayano team, they're not messing around, and they want to continue to maintain this lead, continue to extend this lead, continue to do and play the game how they want to.
Yeah, and I'm sure they won't stop. And so he tried to get a 5th there, but saved by Deadly Dom. And they've been much more effective in front of goal. Still only 6 shots, and managed to score 4 of them. About 66.7% shot accuracy. So Omar is the last man, able to get the better of Talbro. And now Mason, he's 1-on-1, forces a 50 high up, but Dom doesn't get there. Shin does on the follow-up. And now it's back with Deadly Dom off a corner into the middle, but Mason is there. And kind of they aren't back, but Archon just about gets a touch. And now Omar looking to flick it towards a wall. Don't really have any teammates and support. I do kind of feel that this might be game 4 over for Tenma. I said at the end of game 3 that kind of really should call a timeout, and they haven't, but judging by how much better they've looked compared to the other games in the series, like, if you told me that they'd taken a timeout, I would not have been surprised.
Yeah, certainly so. It will be 1 fan back there by Shin. So it's still possible here for Tenma. But it's still very, very difficult. You're looking at 2 kickoff goals here. I mean, we've seen crazy things before, GM. This would certainly be one of them. But let's see if it is even going to be sort of tampered with here, if they're even going to have the opportunity. Cleared away there by Omar, over the top. And it looks like, no, that's not going to be the case. Cleared downfield. You can try as you might here, ODL, but Kayano will not go down without a fight. And they are going to come back to bring this series level 2-2. And we are in for a wild ride for the remainder of this best of 7.
Yes, and now the remainder of the series, the next 3 games possibly mean so much more now that the series has been leveled again. It's also like the first 4 games are wiped. They are in the past. And Kayano, and I think one thing I noticed that they started to bump a lot more. They started to get a lot more bump plays there. I think Tenma, they just weren't expecting that. They had their rotations nailed down. But I think with Kano starting up their physical play, I think that threw a spanner in the works for them. And for Kano, do we continue it, or with the fear that Tenma have figured them out, or do we see how much better the result was, and do we continue with what has potentially got them back into the series?
Well, we're going to have to find out, because here is game number 5. A massive one for both of these teams. Win this. Congratulations. Match point unlocked. Grand final point unlocked. And for DSQ, it would be rematch point as well, because obviously they still want to go back and beat that Volps Rupelli team in that grand final, as much as they'd have to do it through a bracket reset. But here we go. ODL Tenma are going to look to come back, are going to look to continue their fairy tale story. But that goes through DSQ Kayano. And, well, they're not going to make it easy. They haven't this series so far, but you can imagine it will only continue to ramp up.
I talked about the physical play from Kano, which pretty much won them the last game. I think we see them sticking with it. It didn't actually come off, but you can see the intent there. I think it was Omar chasing across the backboard, looking for his next victim, as it were. As it drops down, as it's off the backboard, but Shin to get a strong clearance away, but Mason trying to keep it on the midfield line. As Talbro gets a shot and a new one's back for Kayano. And it is Tenma who get what could be a crucial goal, the opening goal in game 5.
The first one to Tenma. And will Kayano push back? We saw a brilliant early start for them in game number 4, where they were able to rack up 4 goals to the good before we started to see that bit of pushback from Tenma. But now it's Tenma who have that early advantage. They're going to try and work and do what they can with it. Shin, that sidewall from ceiling as well. Infield over to Dom from that corner. He's looking to do what he can. But Omar is there. That's never a sight you want to see if you're on the opposing team. But dealt with well here by this ODL side. And Tenma going to look to try and abuse their team play and getting and holding this lead throughout this game.
Yeah, and Omar trying to find Archon trying to find Omar, but Omar couldn't quite get there. And now it could be a nice one too between Shin and Dom, but the pass wasn't really the right trajectory. But here's a shot on, saved by Mason. And now Shin trying to slow things down, trying to find a way through, but Omar was there on the goal line to keep it out. And now here's Mason for 50 against Dom. It looks like Dom has won that. Plays the pass to Shin, but he bumps his own teammate inadvertently. And will be a good chance for Tenma to double their lead. But alas, they are forced to go again. As Kano into the corner. Dom is there. There's 2 players waiting to challenge. Mason, who's lacking boost, but he's not lacking. And the strength of his 50. And trying to force it down the other end. Still, he does not have any boost. But he has picked some up now. Trying to find a way into the middle. But Talbro there to block his path. And now Omar trying to find a way into the middle off the corner. Now Archon off the wall. There's A1 there. Mason's retreated. Omar decided not to commit. And at 1-0 down, you do need one of them to commit. And speaking of committing, Mason gets a shot on, but Dom, it's a very good save to keep that one out. As Kayano, they're still pushing for that equaliser. But Tenma, they're pushed so high up. It's us begging that it seems like a counter-attack could be the way forwards for Kayano back into this game.
It does seem that could be the case. And we've seen them find these late equalisers before. Thinking back to game number 2. But ODL still won out that game in the overtime. And Tenma going to look to try and fight to the bitter end here on Beckwith Park. Omar trying to place the shot. And it's just chaos around the map here. Everybody, you know, just all over the place. And it's Mason who places the shots. The assist from Arch. And well, it's DSQ Kayano who pushed back.
I feel like the touch didn't really make much of a difference, but the fact that he went for it, it kind of put the Tenma players in a state of uncertainty. They weren't sure where the ball was going to go. All they knew is that there's a chance that it would deviate from its trajectory. And now Mason with a pinch out. He was on the end of it, trying to get another one. But here is Omar. The shot is on, but the save from Dom keeps Tenma in it. That's the second save is made. The first one was more impressive, I must say. But now Archon loses out to Shin. It's a double commit, but they are able to sort themselves out. Less than a minute to go. Shin, Talbro doesn't reach it. Archon gets there ahead of him. And now here is Dom forcing Omar back. It's a double commit as Mason does get the touch out. And now here is Omar, but he's ran out of boost and just gets pushed to the side by Talbro, who's trying to bring it out. The last 30 seconds, this game really could go either way. As Kayano, have they finally figured out a way? Have they found a way through? It's Talbro with a save, and Omar still looking to push through. It's a double bump, and it looked like 3 or 4 players committed to that. And are we going to see late drama in this game 5?
That's a good question, and Ark might provide the answer over the top of Talbro. Dom having to make that save. Omar back infield. Shin with a catch on the back wall. It's going to drop it down though. How many times have we said this throughout this series? I don't know. I think this is the 3rd, but it's overtime here. And it could end very quickly because already we're seeing the aggression from both sides. Ark to the back wall. Talbro banging it downfield, trying to follow up on his own touch. That ball floating. Shin not going to be able to win it. Dom just back over. Ark and Omar will be waiting. Talbro diving in. And here comes Shin, potentially for the dagger, but not quite. Dom back involved as well. Shin's going to get back for this because Ark's on the hunt. DSQ Kayano want to take their prey and knock them down against match point against them. Talbro from his own side of the field, 40 seconds into the OT here, GM. And it's clear that DSQ want this and they want it now.
Yeah, they do. I just want to say earlier, it's such a good 50 by Shin. And just able to kill the ball, like sets it up for him, but that shot goes wide. And now here's Mason, gets the sidewall read. Wasn't on target, but still something for the Tenma defense to think about. As Shin roots out to Archon, but Talbro makes a save. And I think that's what they've been doing, so what they're always there for each other. And now here is Mason, that's saved yet again by Deadly Dom. It's Talbro and Dom who are proving the real defensive stalwarts for Tenma. 8 saves between them, 4 saves each. And it's back with Mason, drops down, Archon is there, gets the 50, Omar loses the 50 to Dom. But Mason on the backboard as Dom trying to play it middle, but his teammates weren't there for it. As Mason's trying to play the pass, it's too high from Omar. As Dom doesn't get there, it sets up for Archon, and Dom is yet another save. That's his 5th one of the game. And now Talbro is on target. Archon isn't back, and Tenma, they win it with a counter attack. As Dom wins the 50, Mason committed, just couldn't get there, and Archon just again fine margins, couldn't quite get back. Tenma just that little bit faster, that little bit sharper, and hopefully for them, setting up to take them into the grand final.
Talbro does it for Tenma, and ODL find themselves one game away from a grand final. That is not a sentence I ever thought I'd get to say today. But the run that these guys have been on has been absolutely incredible. I'm actually not sure if we're able to do this. Is there a possibility to pull the bracket up mid-series or no? Because, like, if so, just to paint the picture of where we are, this is where we currently find ourselves. And Tenma not quite done it yet, but they currently lead your grand final. And, well, the timeout slammed there by DSQ. So they're going to have 2 minutes to think this one over. And I think this is probably a good sort of screen to sit on for a little bit here, just to paint this picture, GM, of how impressive this run from Tenma has been. We can't even see the play-ins on this screen either, by the way. They've come from round 1 in the play-ins, and they're putting up this performance at this point. ODL Tenma looking to make RSC history and become the first team ever, there we go, to do the entire run from round 1 in the play-ins. Brave rival did it from round 2 last season, and that was an absolutely incredible run in itself. But nobody in RSC has ever done it from round 1, and Tenma trying to be the first team ever to do that, and they're one game away from a grand final where they can have the chance to make that happen. But, I mean, GM, DSQ Kayano now, what are we looking at from their perspective, right? I mean, the timeout's got to work wonders here, hasn't it?
Yeah, I said that they should have called it at the end of game 3, and I'm not sure, maybe am I vindicated in that regard? I mean, we'll have to see if there is still time to turn this around, or if they have left it too late. I mean, they were in this exact position in the previous series. You'll have to tell me, like, at what point did they call the time? Did they even call the timeout in that series? But they'll be hoping that they haven't left it too late. That there's still time to turn this around. And that not only will we have to have that momentum shift into this game, but they'll also have to carry it through to the next game as well.
Well, we will find out how this one is going to go very, very shortly. The 2 minutes, I can imagine, nearing its close here for all these players. And the timeout will be over momentarily. And then it's all for these teams, well, or for Kayano at least, up in the air, and they've just got to do what they can on the pitch. Remember, ODL do have that timeout in the back pocket if they need it, but I feel like for them, GM, the last thing they want to do is stop playing for a little bit, right? They've been on a hot streak all day, so pausing that momentum for a second, surely that's not what you want to do.
Yeah, surely not. Although, with you mentioning the fatigue, maybe they might want to use that timeout just like
Maybe.
as just somewhat of a breather, as it were, rather than for a tactical sense to talk things over, to try and change your strategy, just to try and have like a bit of a break rather than change how they play. But game 6 is underway. Archon winning that as Dom not looking very convincing. Archon trying to get there. I think it did look like it was somewhat scoreable, but the angle was against him. It's going to be difficult to score from there, as now we're trying to find the pass out, but Talbro cuts out into middle. Mason's strong clearance away. Dom is up early for it though. Plays it to his own backboard. Mason into the middle. There's room there. Omar is up, but angle just not in his favour. Is Mason back in time? Not quite, and he didn't have the boost either.
Tenma are doing it bit by bit, moment by moment. They are gradually grinding their way to a grand final. But will they be able to get it over the line? Talbro firing it to the back wall. The one who just scored that goal and gave Tenma the lead. But it's going to now be Deadly Dom floating on that back wall, launched downfield. As Shin's going to look to try and collect this one. Mason back in field. Talbro down over to his teammate Shin, who's going to look to try and put this DSQ defense on ice skates.
It's a double commit there, and it doesn't necessarily work out, but it doesn't necessarily go against them either. So Omar sends it downfield. Talbro completely misses. It could open up for Mason, and it certainly does. Ayano finding the leveler, as I'm sure. I think it was Talbro, the player who scored for Tenma, making the mistake at the other end, and for Mason, the player who was arguably at fault for that goal, now scores. It's funny how things work in this series.
Yeah, it's just a weird series, that's certainly for sure. And Shin is going to now look to try and get that one in field. Omar, the pop back to Talbro. He's going to try and get this one over to Deadly Dom. The pass taken out by Arc. And DSQ, it's a long way back here. They've got to go through Game 7 if they now want to get to the grand final. But Mason quite happy to do that as he gets it down. Omar trying to place the shot, but DSQ lacking a little bit in their attack there. And a chance that, that might not come back again. You'd imagine it will, 3 minutes left with how good they've been, but you've got to take every opportunity and every chance at this level, at this stage, at a time like this.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about playoffs, is that it's so cruel. It feels like it's one of those days where neither team deserves to lose. And it's going to be so harsh on whoever does. But that's the reality. That's what these teams are faced with, and that's why we love it. Is that both these teams give such good accounts of themselves, but one team that does win are worthy winners. But now, here is Archon sending it forwards as Talbro not looking particularly comfortable there, but is able to get the touch. Doesn't get the reset though. It looked like he was in a good position to do so, but somehow the game does not register that. As Omar had to be patient there. So Archon got demoed, trying to have a pinch but doesn't. This could be on target. Archon makes a save. And does everyone know up for a follow as Dom gets a shot on? And he caught Kayano sleeping.
The deadly danger man of this ODL Tenma team, striking when they need him most. The final hour of Tenma's comeback about to be reached, and a minute 30, all that stands in their way.
And it's all the way in! It's
Surely
all
not.
the way in from Omar, more or less from kickoff. You feel that Shin should have dealt with that, and Dom behind him as well. Such a preventable goal in a series where most goals came from overall good play, where the defense was really stretched, but that one is off the bar. And this series, it has everything. As Omar out towards a corner, but Shin was already there, and the second touch, and he's still going, but he has no boost. He needs someone in support as he gets a bump on his way back. Archon trying to find Omar. Shin doesn't get there, trying to play it middle. At Talbro there for the 50, and now Omar gets it ahead of him, but can't get ahead of Deadly Dom. Now Mason into the middle. Shin goes up for it. Not the greatest touch though, and it sets up for Omar.
Well, DSQ, their fight knows no end. They will continue to suck everything they can out of this series and give themselves the best possible chance for a clash on Champions Field. But Shin, the shot trying to be played with, the attack still being toyed with here by ODL. But Omar trying to take it away, trying to take it downfield, will not find anything there. It's imperative that this ODL side do not let their mistake before break them. Do not let it sort of get the mental down too much. Because even if you lose this, you've got a game 7 coming up straight after this. 20 seconds left here though. And GM, it feels like this one could still have something in it, but ODL They've got to get out of this half. They've got to get down the other side, and they're just not able to. They're shut out in front of their own net. They've got players diving in time and time again. Dom's just trying to find some semblance of pressure on that ball and won't even be able to. Mason going to see it to the ground. Game 7 Champions Field is what this series deserves.
Yeah, I know that there is an unwritten rule that you've got to keep the ball up on 0 seconds.
Absolutely not. Get it on the ground.
Such practices need to be disregarded in times like these. And Tenma, I talked about the possibility of them using the timeout, and it turns out that they have. Whether it is to talk things through and try and come up with a different way to break Kayano down, or if it is to give them that breather to calm themselves down, to potentially brace themselves for the next step in their lower bracket run.
Well, we're going to get things reset up and we're going to get things going again for Game 7 after this timeout. It feels almost like plot armor at this point here, doesn't it, GM? With this ODL team. I mean, winning all the way up to the, to this point in the last series, reverse sweeping the number 1 seed from Ignis is the number 6 seed from Glacies. And now then that number 6 seed from Glacies is going to look to topple the Glacies number 1, also known by a good proportion of people in the tier as the Avengers of the Prospect tier. You've got to beat the best to be the best, and that's what ODL have to do.
Yeah, and this is a Kayano team that originally consisted of Archon, Nations, and Pile of Dodge, but I believe one of those players has been put on inactive reserve, and the other player, I believe it turned out that they couldn't make playoffs, so instead it was Omar and Mason who was signed in their place, and Mason was and I believe Omar actually signed up mid-season, and Mason was originally the challenger sub for Shivas of Godalion, so he's I believe he was actually originally Prospect, then subbed up to Challenger, and has now dropped down into Prospect. And we are 5 minutes away from seeing whether that decision has worked out.
Certainly are. And I think regardless of who comes out on top here and goes to face this Rupelia team in the grand finals, excuse me. Both teams have had an incredible season and given an incredible effort. I mean, you look at that upper bracket run from Kayano, they took everybody on, until they faltered and dropped down there. And this ODL side as well, they've been impressive in that entire lower bracket run to get to this point. We rarely see people do this. The closest I can think back to is Umargis last season, who faltered at this same place versus MPB Snap, who are widely regarded as the sort of best prospect roster of all time in a lot of people's eyes. But the timeout is over. It is do or die for both of these squads. It is go, go, go. And it's all to play for here. Game 7, Champions Field. One team moves forward to face Volps in the grand final, and one team's season ends here and now.
Or is it go, 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 as what I read in the chat in game? But no matter how many goes there are, the goal is still the same. Win this game, and you play Rupelli in the grand final, either once or twice in a best of 7 to take the crown of the best team in the tier and to snag £40 of prize money. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but here is Tarboro over 50 against Archon. Now Lily Dom gets demoed, and now Mason, it's just off target, but sets up Omar, and it's just too high, and Mason off the corner, back into middle, but too high for Omar to do anything with. Just keeps it in the corner, trying to find a way through. But Talbro won't let him. As again, another clearance that drops down. Kayano having all the pressure, but not doing much with it. But Omar is able to take that one by the scruff of the neck.
Kayano play the fake there from Mason. And Omar unleashes the shot into the back of ODL Tenma's net. It's been a Cinderella story like no other, but does it end here and now?
Well, it looks like Tenma, they are trying to find one last chapter, but Kayano are trying to rip the pages out of a book. But Tenma are sewing them back together. It's a double commit, but it works out. As a fake on Archeon, it's placed perfectly into the bottom right corner by Shin. And after a quiet couple of games, he seems to have found his groove again.
1-1 here on Champions Field. Both of these teams giving it their all, as they have for the entire series here today. A Deadly Dom going to play that 50. Talbro rising to the occasion as Dom's waiting on that back wall to drop this one infield. Back over to Talbro. Mason with the save. DSQ wise to the play. But the play is going to be recycled. And well, my goodness, if that went in, that's insane from ODL Tenma. The passing, conventional or not, almost worked out and almost was one of the clips and highlights that I've seen all playoffs long. But they'll continue to go at it, and so will DSQ, because down the other side they go, and it's a pre-jump there from Omar, but cut out by Talbro.
Yeah, I mean, you can't feel that goal. If that had gone in, it really would have changed your complexion, because Tenma, they would have been punching the air, but for Kayano, their heads would have dropped. But they don't have to worry about that anymore. It looks like it's a Rule 1. Archon's broken it! And Omar might have broken Tenma's spirits.
2.5 minutes left. And sometimes, to be the best, you've got to be the bad guy. Rule 1, hold it or not. It's 2-1 to DSQ Kayano. Tenma being tested like they have all day. But is this where their story ends? Or are they going to continue to punch right back? Shin rising up to that. Dom waiting for the pass, not quite making contact. And DSQ going to be quite happy to slow this play down from their own corner. Mason encroaching over to Archeon as Dom sort of beats out there by Omar, who's looking to try and whiz this one round the last defender. But ODL holds strong. But here comes that pressure once again, or is it cleared downfield? Who's waiting there to capitalize? It's Shin, and it's over to this back wall. It's Dom to tip it off back downfield, but ODL, they need some sort of pressure. They need some sort of presence on this field. They're just essentially holding guard right now, rather than taking it into their own hands. Talbro, is he the player to do that? Maybe, but blocked by Arc.
Yes, it was a good shot, but I mean, just right place to cut it out, as Archon was banking on the miss, but Talbro made no mistake and was trying to find a pass into middle. Dom is already up, but shot is too high. Archon maybe could have got a bit more on that. It's now Omar, as it looks like the touch is on, as Talbro has to react, as Shin sends it towards a corner. As Archon leaving it for Mason. As he takes to the skies, a very limited boost, as Talbro is on him, as it goes just over the bar, as it drops down. Now Shin, it's into middle, it's on target, saved by Mason. But Tenma, they're not letting this go. But that touch has not gone their way, as it's onto Omar, saved by Shin. Just over 45 seconds to go. What do Tenma have left? What do they have left that we haven't seen? As still, they're testing the Kayano defense, but Kayano, they have passed every test with flying colors.
They absolutely have. Final 30 seconds now. ODL, you've gone so far, you've gone so long throughout this day. Does it all end here? Or have you got another moment to show us here? Talbro downfield, Omar trying to play that read. Shin back in field, Dom up for it, trying to find the shot, but taken away. DSQ, the timer on their screens. The Avengers by name, the Avengers by nature. And as that timer ticks down, one of the greatest Cinderella stories that our RSC has ever seen comes to a close. Kayano to the grand finals, and DSQ get their rematch versus Volps.
And that is exactly what happens as Dom, so often the saviour in this series for Tenma, unfortunately ended it with a whimper. But Kayano, I talked about them being pushed to the brink. I talked about the series being one where neither team deserved to lose. And Tenma, I'm sure plenty of hearts have been broken for the people who are watching. But Kayano don't care. They don't care for favourites. They care about progression in the bracket. They care about one more chance, potentially two, in the grand final to play the team who dumped them out second in the other conference, I believe. It's actually second in their own conference.
Yeah.
It is Rupelli, and that is a that is what stands between them and winning the tier.
It absolutely is. It's going to be a great series, no matter how you look at it. But the series MVP for this one is Mason. Absolutely, I don't even know. There's so many words to describe the performance that this guy, puts up here. But I'm going to go with explosive, because look at that demo counter there as well. He's incredible in the defense, incredible in the offense, but just breaking up that ODL team across the pitch. 14 demos across that series. Wonderful to see. And DSQ have their star man taking them to that grand final. What a story here, GM. What a series. And I cannot wait to watch this grand final. It's going to be an incredible one for sure. But before we head to a quick break, let's recap on the bracket as a whole. Let's bring this one up and see where we stand, because what a day it has been. And massive, I guess, props to Tenma for their run today. You've got to say it. I think they've earned everyone's respect. From round one in the play-ins, the 6th seed from the Glaciers Conference, one game away from not even making it here. And that wasn't even in their hands. It was in, like you mentioned, Dexterity, Occultus's hands. So now standing in the lower finals after one heck of a day. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, it really is. And I believe Occultus, they have, everyone has obscurity to thank for Tenma being here, for Tenma getting the chance to make it as far as they did. And mention the series MVP being Mason. In fact, that's a player I talked about the start of Game 7, about his journey this season. Starting prospect, subbing up to challenger, and then dropping back down into prospect. Well, he's one, potentially 2 series away from finding out whether it has all been worth it.
Time to find out if it is. Your prospect grand finals is just around the corner. We're going to go to a quick break, let these teams quickly reset, and when we are back, it is the final match of your prospect season here in RSC 18.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
This is trophi.ai, an AI Rocket League coach, and it's absolutely crazy what you can do with this. If you've ever heard of ballchasing.com, it's a lot like that, but on steroids.
You can press P and a pro demo will come up, and this is what's so cool and so unique about Trophi is that this is not seen anywhere else, and it's just a great way to kind of show you how to do a training pack without having to side by side watch a YouTube video.
And this is actually really cool. Training paths. So you basically, you know the skill trees from Assassin's Creed, Spider-Man, Sekiro, you know that sort of games where you have to, you get skill points, use them, you unlock new skills. This is sort of very similar, but instead of actually getting skill points, you're actually doing the mechs. And also a cool feature as well, guys, watch this. You can slow it down. You can actually slow-mo it like this. So if you're really struggling, what you need to do, you can actually look for yourself and just have a look at the exact movements that you're doing there. Look, it's really cool. I really like it. And
alongside helping with mechanics, it also has a feature that analyzes any of your saved replays. That way you can see what you're doing well and what you need to improve on. It even has this cool post-game analysis that you can see stats from the game you just played.
Hello everyone, good evening, welcome back to the rsc-eu stream for the Prospect Grand Final. I am June667 and alongside me is Veiled to help us cover what I'm sure will be an extraordinary spectacle of the final series, possibly the final two series of the night and of this tier.
Yeah, it's been a spectacular night here. A lot of great matchups have happened. We've had to say goodbye to a few teams that have had the opportunity to make it to this grand final. Unfortunately, they are not here anymore, and we are remaining with only two teams. It is Volpera, Rupelli, and DSQ's Kiano. And they already met in the upper finals, and that went in the favor of Rupelli. So now Kiano will have to beat them, not just one time, but two times if they are to claim that coveted trophy by the end of it. On your screen right now is all of the matchups that have happened here tonight. Of course, Kiano's road to get here was beating Devotion in that upper semis, then losing to Repelli, dropping down into the lower bracket where they had a very hard-fought battle against Tenma that came all the way from round one in play-ins, beating a lot of teams that they weren't expected to, but they could not make it to the grand final. Kiano will do it. On the other end, Repelli, they had a bit of a shorter road here, beating out Shrine in a 4-2, then meeting Kiano and beating them in a similar fashion, and now find themselves in the grand final. So, GM, what are we expecting the players to be going through right here?
I think for Repelli, because he came through the upper bracket, I think that they'll be fresh, they'll be ready to go. But as for Kiano, because they had to drop into a lower bracket, I think that might actually work in their favor because they'll be all warmed up, all fresh, all raring to go. But I mean, for Repelli, they finished second in their conference, but Kiano finished first. And for Repelli, they took down Shrine, who finished first in the other conference, before taking down Kayano, who finished first in their own conference. So Repelli proving to be somewhat of the giant killers, but Kayano, they'll be hoping that in the David versus Goliath has an alternate ending.
Yeah, well, Keanu already faced with this team once before. I was watching that match on the sideline. I was not really convinced back then that they were gonna beat them, and in the end they lost that one. I think I was watching here in the lower final as well, and I was seeing more of the same. I'm gonna have to see them step up a little bit, or maybe Rupelli to drop off a little bit for this to be more competitive. But Keanu have had a little bit of a break in between these two series. A lot could change in those moments. And maybe they just needed that little bit of a break to get into things, because after that upper finals, I believe it was basically straight into that lower finals. So yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting to see how that pans out. I don't know if we're gonna have any team stats on screen or anything actually, but let's just do prediction. Oh we are. Okay, let's do predictions afterwards then. We do have team stats on your screen right now. It is Rupelli, 25 wins, the same for Keanu, but 2 less losses. Goals for is basically the same, 4 in the favor of Rupelli, but they also conceded 13 more goals. Saves, 6 more in favor of Keanu. Demos, basically double from the side of Rupelli, and I think that is probably what caused a lot of mayhem in the Keanu defense the last time they met. Shooting percentage, pretty much the same, slightly favoring Keanu, but all in all, these stats very similar for both teams, except slightly more goals conceded from Rupelli and slightly more demos from them as well.
I don't know about slightly. I mean, that is more than double the amount of. I don't think that is slightly more demos. That is a lot more demos from Rupelli compared to Kayano. But with it being such a demo heavy team, I think sometimes like if you go too heavy on the demos, it can lead to players being out of position and can lead to like chances for the opponents, very easy chances that you'd expect them to put away. So I think that could actually work in Kano's favour, and also with Kano also with this series having already been played in the final. I think now that they'll know what to expect, I think that could go their way, and I think it's a good time to move into predictions of the series. And me personally, I'm going to back to Kayano to win this, and I'm actually going to back them to win it 4-1.
I was basically in the same line of you. I think Keanu is gonna win it. I think Rupelli is gonna get 2 games though. I think we're gonna have a strong start from Keanu. Rupelli is gonna get a little bit of a rebuttal in the middle of the series, and then Keanu's gonna close it out. That's my prediction here. I think everyone is actually in the lobby. So I think we've given them enough of a break now. I think we also need to get the show on a roll here. So we're gonna have the hype chamber playing here. We're gonna get the players to go ahead to get on the pitch, and we're gonna get this grand final on the road.
I mean, there's no better time to do it. We see the stadium being shown, and now we could see the game about to be played. It is Rupelli in the blue and Kayano in the orange, which I am surprised. I'd have thought that in terms of like matching the franchise colours, it'd be a better match the other way around, but I'm sure in terms of this match, they'll be hoping that they can get over the line here. Of course, Rupelli only needing to win for one series to win the whole thing, but Kayano, if they are to be victorious, they need to win not only this series, but the one after that, both being best of 7. So they really got a lot to battle through. But here is Arjun with a shot. 2 players are there for Rupelli to make the save. That could be a decent touch to Kaf, but he gets bumped. And it feels like Kano maybe playing Rupelli at their own game with his bumps, with a demo from Omar, but now Ninja Sam gets a flick. There's no one back, but the bounce is not in his favour. And Rupelli nearly getting the first goal. In fact, there's been a chance for both teams in the first minute.
Yeah, that bump made great work off the defense there. Omar could have done a lot there. In the end, the 50 did not go in his favor. Ninja Sam now gonna go for that flick once again. Blocked out by Mason. Now Omar is gonna chase this one down. Actually gets the beat. Kef gonna clear it, but it only makes it as far as Archeon. Can only try to find Omar, but the shot is not being found. So now it's a quick counter off the side of Repelli here. Blocked away now by Mason. Takes a little bit of control over it. A great first touch. Fakes the high touch. He's gonna have another opportunity here. 50 should find someone in the middle, but it's only Kef. Archeon cannot get back, and it's Kef that strikes first in this matchup.
I think Kocha might have actually been getting bumped by Ninja Sam there. Actually, he didn't, but it looked like that was the intention. But it already did enough. The shot was hard enough and on target to allow it to go in, and kind of the defense was stretched a bit too far. They're looking very awkward here. Lyra trying to capitalize on that, but it's always going to be tough to get there from that position. So more just trying to chase on 0 boost, but I think Ninja Sam was aware of that and just took the play forwards as per usual. Now Kaf having to play it to his own corner, and Kaf is a player who has played in higher tiers than this. He has played in Challenger, he has played in Rival in seasons gone by, so to drop down all the way to Prospect, it's kind of like not much of a surprise that this Repelli team have gone so far with him on it. As now goes into the middle. Omar, strong clearance away, but can they build on it? Taking a bit of time off the backboard. Archon off the corner. Mason is there, trying for a second touch, which he gets. Goes into the middle, but the bounce doesn't go his way. Now Archon across to Omar. Off the wall, doesn't get a second touch. Archon's there, but Lyra with a block. And now Omar, that's a very dangerous back pass. Mason is able to guide it towards safety though. Plays it off the backboard. Still going. Lyra's the last player back. Archon with the challenge. But Omar does go. But Kaf makes a save. And Repelli still able to keep the clean sheet.
Yeah, and it looked like that shot just came in a bit too late. All the build-up was beautiful, but it was just delayed too much. Allowed Kaf to get into position and make that save. And you talked a bit about Kaf being pretty good on this team and maybe one of the reasons why they could make it this far. Well, from watching them and from just playing him all season and scrimming with them as well, I can tell you he's an absolute unit, and he is probably the main reason why this team is working in the first place. The amount of times where he has been the last man back and has just pulled out save after save after save. And it's not just the saves, it's the fact that he gets the ball clear and just out of danger immediately, and he just reproduces it again and again. He's been absolutely necessary for this team to work, and I think he can deserve all the credit that he's getting from that. On the other end though, I believe Mason on his side has been really good in defense. The only thing I can really criticize him for is his work in the final third, which has been lacking a little bit at times. Not to call him bad or a bad player or a bad addition to the team, but that is really the only thing you could criticize about that player.
Now his defensive capabilities are going to be tested here as it's saved onto the post, but there's still a goal down as Archon puts in the challenge. Mason on 0 boost did what he could. Omar having to delay, but it's straight to Lyra. That could be game 1 done and dusted. Kayano, they thought they salvaged it, they thought they kept themselves in it, but Omar, the touch wasn't good enough. He got bumped, and it was an open net for Lyra, who may have just finished off this game 1 as a contest.
Yep, this looks like the first game is surely done and dusted. Lyra is gonna try and get another one for the road. Not to be this time, as Ninja Sam will let it drop. Here's the ground, and Repelli take game 1 in a bit of a comfortable fashion. I think Keanu, they did have their chances, but they once again failed to make the most of it. And I think that's really been the difference maker for them all night here. You know, when they face a team that is facing similar struggles, it seems like they can get away with it and they can kind of scramble out a win. But Rupelli, they just don't seem to have the same problems. They just are making the chances so unmissable that they just get the goal every single time. And Keanu, they can't really seem to deal with it at the moment. I think they have to switch something up if they want to get into this series, and rather now than later, because they already saw how it's gonna go in the upper finals.
Yeah, they do. And it's not to say that Kayano haven't been threatening. It's just like the chances they do create, Rapelli, they're always in the right position to make the challenge, to make the save. I believe it was Kath who we both highlighted, who were able to make one of the best saves there. It's pretty shot fired really hard towards the top of goal. Is able to keep it out. And I think Rapelli being so strong defensively, keeping the clean sheet. Can't feel that if they are to go on to win the series, to win the tier, that would be one of the reasons why.
Definitely, definitely, and it's not to take about or take away from the chances that Keanu is creating, because they are creating good chances. It just seems like the final shot is just maybe being delayed slightly too much, or maybe the placement on some of the shots could just be slightly better to just make it impossible for Cav to make those saves. Because not to take anything away from Cav, because those saves that he's making is absolutely beautiful, and you're not seeing many players in this tier do that. But you still can make it harder for him, and that is what they need to do if they are to find the back. Right here is a chance, but shot just placed a little too high. They keep the pressure though. Archeon getting that 50. Kev with a bit of a miss. Lyra on 0 boost. Ninja Sam missing the ball, but effectively faking it for his teammate. Now Omar gonna take it to the side, gonna play a bit of time here, gonna bang it towards that corner, make it awkward for Ninja Sam, who cannot make contact. Lyra pre-jumps the thin air, and Mason has a bit of an open net.
Well, I was about to say that Kano should have pushed his 2 whips earlier, but they get lucky again. Another calamity. It can't be any worse timing after we talked about how good they were defensively. They give away a goal like that. I mean, to be fair, it isn't the easiest read, but they do get it back almost straight from kickoff. Breaks to Lyra, it's a good first touch, takes the second touch, and the last one to take it beyond Archeon and level the game, the second game in this grand final.
Yep, Omar's kickoff here can only find Lyra, who is now centering it for his teammate, but both of them going back for corner boost. That might have been a bit of a blunder. Now they're gonna have to concede a lot of pressure here. Omar is gonna look to find a teammate, cannot get back to it though, so it's Cav clearing it away. But low boost for most of the players from Rupelli here in their own half. It's very awkward for them, but Cav bails them out for now. Omar, high touch. Lyra is gonna clear it away into Ninja Sam, but cannot make contact. Lyra is gonna follow it up with a shot. I don't believe it was on target, but that clear definitely needed. And what a 50 from Omar. Cannot get back to it though, and Mason committing as well. Is gonna leave Archeon as last man back. Needs to get contact here, can, but delays it. Perhaps just enough. No, Cav is lasering it towards the goal. It's cleared away, but not enough as Lyra comes flying in and dunking that into the back of the net.
Well, Cav thought he did enough. Mason thought he did enough getting it out, but Lyra pre-jumped. He pre-jumped and making up for his error. He's more than made up for it. Not only has he cancelled it out, now he is a net positive on the scoreline for Rapelli as Ninja Sam doesn't get there. Archon off a wall. Mason is going up for it, but so was Cath. Such a crucial part in cutting out the Kayano attacks. Plays it onto Ninja Sam, trying to get the second touch, but Mason's there to block it out. Very little boost to work with. Just trying to play time, trying to wait for his teammates to get in a position to support him, but they just never did. It's Omar with 50 again. It's just they're trying to have the hold-up play, but there's just no support for whoever is trying to make the play for Kayano. There's just one player trying to get through all on their own, and no one there to back them up, so the attack just dies instantly. Sargent doesn't get there as Calf on towards the wall.
Yeah, and big credit to the demos on that moment. Wait, hold on. That could have been the moment where Keanu definitely was on the back end, but not to be. They make a save. They have a chance here, but Mason just cannot get it past Lyra. Now Kef is going to clear it forward. No one's following it up. Lyra off the sidewalls with the pre-jump. It's going to slow this play down. Archeon passing it to Mason. Gets it past Ninja Sam. But it's only getting as far as Lyra now. Maybe Omar, though, getting a beat onto Kef here. Opens things up. Ninja Sam doing well to get it out of defense here. Lyra going to try and bang it towards that goal. Cannot quite get the beat, though. Now Ninja Sam going to jump very early on this. Gets the beat, but doesn't look too uncomfortable until that demo comes through. Kef can only fake it for Ninja Sam, and what a save coming in from Archeon. Now the counterattack is on. He's gonna fake it for Mason. He slows it down. He dodges the demo, but he cannot make contact quick enough. And it's just this defense from Rupelli. It's every single man working together at the current moment.
Yeah, it is. And 40 seconds left. That's what they need to hold on, but they get another one instead. As Kayano looking so awkward, Mason forced to turn towards the own goal, gets it all wrong, and Omar pushed all the way back into his own goal. I think it was because he had to dodge a demo. So even though Repelli for demos aren't connected, it's still putting Kayano into awkward positions and ones which they can't recover from.
Yeah, now things are looking shaky for Keanu. 30 seconds left this game. Everything is still possible, but basically need a miracle at this point. Ninja Sam is gonna fake for his teammate. Archeon now has to track all the way back. That is precious seconds shaved off the clock, and getting donked there as well. Now Mason on 0 boost can barely do anything, but actually gets a really good 50, but the follow-up is just not there. Archeon has a bit of an open net, but sends it sky high instead, and that is the game over. Ninja Sam is just gonna let it drop, and Rupelli are now finding themselves with a 2-game lead, and only 2 games separating them from that coveted trophy right now.
Yeah, it is. And one interesting thing I've just realized that we haven't mentioned is that Lyra and Mason were actually on the same team together last season. It was on Scary from Neat, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. So for them to be facing each other in the grand final, that is a story in itself.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly what the storyline is, but I do believe Lyric got cut from that roster. I believe Mason stayed on it. But I also believe Mason was actually a sub back then on his team, which I think is criminal because I scrimped that team many times, and I personally believe that that might have been their best player. But then again, Lyra is showing me that he can play in this grand final just as well. So maybe my my take on it back then might have been a bit wrong. Not to worry though, we're not gonna have to sit on that fort too long because we're getting ready to get straight into game number 3 here.
Yeah, we are. And for Kayano, I mean, they weren't necessarily bad. I think it's just that the way Repelli have been playing is just a way that Kayano are really struggling to deal with. And so I talked like last series about like maybe they should have used the timeout sooner. But I mean, maybe they know what they're doing. Maybe they know that they don't need to use a timeout this early. And maybe if they do, maybe if they get a goal here, but Ninja Sam can't keep it out.
It's been a bit of a blunder in defense by Ninja Sam. Archeon, that shot was never really meant to find the target, but Ninja Sam just cannot get it under control. A bit of a blunder, and maybe the miracle I was talking about that Keanu might have needed to get into the series has just been found. And I was also going to talk about, you mentioned the not calling a timeout. I will say alarm bells not really ringing that much. It's not that much separating these two teams, but there's definitely a clear advantage towards Rupelli. Their defense has just been that good that even though you're seeing Keanu knocking on the door several times each game, the defense is just that good that it doesn't really lead to more than just knocking on the door most of the time.
Yeah, and Mason just trying to wait as Kath was getting there ahead of him. Oh, it's a free ball for Lyra, but he misses. It could open the door for Archon, so it sets up for Mason, but Kath got there ahead of him. And now Lyra puts in the challenge. It's back with Archon. Omar is waiting, but it's a strong clearance by Lyra. Mason into a corner, trying to find the pass to Omar, but he's lacking in boost. But Archon isn't off, but he certainly isn't lacking in touches off for woodwork. That's 2 for post and the bar, stopping Kayano from extending their lead.
Yeah, but now we see the confidence start showing from Keanu, and maybe that's just what they needed to get into the series, because all night from watching them play, they played so passive. And that can win you a lot of series, as we've seen so far, as Cav just hammers that one in to tie up this game. So maybe that miracle that Keanu needed was not enough. They will be tied up, and they'll have to do it all over again. But what I wanted to say is that confidence it's looking like exactly what Keanu needs, because there's been so many chances where they've just been a little bit too passive to go for that shot when the opportunity has arisen. Had someone just made the decision slightly quicker, it could have surely been a goal. As we see Mason diving in very early for that as well. As we have a rule 1, but it's broken by Omar.
Well, we saw in the last series, Kayano scored from a player breaking a rule 1. We're hoping for more of the same. Didn't happen that time. Maybe it might go against them, but that one is cleared. And Kaf, plenty of time and space to work with. But doesn't get it ahead of Omar. So Ninja Sam has to deal with it. Gets it beyond Mason. Gets a second touch. Gets a flip reset. But Omar puts in the challenge. Still not over and done with yet. Archon, not the greatest clearance. Only as far as Ninja Sam. As Mason able to get the read on that. Bit of time to work with. Trying to take it beyond Lyra, but gets demoed. It's actually a double demo, as it were. So it drops down, and it kind of feels like there's not really much going on in terms of like attacking play. It's just they're struggling to create clear chances. And we talked about demos earlier. We talked about demos before the series started, like how many more Repelli had compared to Kano, and it was that which proved a trick for Repelli. It was a demo on the last man, which opened the goal up, which allowed Caf to put it away. And kind of thinking like, will they be going for that again?
Yeah, and it's not just been an offensive tool that they've been using in this series. We've seen them use it defensively so many times. You see the passing play being made from Keanu in the offense, and it's just the last man moving in to take the shot, and then he just gets demoed from behind, and all of a sudden that chance is completely squandered and turns into a quick counter attack from Repelli. So a strong tool to have in your arsenal for sure if you're on the side of Repelli, and how annoying it must be for the side of Keanu to have to deal with it both on offense and defense.
Yeah, and it's something that Kano have to watch for. It's like not only are they concentrating on like trying to play the best game that they can, but also trying to dodge the demos. But one thing that they can't afford to dodge is the ball. It's actually a very good pass by Caf. I mean, such a good shot by Lyra of a placement in towards that top left-hand corner. And Repelli, they were behind. They're now in front. They are on the verge of going 3-0 up in the series unless Kayano have something in the last 40 seconds. Archer puts in the 50. Ninja Sam looking very awkward. Still gets a touch. Gets bumped, but still finds a touch out. And now Mason is 1v1 with Caf. Able to win that one, but straight to Lyra, but still able to make the save. And now Ninja Sam is on target. Saved by Mason. Last 25 seconds now. Kayano need a goal. Otherwise, they will find themselves at match point, at series point, at tier point, as it were. As it's only as far as Ninja Sam. The shot is on. Last couple of seconds now. Kayano trying to find a way out. As it's on to Mason. The shot is on, but not too threatening. As Lyra, that's a strong enough clearance to win game 3.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show these games are cutthroat every single game. The first game, I believe, was a 1-goal difference game. As the timeout is called here, so we are going to have 2 minutes for Keanu to talk things over after this game to just try and figure out how they're going to have to make this reverse sweep happen. It's going to be one big task for them, though. But every single game has been so close here, GM. First game was 1-goal game. Second game was 2 goals differentiating them. This third game, Keanu had the lead, but it was thrown away in the middle of the game, and then towards that end, it was just ripped away from them by that shot from Blur. And it's been so close, but it's Rupelli winning the trade on every single one of these games.
Yeah, it has. And for Keanu, a timeout could. They're hoping that it swings it back in their favour, but needing to reverse sweep in a best of 7. So odds stacked so heavily against them. We have seen it done before. We have seen a reverse sweep happen before in a grand final, but it's not very often that it does. But for Keanu, they'll be clinging on to the hope that while the chances are low, they are not 0.
Yeah, not 0. They have one big task ahead of them. And we can try and discuss what we think is the problem happening for Keanu, or what they need to do to try and get back into this series, because while it has been close, it's still been clearly towards Rupelli's favor. I mean, you don't just win these 3 games just like that. And even in the last game, we just saw them be behind, and it didn't even look like they were close to crumbling. It didn't look like it touched them in the slightest to be down. They just went about their business. They got their 2 goals, and they called that game a day. So, what do you think they need to switch up on the side of Keanu to try and get back into the series here?
I think that if they see how physical Rupelli are, I think they need to be aware of like when Rupelli are going in for bumps and demos, and get out of the way of them. Try and plan ahead. Try and be in a position where it's harder for Rupelli to get the bumps and the demos, because I think if they can dodge the bumps and the demos, then the chances will open up for them. Not like the chance that they've been trying to carve out, where all 3 Rupelli players are back and they're in the position to meet the save and keep the shots out, but more so chances where like Rupelli have gone in for a bumper demo, but it hasn't worked out, and then Kano, they could just go down the other end. Like those sorts of chances on the counter attack, I think, could open up if Kano are able to stop dodging for bumps and the demos that Rupelli have to throw at them.
I'm not quite as sold on dodging the bumps and demos as you might be. Of course, that is part of the equation, but every single time I have seen them dodge the bumps or demos, they've still been in a poor position after doing so. I think personally, you just switch up the tempo. You start playing faster Rocket League. We know that they can play this routine. They can play very well together. Be in position all the time. But when you play a team like this that just throws caution to the wind, they leave the rotations a little bit early to try and get those demos in. If you just switch up the speed a little bit, go a bit faster, perhaps even look for your own demos in the opposition's half, you just make it so uncomfortable for them to play it. And it looks like they have turned up the speed, and it could have been a goal, but in the end, saved away by Archeon himself.
I mean, you hate to see it when that happens, when a shot is saved by your own teammate. It happens to a best of us, but it could not have happened at a worse time for Kano, wanting to get the first goal, wanting to give them the goal that makes the timeout worth it, that puts them in the best possible position. But now they have to go again. Now it is Omar getting a bump, Archer into the middle. Mason, the shot is too high. Comes back to Omar, but the pass onto a backboard doesn't find a teammate. And now Kaf, bit of time and space to work with. Challenged by Mason though. Ninja Sam completely misses it, and Omar is there for the follow-up.
Yeah, we see them completely switching up the pace here. It's just Mason sending it downfield. Ninja Sam with a bit of an overcommit. Omar immediately there as second man, no hesitation, puts it in the back of the net. And this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes those chances have come in, but you just don't see the commit from the second man on the side of Keanu. This time it comes in immediately, doesn't give the defense a second to think about what's coming. And it's all of a sudden Rupelli looking a bit on the back end, but now they have possession. Let's see what they can do. Kev gets the 50, but Akian puts it straight forward. Now Omar lunging in early, gets a pinch, could have caught Lyra off guard, but he was very well aware of the possibility. Ninja Sam gonna take this one away from his teammate. Gets it off target though. Demo looking to come in, but the 50 is good from Mason. Now Omar can take a bit of time, but the demo comes in on him as well. Lyra cannot do much here. That ball pretty much passed away by Aki, and Mason bails him out a little bit. Omar reaping the benefits of that miss from the blue player. Arkian now flying forwards, getting it into the corner here, centers it for Mason. Missed ball by the blue defender, and Mason puts it in. I'm not quite sure what defender made that mistake there. It looks like it was Ninja Sam, and he's just been a little bit poor in defense this game specifically. I mean, I've seen him make mistakes in some of the games, but this game 2 times as the last defender, just not getting the touch. I mean, you gotta do better than that.
Yeah, especially with the stakes of this high. But for Kayano, things are looking a lot better for him. And you have to say they have deserved it. I mean, they've been playing it a bit faster. The second man, the third man have actually been following up on the touches. They're supporting each other a lot better. They're following up on each other's touches. And also, we've seen that like these misses come out from Rupelli. Have they been making sure, have they been looking to gamble, to play the miss, and it's been working for them, and it could work again, but now it breaks to Lyra, but not the greatest touch, still finds its way to Ninja Sam, and he's caught off his own teammate. This could be dangerous if anyone could put it away. Omar gets a flick on, and that's 3-0, and Kayano, they might have cracked the code.
I mean, I think you could say that, but also we've just seen the same player make 3 mistakes. And it's not to put the whole series on his shoulders, because he's actually played a really good series up until this point. But this specific game has definitely come from the mistakes of one player. And he will have to regain his confidence, his robustness as the last man, if they want to make sure that they can get this over the line. If he continues playing like this, it might be a bit rough for his teammates to try and get it over the line. But we digress. Mason getting it forward here. Omar looking to put the needle in. Cannot quite do it. Kaf is going to get a clearance here. No defender back yet. Omar gets demoed, but Akian doing very well to make sure that his teammates have time to get back. Even makes the save himself. Mason now taking this one to the backboard. Has 40 boost to work with. Not a lot, but enough to get it past one. Lyra gonna look to get this one on the backboard. Akian following it up from Omar's save. And now Omar can lay it off to Mason, but can only get the 50. Akian, low boost, gonna pick up the 100. Miss from Lyra gives Akian a lot of time. Gives him valuable time to give his teammates some boost here, but Ninja Sam just beat out 2. Kaf moving forwards, playing the backboard, playing the reverse flip, but cannot get it over the line. And it stays 3-0 for Keanu.
Yeah, that could be it in terms of a game. To come back from a 3-goal deficit is hard enough, but when there's less than a minute to go, it makes it nearing on impossible. As Mason gets dunked by Ninja Sam, but that one goes wide. And now Omar doesn't have the touch. Mason does. Takes over, looking for a pass into middle. Onto Archon. All 3 players commit, and it was what's needed to keep it out. Kaf gets a touch away. But it's all in vain now. Surely it's not enough. Surely too much time has passed for Rupelli to make it back in game 4. And now, Kayano, are they on the road back into the series? Will they make Rupelli wait that bit longer? Or could they yet take the crown for themselves? Either way, they are one step back from the brink.
Yeah, Keanu completely switching up the tempo in this game. Completely taking Rupelli unguarded at the first half of this game, but in the end it was pretty quiet actually. Repelli having the only real chance towards the end there. Of course, there was a bit of pressure from Keanu as well, but Repelli fighting back in the end. I think if Keanu can replicate this the next game, I'll be a bit surprised. I think they can maybe scramble out a win if they play this way in the next game, but it's not going to be as surefire as this one. I think this was the surprise. And now they've given themselves a lot of options. Do they continue playing with this speed for the rest of this series? Or do they go back and forward, switch up the tempo in between games, kind of make Rupelli have to second guess themselves going into every single game from this point on?
Yeah, they do. And for Rapelli, I mean, it's kind of a strange series because Cayano they stepped up, but at the same time, for Rapelli, it's all 3 goals have come from individual mistakes, and I'm not really sure if there'll be that many mistakes happening in the next game, or the game after that, or the game after that. But here's a shot on by Mason, saved by Kath, as we start off game number 5.
Yeah, Archeon gonna bang this one forward. Lyra is gonna pick up the scraps here. Gets it centered for Ninja Sam, but he is hesitating to go in here. Omar is not hesitating. Gonna try and get this one to Mason, but it's cleared away before he can get to it. Archeon looking very awkward on the backboard there. Omar jumping in to help make that save. Mason now getting the 50, buying so much precious time for his teammates. Omar looking for the shot, but misses. Ninja Sam gonna clear it a little bit here. Omar following up from Mason's clearance, but it's not able to put a shot on target. But it seems like they are continuing to play with that tempo on the side of Keanu, but Lyra just beautifully placing that one into the bottom corner while Ninja Sam goes and hunts for that demo.
Yeah, he lays it off, he fakes, because the kind of defense, they think that Ninja Sam is just going to take it on for himself, but instead he lays it off. And then not only does he lay it off for Lyra, he then goes out to hunt for the demo on the last man. And also, we must mention Lyra, I mean, the placement absolutely perfect into that bottom right hand corner. And for Rapelli, after a very dodgy game 4, have they got their mojo back? Never mind, as Archeon able to level it up.
Once again, it's a bit of a misread from Ninja Sam. Just too much speed, not able to get to that ball at all. And it's just immediately the game is tied up. But Ninja Sam did make the last goal happen for his team. So he did make up for that mistake. But you'd rather not see that if you're on a team that is 1 game away from taking this trophy. Now everything's opened back up for Keanu. They can breathe a sigh of relief. Ninja Sam gonna hit this one forward into the corner. Lyra up for the task here. Puts it towards that backboard, but Archeon was there. Now Kev up for the shot. But it's not really testing defense much, is it? Now Omar is gonna be tested by Lyra. Can hit it towards the corner. Ninja Sam is gonna get a 50 with Omar. Mason to the sidewall. Now it's Kev picking up the scraps here, looking to find Lyra that puts it on the crossbar, and it does not make its way in on this occasion.
Oh, they thought they did enough, but not only was it saved off a line, but even when they tried to force it back in, there was another player back by the name of Archeon to keep it out. And here it sets up for Mason, but Lyra is there. Omar follow up, but forced high, and now Archeon follow up, but that one goes wide. And Kano really stepping it up, really turning up the heat. But Rapelli, they're able to stave it off. They're looking to stay well insulated. So it goes off a corner into middle. Mason's there, but Kath saves onto the post. Still nothing to work with, no boost. Still looking to be a nuisance, a thorn in the Kayano side. So it goes into middle. Ninja Sam is up, looking for a double. Does find it, but not on target. Gets a bump on Mason. 2 minutes to go. And Kayano, I thought they were going to score, but instead it's Rapelli. They are the ones who are on the attack now.
Yeah, Ninja Sam Can only get that one to the opposite corner here. Omar now having a bit of time. Gonna touch it around one. Cannot quite get the follow-up though, looking for the pinch, but it's Ninja Sam picking it up from the backboard here. Gets it over one, goes for the bump. Is in a very awkward spot for his teammates. Not really knowing if they should go or not. They decide to delay it a little bit. Bump comes in on the corner there. Mason can go back here, pick up the scraps here, looking for Arkian on the pass. But it only makes it as far as Lyra. Cap getting the beat there, but just off target. Ninja Sam putting a shot in himself, but it's way too weak. And the save is made by Mason. Now the counter attack is on for Keanu, making it as awkward as possible. Kef was not expecting that pinch to come in. He can, however, clear it away from the backboard here. Arkion looking to keep up the pressure here. Kef is going to be tested, but just clears it straight down to that orange half. Omar looking to go on the right side here, looking for the backboard. Can he make it awkward for Ninja Sam? Not quite. Arkion keeping it in, however. Keanu really fighting to keep this ball in the blue half here, but not really a lot of dangerous chances coming from it. And now the counter is on. Kef gets it past the last defender. Can he redirect this one in? No, he cannot. And this game looks like it's heading towards the overtime here.
Yeah, I was about to say that should have been it for Repay, but then they spurned another chance. Another big chance to score. And now Mason trying to help it on to the backboard. Omar back on the backboard again. But now it's Archon, but cut out by Lyra. But now Omar the challenge. Ninja Sam away. Only as far as Mason. And now Kaf into middle. Ninja Sam to the backboard, but Mason already there. Gets the second touch above Lyra. Kaf is the only player back. Ninja Sam trying to scramble back on zero. Kaf gets a touch. Omar trying to send it back in, but instead not on target. Hits the ground 0 seconds. So we have overtime for the first time this series, I believe.
Yeah, Keanu really fighting to try and get their second win in this series here. Mason heading it to Omar. It's open. He cannot get it on target. Cannot recover in time. Mason puts it on the crossbar. Akian diving in as well, but cannot make contact. And it's on the side of Rupelli. They can breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, that would not have been series ending for them. Not even trophy ending if it was match point, but it would really hurt to lose a timeout like that. But even on the side of Keanu, they really needed that goal right there. They really needed to just be able to move on from this game and go straight into the next one. For every single minute that goes here, it just gets closer and closer, and it's giving Rupelli more time to figure out how they can effectively play against this team.
I mean, there is the overriding consensus. That should have been it. Will they live to regret it? It's saved by Omar, but followed by Kaf. It's bumped. Archon gets bumped into the save. And now Mason trying to launch it forwards on zero as Ninja Sam makes a save. But Mason's still going, and it drops down, but Omar can't connect. And chances going begging left, right, and centre. Archon off the backboard, and Mason finishes it off.
Yep, beautiful finish from Mason. Arkian making it happen. A very poor touch from Ninja Sam there. Kef, so awkward, almost makes contact and makes the save, but just not enough. And it's Keanu to win out this overtime, and they do it pretty quickly as well. And now that triple match point has shrunken, or actually quadruple match point has shrunken all the way down to only a double match point. 2 more chances for Rupelli to finish off this first series. And I think the longer it goes on, the more I'm starting to get sold that Keanu's new approach to this game to just go completely off the script and just turn up the speed. It's looking like it's gotten the better end of Rupelli. Their defense is just not holding up as well. They can't get those defensive demos in because they're too busy getting back into defense in the first place.
Yeah, and it's clearly working. And you feel that not only that, like Keanu, they had several chances to finish the series earlier as well. But then again, the same could be said for Rapelli. They had chances to finish it in normal time as well. But Keanu, they're the ones who are able to finish the chance when it mattered most. And now they're still alive, but they are 2 games away from forcing a bracket reset. And I mean, who knows? Maybe we could see the reverse sweep, but we have been here before. They have been here before not only this series, but last series and the series before. The series before they lost at this point. The series after they won. But now the net's open and Calf can't put it on target.
You can really see the nerve starting to show from Rupelli, struggling to score the ones that should basically be gifted for free. And it's now Keanu knocking on the door of Rupelli's goal here. 50 on the goal line, off the backboard. Mason is up, gets the beat, but cannot get this one on target. It's Kef to put it to the side, but he didn't look up before making the clearance. There's 2 orange players right where you put that ball, and that pressure just stays in your half. Lyra now being called up to try and make the save. Kef now being called up as well. Gets a great clearance, but it's Omar to pick this one up. Can even pick up the 100 boost for his efforts. Off the ceiling now. Gets it past one. Beautiful touch, but not the 50 he would have asked for. Mason now up. Gets the reset. Can't do much with it, but gets the 50. Just has to make his way out now. Leave it for Mason. Oh, sorry, for Omar to try and push up. Arkian lunging in as well. He was the only one with boost at that current moment. Might have been a bit of a mistake, but it doesn't look like they'll get punished for it immediately. Mason can track back, get this boost, and if you look on the blue side, very low boost counts from them, but it looks like they've been given time to build up that boost while they build up their attack. A bit of a miss from Archeon, bit uncharacteristic, but as well from Ninja Sam, bouncing up. Is there an orange player going for the shot? Only Archeon, but he did not have enough boost to go for it.
Yeah, and now it's Mason off the ceiling. Omar trying to reach it, but the challenge was there. And now Mason trying to play the pass. Has he put too much on it? Was Calf not the greatest touch, but no one better to challenge. Lyra away. Omar, bit of a heavy first touch. Leads her to a Calf from the challenge. It's now Ninja Sam into the middle. Oshun is a hopeful ball for us. It's on target as Lyra and Calf combine to keep it away. But it's off the backboard again. Calf out towards the wall, but Mason was there. Has to retreat back due to a lack of boost. And now Lyra away. Still no goals. There have been chances to score for both teams. But now Archon sending it downfield. It's Omar off the wall, trying to get there again, and he does, but couldn't go a third time. As now Archon has to go, and he does. Good challenge by Cafro, and now Omar off the backboard. Can he work his magic? He runs out of boost, and now Mason gets a shot on, but saved by Ninja Sam. And Rupelli, they've yet to have a shot on target, but they've been holding it down defensively.
Yeah, but we're starting to see the weakness of the way this Keanu team is playing, because so often when they go up into attack, so low boost amounts, and so many times you see a player squaring up to take the shot, but they just have just a little too little boost to actually make it a powerful shot that can really be threatening, at least at the current moment. But this one could be very promising for Mason if he just puts it within the frame, and he does. It's Keanu who takes the lead. Only 1 minute 46 seconds remaining as well. Rupelli on the back end now once again. And I'm starting to be a bit scared for them. It's looked like over these last 3 games, they've started to slowly crumble. Of course, the first one you could just take away and give for granted. But it is Kef to even out the scoring immediately. So maybe not that dangerous for them in this game at all.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the double commit that led to Kayano's goal was unnecessary, but Calf winning the first and second 50, and it sets up for himself to put away. That was their first shot on target this entire game, but they've made it count.
Yep, Archeon gonna pick this one up, low boost amount, but actually gets it past 2. Omar, that's maybe a bit of a reach there. I mean, he wanted to help Mason, but in the end just made it more awkward for him. He does well though, coming out of defense. And now Archeon could have blasted that one on target. That would have surely been it for this game, but not to be just yet. Kev gonna touch this one to the side. It's gonna be Mason on the shot, just lacking power though. Lyra clearing it upfield. Now Kev picking it up, gets a great 50. Ninja Sam, however, is very much delayed, and Omar could have made it in again, but not on target. Mason puts it on target. Omar looking to square up this one, but it's 50 to the side by Ninja Sam. Lyric gets a touch there towards Kev, but it just makes him awkward. Kev up to try and redirect this one, but it's just cost him a lot of boost for no gain. Mason tracking back here, has a lot of boost to deal with this one. Can even follow it if he would like to into the corner. Makes Kev awkward, but Kev does very well to get out of defense here.
Yeah, he does. Is there a follow-up? Omar's just attacking it from the wrong angle, but Mason trying to find a way through, very little boost to work with. But here is Omar off a backboard. There's anyone there to follow? Lyra doesn't get there. Ninja Sam has missed as well. Maybe it could open up for Kayano with pretty much the last touch of the game. But now, Archeon, only as far as Kath. It drops down. Ninja Sam opts to leave it. And we have overtime in what is arguably a make or break game for Kayano.
By the end of this, we will either be going to Champions Field or we will be crowning a winner of the Prospect tier from this RSC season. Everything on the line for both teams here. Keanu facing elimination. Rupelli facing to have to finish it in game number 7, which would be devastating for them from being 3-0 up in this series in the first place. Getting it tied up means all your hard work in the beginning of this series is just all for nothing. Archeon now pushing it forward, looking to pass it to a teammate. It's a bit of disruption in the corner from Rupelli. They get it cleared though. Mason does well to get it away from trouble. Archeon looking to clear it upfield, but can't. It's still in the orange half. Maybe Omar in the corner. Demo on the goal line, but it doesn't mean anything because Omar beats out the defender there. Ninja Sam now going to the side wall. Kev following it up, puts it on target, but a great save from Mason to keep them alive.
It's a very good save because I mean, not only was it like a good shot, but he was facing the wrong way. I mean, so many times we see it just like completely go over them and the player just lose sight of the ball. But Mason made sure that didn't happen, and instead we play on. Mason takes time to find the pass to Archeon, but the shot goes wide. And Rupelli still hold on. Just 3 shots to their name, but 10 saves. Can they pull off a counter-attacking masterclass? Or will all of Kayano's pressure pay off?
Archeon looking to follow this one up, but a bit too slow. Kev, powerful shot on target, saved away. Lirer to put it in, and he steals away the goal to take the overtime. Everyone was thinking Keanu was surely gonna win this overtime. They were surely gonna drag it to game number 7, but Rupelli regain in the dying moments of this series, when everything was looking like it was slowly crumbling away. It was Lirer to seal it away, to make sure that it all matters in the end. And Rupelli is your RSC Prospect champions from this season.
Well, I believe there was one person on like the actual predictions who did believe that Rupelli would win it. I believe it might have been Shattered, it might have been someone else, but they backed them to win it, and win it is what they did. It took them 6 games, and arguably Kayano should have won it with the number of shots they had. But I mean, you see
No, it
it
was
for
Danke
yourself.
Avocado. It was Danke Avocado having them winning it.
Well, he's done really well in that regard. The stats speak. I mean, 14 shots. Kayano will be absolutely kicking themselves that they weren't able to take it to game 7. But for Rupelli, the fact that they were able to defend so well, they were able to keep out shot after shot after shot, and they were just able to find a shot of their own to go all the way in. The series MVP is the player who won it for them, and it is Lyra.
Yeah, who else but Lirer? I mean, just that overtime goal in game number 6, in and of itself, should have given that MVP from the series, because without that one, you're not winning that series. Keanu is getting that goal. They're getting into the series, and all of a sudden, it's leaning in favor of Keanu. But not to be. Lehrer made sure of it, and it's, well, Perez, Rupelli, I can never remember that name, Rupelli, to take the win of this season. And what a journey it's been from them. As you said, only one person had them winning the tier from the talent predictions. I'm sure that a lot of people in the community sitting in prospect discussions all through the season did not see this coming. Everyone thought Keanu was surely going to be the ones, and don't get me wrong, they were a really strong team. But in the end, Rupelli just playing absolutely amazing on the day. I mean, this whole playoff run, they were just playing beautiful Rocket League. Sure, there were a bit of hiccups here in the grand final, but they got it over the line and in a dominant fashion as well.
Yeah, and there were 3 people who predicted that this would be the grand final. Dunker Avocado getting the correct outcome, but Arshan and Shatter getting the 2 teams in the grand final spot on. And it is quite fitting that one of the players who did take part in this grand final predicted it to happen, but just not the way he would have hoped. But it is still quite interesting. I'm sure that many people thought that Kayano would win. Either them or Shrine. I think they were the 2 main favourites. So to see a team other than them win, it is quite amazing to see.
Yeah, it is impressive indeed. And I think we are just gonna go on a little bit of a break, and then we're gonna be back with your winners with an interview with them. So stay tuned for that, but we will be right back.
Well, welcome back to the rsc-eu stream. We might have seen all the series, but the show goes on because we have an interview with the winning team. Vulps Rupelli are your RSC champions in the prospect tier, and so we have this interview with them right here.
Yeah, it's great to be joined by you all. We will be asking a couple of questions. Of course, I'll start by asking Evelius, looking through everything and just, through talking through everyone, it seemed like literally no one was thinking that this team was gonna win the tier, except for a certain Danke Avocado. I mean, I know a couple of the players. I think would have definitely had the ability to, but I didn't think that they were necessarily gonna be the ones to win as well. Were you certain they were gonna win, or did you have the belief, or and when? If so, when was that belief built? Was it just immediately after building the roster, or give me some insight here?
I mean, I believe they were going to win because I'm even if my teams are rubbish, I'm delusional. I always believe they're going to win. However, these guys were just different. From day one, they were just winning and winning and winning. They had their little stumbling block in the middle of the season. They got over it and went back to winning. And I have to mainly thank Emily for this because she was the one that mainly put this roster together. So yeah.
Great to hear it.
All right.
GM, do you want to ask a question?
I do, and I believe my question will be for Lyra. So, I believe in the grand final you played. So you played against Kano, and one of the Kano players was Mason, who I believe was actually on the same team as you at some point last season. How was it playing against like a player you once previously teamed with?
It's pretty nerve-wracking, to be honest. I think Mason's one of the best players that I know, especially in this sort of elo. I think he's a top player, but I mean, I did what I had to do.
All right. So it's good that you got the win in the end, and I think I'm gonna hand it back to Veld for the next question.
All right, I have a question for Kev here. So, Kev, of course, we talked a bit in preseason as well. I think you're a really great player, and even if you don't get the season MVP, because I don't know who's gonna go to from your team, honestly, I have no idea who who the stats are backing up. But if anything else, you would definitely might defensive MVP, especially in this grand final. I mean, or in this playoffs run. I mean, you were playing out of your mind. You were saving shots that had no business being saved. Talk me through it. Was it nerve-wracking playing with these guys sitting on the back end and just making save after save, or was it just satisfying? Talk me through it.
It wasn't nerve-wracking per se because, like, from the start, I saw that both my teammates can score. They're good offensive players. Not that they're bad on defense, but my goal was just to cover the holes where they were when they were, and it works. They carry. I sit in the backpack. Good way to earn a title, I guess.
Yeah, I can respect that answer. I'm gonna give Niji-Sam a little question here as well, specifically in the grand final, because I noticed, you've already always been known for going for a lot of demos. It looks like you've evolved it a little bit this season, though. You're both going for the demos when you're attacking, rotating out, you get the demo on the last man, open up the net for your teammates. And then after that, even at the defense, when you're coming back, you just take out the player waiting to take the shot. Definitely evolved it. But in that grand final, after the timeout was called from Keanu, it looked like they just switched it up and started playing way quicker. And it didn't look like you had as big of an opportunity to get the demos working. Did it affect you at all that you had to maybe think about how you were playing the game at that point, or was it just keep giving you all and get it over the line in the end?
I think I mainly start playing a little more defensive once our opponents are playing better. I don't go for as many demos, so they got a lot better after when did they take time out third game? And yeah, like I said, I just wanted to make sure that we don't get scored on. Demos are cool and all, but they wouldn't have helped us in defense much because they always had someone to challenge. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with it. But I would chop it up to them just playing so fast,
Yeah.
in transition. Up until that point, they were just passing the ball, waiting for that strike, but they were just switching the pace up, and there wasn't really a chance to do so. So I can respect that answer. It's a good one. I'll hand it back to you, GM.
Yeah, and I think this next question is towards a franchise manager, I suppose, like Emily. So I think I remember like the start of the season. I think Kaf got signed very late on to the team. I'm not sure if it's like a day or two before the start of the season. Were you worried about like how late the roster finally got put together, or did you like already have a plan for it, but like there's just like a delay in like the offers being accepted?
It was primarily a delay mostly. I think we had 3 people going for like the 2 higher spots. So it was just mostly to figure out who the higher 2 players were. Apart from that, honestly, I think Prospect was probably one of the easier tiers to put together. So yeah, it's definitely it's been a ride and a half, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think I've got another question, I believe, and this question is for Kath, and my question is that like having played in like the higher tiers, having played in like rival and challenger in seasons gone by, do you think that experience of having played in higher tiers helped you win this tier?
I would say maybe yes, but again, when I played higher, I didn't do it as well. So I just think the vibes were good, the team was good. Like the experience helps, but I wouldn't take anything away from my team, my coaches, whatever. Everyone contributed. I was a very small part in the whole thing.
All right. So I believe I think that's all the questions I have. I'm gonna hand it back to Veld. If there's any more questions you want to ask.
Yeah, I have at least one more question because there's someone in the VC that might be feeling a little bit left out right now. So, you've been I believe, the sub on this team for the whole season. I've talked with you a couple of times over the past couple of seasons. Talk me through it. How has it been teaming with these guys? Have it just been sitting on the sideline? Have you been heavily involved? What's the vibes been in this team like, just in general?
I feel the vibes are pretty good. But yeah, I haven't been involved that much. Otherwise than scrims. Yeah.
Okay,
Can I just interject for a second?
go ahead.
I think Saucer needs to give himself a bit more credit because he played like 3 or 4 series with us, and I mean his win percentage is like 86%.
83.
So 83%. There you go. I think he was a big part of the team. He's good vibes as well. Even when we started like dropping a few games, he's always the cheery one out of the lot. So I think it helped a lot. I think he's a big part of the team.
Yep, I can definitely see that being a part of it. And with that, I think I have no more questions as well. So I want to just leave the floor open to you guys for a little bit. And just so we don't have everyone talking at once, let's just go through from the top of the VC, as you can see, in order. If you have anything to say, you can say it. If not, you can pass it off to the next person in line. And yeah, the floor is yours. So go ahead and say what you feel should be said. Starting off with Kev.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Yeah, I just wanna reiterate thank for the chance for first of all, because I was last minute pickup. So thanks to the guys for giving me a chance, and thank you to MNVL for the support we had, and Mimic of course. And just thank you guys for running this league because it's not easy during the summer season of all seasons to have it. It's very respectful.
Not a whole lot to say. I'm just really proud of everyone here. They did. I mean, like what they were predicted last in power rankings. So yeah, just really proud of all the of sub of beating all the expectations. It's been a wonder to work with them as well during the season. So yeah, just very proud and glad the guys pulled in. Thank you guys.
For me, shout out Mimical, brilliant coach, did replay views and stuff for us. Very helpful in all our different tiers. Shout out to all the players, they were amazing. Shout out to everyone we played for creating some very good series. And also, mainly, now Caf cannot ever say he's bad again. Like that, no getting out of that one now, Caf, unfortunately.
I've got nothing to say.
I really want to shout out Mimical again for coaching me personally and also stepping in to coach the team after the last week of league play. We kind of started having a few struggles after that, but as soon as he coached us, we played the next scrim. It felt like a different game. He really leveled up our play, especially comms wise. So yeah, and also to my friends watching and the organization and Volps just being so great to work with, always having people there whenever we needed them. That's all.
This season's been great.
And with those words, we're gonna be concluding the interview. Great words. So just before we head out for the night here, I just want to quickly shout out all the sponsors here making the league possible. First off, big thank you to Badass Studios, been with us for a while here, as well as SpartanWare, providing us with our RSC kits, as you have seen Mel be wearing on the streams so many times before. Of course, there's also trophi.ai, and the new one, I cannot read it on the stream. Give me a sec. I cannot read it. I'm gonna have to go in the chat here and have a look. Give me a sec. I cannot make it work. Can someone help me out here from the production side of things, maybe?
Oh, so there's Trophy AI, there's code rsc-eu in the Epic Games Store, there's Housework Media, there's
That's the one. Housework Media and rsc-eu in the Epic Store. Thank you very much, GM. Because I was struggling to read that one. That is a newer one, so it wasn't rolling off the tongue. That is all from our sponsorship. GM, do you have anything else you want to add, or do you want to call it a night here and just... Well, actually, I have one thing. Before we get it going here, big congratulations to all you players and management. You are the RSC prospect champions of this season. Well deserved. And just enjoy your moment and take it all in, because next season is going to be right around the corner and you're going to be with so many new people. So enjoy the time you have with each other before it's gone.
Thank you.
Wise words.
Kath.
Yep.
So, what? Sorry, I was typing. I can't lie. Sorry, I was typing our announcement in our server.
Not
that
I
we've
meant
won.
GM as the person.
Oh, okay. I'm also GM now.
That is true. That is true. But I meant the person GM. Do you have anything you wanna say before we get it going, or?
I mean, I'm just going to congratulate the entire team on not only winning the tier but also upsetting the odds, not just in the grand final but in like other series as well, when like a lot of the people are expecting like the other team to win, but it must feel good to prove everyone wrong, and now you get to reap the rewards for all the hard work you've put in. And so congratulations to winning the tier, and that is all from me for tonight.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
This is trophi.ai, an AI Rocket League coach, and it's absolutely crazy what you can do with this. If you've ever heard of ballchasing.com, it's a lot like that, but on steroids.
You can press P and a pro demo will come up, and this is what's so cool and so unique about Trophy, is that this is not seen anywhere else, and it's just a great way to kind of show you how to do a training pack without having to side by side watch a YouTube video.
And this is actually really cool. Training paths. So you basically, you know the skill trees from Assassin's Creed, Spider-Man, Sekiro, you know that sort of games where you have to, you get skill points, use them, you unlock new skills. This is sort of very similar, but instead of actually getting skill points, you're actually doing the mechs. And also a cool feature as well, guys, watch this. You can slow it down. You can actually slow-mo it like this. So if you're really struggling, what you need to do, you can actually look for yourself and just have a look at the exact sort of movements that you're doing there. Look, it's really cool. I really like it. And
alongside helping with mechanics, it also has a feature that analyzes any of your saved replays. That way you can see what you're doing well and what you need to improve on. It even has this cool post-game analysis that you can see stats from the game you just played.
rsc-eu rated the stream with
Don't
46
uncle that.
viewers.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah, you take your time there. Take your time there.
You can just take a 50.
Wait for 50.
50 Forky, yeah,
Nice. Go on.
Perfect.
Okay.
I got bumped off.